All right, $1 million question. New PC again. Okay, the echo should be fixed. Can you guys hear me fine? Is the music fine? You see everything fine? Is everything fine? How is everything? It's good, it's good, it's good. Sounds good, looking fine. Maybe you want to lower the music just a little bit. Okay, so this would be the time to decide. Um, we need to decide the level of the music as a group and leave it. Do you want the music as it is, or do you want it slightly down? No one's asking for it to go up. Do you want it to be up? Or excuse me, you want it to be a little bit down or leave it? You won't hear it on YouTube. I cannot play music on YouTube because I get DMCA'd. As it is, lower it a bit. It's fine. Turn it down 10%, down, down. Lower it a little bit for sure. All right. Okay, I turned it down a little bit. How is that? I turned it down a little bit. You got 7 ads as you walked into Twitch. I wish I could give you words of encouragement, man, and tell you that it's not going to happen anymore, but it's probably going to continue forever. Probably only going to get worse, actually. K Gelness, thank you so much for the sub, my dude. Rick, I have a 104. I have a 104.58. I have a 104.58 already. I'm going to try to beat it right now. What I need to do is I need to go here and I need to figure out, first of all, we need to figure out what the split should be. Okay, let's edit these splits. And let's go. Let's go POE2 Act 1. So let's call it Cold Girl. Rust Boy. Girl Witch. Necro Boy. Slammy Boy. King plus Bell. King Bell Loot. Fireboy. Fireboy 2. Cold Boy. Okay. Then we need to edit the layout. Okay. I think those are some good names. It was on a witch, Rick. It was on a witch. Make the patch notes appear. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Looking good, Rax. How am I feeling today? Doing good. I have to lose I've already lost a lot of weight, but I need to lose a lot more weight. So now we're standing up. Here we go. And I've actually don't think I have ever gamed before. I don't think I've ever gamed standing up before. So this is going to be interesting. I might play like garbage standing. It feels kind of awkward, but let's try it anyway. Is POE2 worth the $30? Absolutely. Don't try Rust. It's worse than crack. It can ruin your life. Okay. Am I in a new house? No, I've been here. Same place. Just standing up. All right. Let me go to the previous stream to grab the timestamps here. So I know this one is 104:58. Slammy Boy is 3109. Okay, Cold Girl was Tree Fitty. Rusty Boy was 1221. $29.02 here. $26.21. $51.20. $54.06. And the last split is $59.10. All right. There we go. There we go. That is my best time so far. Now I need to put it into OBS. Okay, there we go. Now I need to move this over here so you guys can actually see it. Okay, let's see how that looks. Let's move this down. Maybe let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay. Maybe like that. All right, how's that? There we go. How's that? Are we still noteless? Yes, and I'll be honest with you guys. I've been around a long time. Expect them like super, super late in the day. Let's see what we can get nerfed today. I'm pretty sure today everything will be nerfed. I don't think there's going to be any survivors, are there? Can you think of one thing that's going to survive? Over under on how many perma bans today? Well, it's the POE2 category. POE2 has the most permabans per hour of all the games. There's a lot of people that watch me that talk shit to me, thinking that they could do better. And they say like how I have no skill and how I'm a piece of shit. These are guys that die 100 times before they beat Act 1. So maybe like 2 or 3 on average per day. I have 292 frames. Hmm. Hmm. What do you guys think? Should I take DLSS here? Okay. Okay. Trying to keep the frames as high as possible. Get those fake frames. I mean, we have a 5080 now, so fake frames is what we're going to be going for. Okay. I think that's right. All right. I think that's right. Oops. I think I might have just quit out. Oops. Excuse. Mouse and keyboard Y. Why not? Standing desk today. Yeah, I have the Secret Lab standing desk. It's pretty godly, man. Okay, I've never actually... I don't know if I've ever played in my entire life. I don't know if I've ever played a video game standing up other than like DDR. You want this desk? I'll be perfectly honest with you. This desk is very, very expensive. I was very lucky Secret Labs sent it to me as a gift. That was so nice. But I had a really nice desk before this one. I really liked my desk that I had before. But this desk is just superior in every way. It's not close. Oh God, global chat is on. Oh Jesus. Oh sweet baby Jesus. I need global hotkeys to be on. All right. Okay, this already doesn't work. Where's force move? Okay, we are at 300 frames here on POE with max settings. So Starforge, thank you. Starforge hooked it up. We're at 300 frames on max settings. That's insane. 300 frames on POE2 on max settings. Good job, Starforge. Are the patch notes out? If the patch notes are out, when they're out, we're just going to read the patch notes all day. Is the issue fixed with this new PC? It seems to be completely fixed, yes. I'm on 1080p. I don't have a 4K monitor. You ain't getting no 300 frames on POE2 with a playing in 4K. I have a 5080. They don't have 5090s. 5090s don't exist. They're a myth. But I don't think I need a 5090. Do I need a 5090? I don't need a 5090 until 4K streaming comes out. Oh, there's something wrong with my OBS. Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta fix something. Something's wrong here. Hold on. And then I need to log into stream elements. Give me 1 second, guys. Something's wrong here. Gotta fix it. Okay. I think that fixed it. I think that fixed it. Let me see. Okay. You have a 5090 paired with a 9800 X3D, and you get insanely high frame rates in POE2. So when you say insanely high, how high? And do you have the settings on max? Also keep in mind, when I play, I also have to stream. So I'm also broadcasting it. First time viewer here. Good evening, all from the Netherlands. What's up, my friend? You want to know what my buddy always says? He's from the Netherlands. I'm certain he's from the Netherlands. He always says, if you aren't Dutch, you aren't much. If you aren't Dutch, you aren't much. Okay, let's do a run, guys. Guys, here's the plan. I'm gonna do a speed run. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna get mad, and I'm gonna blame Grinding Gear Games for it. Some pieces of shit in chat are gonna insult me. I'm gonna permaban them. I'm gonna insult them, and then we're gonna do another run. All right? Sound good? That's what I'm thinking. Let's go! Good day from Australia. Hello. That's got to be one of the coolest things about streaming is you get to talk to people from all around the world. It's actually insane. Like, think about like even 20 years ago. Think about just all day chatting with people all over the world about games. It's like not a thing, right? You'd be on like a shitty forum or chat room. Now you can actually do it live. It's pretty insane. All right, we're going on 9. What are the... I don't even remember what to do, honestly. Like, what skills do I take? What do I even do here? I don't even remember. Oh, that auto equip is nice. Damn. I've never played a video game standing up. It feels so weird. Maybe I can get used to it. So, you want to have Jim Bob dead. You want to have Jim Bob dead in under 150. 137 is insane. Oh, I'm supposed to split. Or no, I'm not supposed to split. Can I undo that? I already messed up. Can I pause? I already messed up. Pause. Sorry. There's no split for Jim Bob. Let me change my hotkeys here. Sorry. All right, so pause. Let's make this 8. Undo split. We do maybe 0. Is that a thing? Okay, now if I press 0, there we go. All right. Going again on 9. By the way, Zaxim, Claudio, Wow Day, J Mac, Sergeant Fizzy, Hawk is bad. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Okay, we're resuming. We're gonna resume on 9. What is that? 13 life. God, I love life. Contagion. All right, here we go. Now we're going to the right here. We're going to the right, and we want the skill gem. Now here we want Frost Bomb. We want to get as many Jim Bobs as we can to come with us. And there's no door up. I hate my life. Okay, that wasn't half bad. Saved 13 seconds. So now all the objectives here spawn in a square. This is exactly what we wanted first. This is going to be a very... I could die right here. I got to kill this witch. Well. This witch is an actual god, is the problem. Okay, I killed her. That was much better than I usually do. So now I need to be level 3. If I hit level 3, then I'm going to be good. All right. Let's take some Jim Bobs and start running. That was very good. So... there we go. They're all gonna die now. This is good. I have the waypoint. The witch is dead. I have the support gem. What I need with the support gem is Swift Affliction. So what that tells me, I think, is that the exit should be this way. I think that that's what that tells me. The problem is I'm bad. So every time I think I know something, I'm always wrong. We need to find the red veil, and I'm praying it's over here. And I went straight to it. Okay, finally I'm starting to actually get decent at this game. That makes me happy. First time I ever did anything right in my life. Oh, didn't want to do that. There we go. All right. Free ring, I guess. Already found one of the Jim Bobs. That's good. Need to contagion one and kill one. Easier said than done when you're What? Here we go. Now they're all dead. Should all be dead now. Now, when I kill Rust King, I will get a level 3 skill gem, and then I should be a god. Nope. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. I'll take that hood, by the way, and I'll take those wraps. I don't want the hood. This on. Can't even wear it. GG. Alright. Alright. That should be enough for everybody to die and for me to build an entire army. This is what you don't want to happen. You don't want to get body blocked here. Take a bunch of ads here. Bobby Naring, thank you so much for the subs, guys. That's right. There we go. Everybody's dying. I like that. Everybody die. All right. Well. Ran out of potions. But the death actually is not too bad, actually. It's the end of the hardcore run, but I would never play like this in hardcore. It doesn't really matter. I don't mind just walking the other way. Man, dude. Where? Okay, here's one. Where are they? You lose so much time to just... The maps are so big. You lose so much time to just the RNG of where the hell is everything. Oh my god! This run's probably over. Body blocked and can't move. Okay. Good luck on the runs. I'm gonna need it. Thank you. I'm going to need it. Okay, we got to find the last checkpoint. Where is it? Who knows? running in a straight line like a crazy man. Where is it? 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 Please, the love of God, give me the checkpoint. Where is it? It's going to be so many. Like, when you actually get a really good time doing this, it's just going to be endless resets trying to well, I had one contagion going. I don't even have any potions. The problem here is I have gained 0 power getting to the Rust King. I'm still using the default wand. I have a support gem, but the support gem needs to go on Essence Drain, and I don't have... let's just reset this and quit. Took me 5 years to find the Rust King. Had to uncover the entire zone. My gear is horrible. I do no damage. I have no survivability. I found absolutely nothing that actually helped me. And when that happens, you're just doomed, I think. Just reset it. I could have kept fighting him, but I gave up on purpose and died. Time's terrible. Good luck without Frost Bomb. You mean like next patch? What do you mean? I had Frost Bomb. Yeah, I'm testing the season start, but everything that I'm doing is really for nothing because the patch notes are probably going to nerf everything. Everything that we know is probably gone. So the only skill that I have that does any damage is Frost Bomb. And I'm guessing the first patch note we're gonna read is Frost Bomb at early levels does 99% less damage. So then that's gonna be 0 damage for all of us. If there's a nerf to early game Frost Bomb, it's gonna be 1 hour to kill the Cold Witch minimum. POE seems terrible to speedrun. Everything is so random because of how big the maps are. I think the best speedrunners like figure it all out. They like memorize the zones and stuff or memorize most of the possibilities. But if you're trying to like set a PB, I have a feeling there's going to be many resets, yes, due to RNG. I just lost 30 seconds because of the layout, just because of the layout of the map. Just getting here took 30 seconds longer. I wonder if you have to talk to Una there. I have a big army here. Okay, almost all of that time lost was just bad layout in the first zone, so no big deal. That's fine. No biggie. That's okay. Requires level 3 for this. Okay. Let's see what we can find here. Oh my god, the body blocking in this. I think, you know how I kept saying that my least favorite thing about this game is on death effects. I despise the body blocking in this game. Will you just let me fucking roll? All I do is roll in place and die. Patch notes are out. Are they not out? We'll ban him. We'll ban him if it's not true. If there's a mod here, whoever said that the patch notes are out, you can ban them. You're in the clear to do so. You can ban them. God damn it, man. Anything sub 140, I think, is real good. Okay. All right. All right. Frost Bomb does everything. Oh, God. Okay, that was insane. That was insane. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay, and I understand what I did differently there. Take the 19 life, take the 10 cold res. I understand what I did differently there, so should be able to actually hopefully do that consistently. Okay, we got Grim Tangle already, that's good. Let's grab the waypoint. We need this. There we go. Done. Beautiful. I'll take a body armor. Better than nothing. Let's look for the witch. Found her. Let's try to have a good fight here, guys. Let's try. To say that this girl owns me is the understatement of the universe, but... the contagion has spread. The girl is in the hut. Can I kite the witch with me? Can I just bring her with me? Is that a thing? Another elite? God damn it! Grinding Gear Games! Fuck! Jesus Christ! Help me! Two elites on top of the witch. Two elites on top of the witch. It's over. Never speedrun this game, guys. Never. Two elites on top of the witch. It's over. I can't even beat the witch alone. I can't beat the witch with no elites on her. Why is this guy not banned still? I got this one. Um, I'll ban him. Oh, I typed this. Oh, oh, I see. He spelled juicer wrong. I was like, did I spell it wrong or him? Okay, he's banned. We're good. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what do I do different, but the whole thing is a speed run. You have to go forward. There's no playing safe. You just have to get there and it just has to work. Simple as that. $158 is horrible, but it was mostly because of the layout, not because of slow kill, I think. Scorpius, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, dude? I'm gonna try not talking to Una and see what happens. Can I just not talk to her? Or do I have to talk to her? Thank you so much, man. What's up? Let's take contagion. Put it here. Put it at number 3. You don't have to talk to her. Okay. Thank you. So what we want to do is aggro a bunch of monsters. Aggro a bunch. Piss them off. Like this. Okay. Boy, did we ever piss them off. Didn't put frost. Oh, I didn't even buy frost bomb. This is how bad I am. This is why I'm going straight to hell. Didn't even have frost bomb for the boss. Going straight to hell for that one. That was terrible. But again, most of the time loss was in just due to the first zone being a bad layout, so. Just click elemental skills instead and it's faster. Thank you. I'd rather have the energy shield. Oh, found the witch already. Can't wait to die. And anal. Whoa! Ah! Oh my god! Can I kite her? Is that a thing? It's the bravest thing I've ever done in my life, trying to kite the witch. Don't try this at home, kids. Where is she even? Here she is. Oh, shit on. Take a queer ass. Why not? Okay. Dead end. Love those. Bladen. Ghost Stalker. Benito. I am Isotope. Mr. Wiggles. Thank you so much for the subs. Dan gifted 20 memberships? Are you serious, Dan? Thank you, Dan. What a guy. This guy's a god. Appreciate you, my dude. All right. Found Red Veil. Okay. Again, we're going to be aggressive here. We're going to be aggressive, and then I'm going to die, and then I'm going to blame grinding gear games for it. Here we go. Aggressive, die, blame grinding gear games. Here we go. Let's get it, boys. I'll take some boots. Some boots are better than no boots, right? Okay, everybody should be dead here. In theory. Probably shouldn't be switching flasks in this zone. That was stupid. I just got rid of all my flask charges. Now I'm doomed for sure. That was not my smartest play. Let's kill a couple monsters. Maybe we can get a flask charge back. Nice. There was a rock there, which completely screwed me over. Love that. Love it when there's rocks on my map. I really appreciate how it takes 578 kills to get one flask charge to drink a potion. Love that. Still don't have any flask charges for my health pot. Excellent. Alright. Here's... Checkpoint gave me full flask charges. I forgot about that. That's good. Okay, so the $1 million question is, where is the last checkpoint? Goodbye, time. Goodbye, time. Okay, I think we're killing stuff, maybe. Might be getting some XP here with everything dying. Another skill gem? Okay. Love that. I could actually get Flame Wall if I wanted. You said click Elemental Frost Bomb. Maybe I can level up my Frost Bomb. Boy, I love... Okay, found it. Love running around bleeding time. It's my favorite. Love it. Okay. Our Frost Bomb uptime needs to be 100% on the boss. Nothing does any damage but Frost Bomb. So let's just keep casting Frost Bomb on the boss. No, that's not what I wanted to do! There we go. Frost Bomb on the boss. Frost Bomb on the boss. Nothing else matters. Frost Bomb on the boss. Nothing else matters. Frost Bomb on the boss. Nothing else matters. Frost Bomb on the boss. Frost Bomb on the boss. Dead. Oh, let me pause the timer here. I don't have my key bindings correct. All right, let me kill these guys. I'm stealing some XP for free here. Sorry, I don't have my correct key bindings here. Create a portal. T. All right. Restarting the timer on 9. What? All right. I don't even have a hat. These might be better than mine. He didn't drop a hat though, so. Okay, so now here's what we do. We go Essence Drain. Not even level 6 yet? Shit! That's the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. Okay. All that stuff sucks. I don't have my right regular expression. Move. Not invo. Move. Nothing. Okay. Thanks, God. So now we got to go to the Red Veil. What we're going to do is go to Grim... Or we can go to Red Veil and then go here. And then the correct place should be top right in the zone. I forgot to split. Oops. Shit. My bad. My bad. My bad. Should be this way. I need to hit 6. I'm dead. Thank you, Frost Bomb. God, I love. I'm still stuck, by the way. Don't understand. Travel. Did I not pick up the thing from the Rust King, or what? Did we not pick something up, or? Okay. No problem. I was like, wait, what? I left it. Okay, my bad. All right. Well, at least we killed the Rust King. It's okay. We can just restart. Can't blame Grinding Gear Games for that one, but don't worry. I'll figure something to blame them for. I do think, like while I'm starting here not mad, well, I'm still mad, but while I'm starting here not mad, I do think the body blocking in this game is absolute dog shit gameplay. Like, if you're gonna kill me, at least don't kill me body blocking me in a corner. I can't, that's just complete and utter garbage. That's the only thing I think we can all agree on. I don't think I've ever found... The only thing I've ever seen that I can think of that everyone agrees on is Chipotle is better than everything. Everyone agrees on that. That's about it, though. This is a bad layout, so this is not going to be a great time. That's fine. I'm going to lose 10 seconds just from this layout. It's whatever, though. Oh, my mouse pad accidentally ran away. Oh. That was a very good kill, but the time is extremely bad anyway. The time is very bad because... No, you don't have to talk to Una. I just was here to sell because I don't want those things. So now we need to grab Contagion. Grab the damage. Click Elemental by Frost Bomb. Thank you for the hint. I'm gonna do that. So we click this. Can I click it? Okay. Let's open this trunk. Double Wisdom, I'll take that. So right click Elemental Frost Bomb. Yeah, I got a belt. I got a hood and bracers. Holy shit, is it my birthday? How did that not spread the contagion? What? Was that the greatest fight ever? That might have been it. Was that the greatest fight ever? That was actually insane. That was such a good fight. Can I actually can't fucking move. It's insane. It's insane. Grinding gear games. Oh, Jesus. Let's drag her. Oh, I froze her, unfortunately. There we go. Will she stay with me? Not sure that this is worth it, actually. It's worth killing her. She gives me a support gem. That's not the question. The question is it worth dragging her? She's dodged every frost bomb. I can't land frost bomb on her. She just endlessly teleports. I just lost so much time with her teleporting out of my frost bombs. I've done enough damage to kill her over 15 times. She dodges every single one. Let's get some Jim Bob's going. I'm depressed. I'm depressed. Speedrunning this game is a lot less fun than POE1 or Last Epoch, in my opinion. At least in the early game. Like, by a lot. Like, by a lot. Yeah, I think I should have just stayed by the witch. Maybe. Could it be on the... I don't know. Can it be on the left side? I'm not actually sure. Not even sure if that's possible. With my insider info, when do we get patch notes? I have never talked to Grinding Gear Games. I've never spoken to them about anything. They don't give a French toast about me, and that's okay. I've never talked to them about anything, ever, for any game. I talked to EHG. I talked to Blizzard. I talked to... Sometimes I talk to the No Rest for the Wicked people before. Talked to XD a lot about Torchlight Infinite, but never Grinding Gear Games. Have I tried? Maybe like, you could say maybe a small amount, but has there been a big effort from me? No. I've offered them, do you guys want to chat? I really like your games. I would love to help in any way I can. And they say, you know, sure thing. We might be able to work something out here, but then we never follow up or anything. I don't think grinding your games, well, I know for sure, I think I know for sure they don't dislike me, but I don't know, we just don't chat. Yeah, I know. I know for sure that they must not really watch some of my streams, because they said that they didn't know that a couple of issues were issues in the last interview, and I have certainly mentioned them like 500 times on my stream, so that's very clear that they don't watch. That's okay. It's not like I'm here's one thing, guys, about me. I like to think this honestly. I don't think the world revolves around me. I don't think the world revolves around me and my stream and I'm the king of the ARPGs and how dare they not talk. I don't think like that at all. I actually don't think like that at all. If I died tomorrow, I think some people would be sad for about a week, and then you just watch somebody else and life goes on. And no, that's not a depressed take or whatever. It's just how it is. And that's fine. A lot of people think that, you know, they're really important. Any of us could be gone tomorrow and it would be fine. Life would be fine. This rattling scepter is going to be way better than mine, right? Can't even pick it up. I'm crying. Throw this away. Level 2 skeletal warriors. Huge. Like a full week. I mean, maybe not even a week. Yeah. Maybe not even a week. True. What was I thinking? He's huge. God damn it, man. The one time I get the contagion chain applying, it applies to a champion monster that I can't kill to further spread the contagion. So annoying, man. All those little things that happen make you lose like 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there. Once again, it's gonna have to do a full map clear to find the third checkpoint. I have no clue where this is. If it's not top right, we're gonna have to reset here, I think. I don't think we have much of a choice, unfortunately. Oh, it's already 12:24. Oh. So this is already a horrendous run. I don't even know if we should... Let me continue. Let me stop resetting. Let's continue just for learning purposes. Okay, that was actually a pretty good fight, if I do say so myself. That was actually pretty good. Okay, I see what I left on the ground last time. All right. Okay. Life flask, life flask. Can I get some movement speed? Of course not. That would have been helpful. 10 life. It's better than nothing. Let's sell. Can I get a couple of lightning res and cold res? I guess let's go with that. Okay. Anything good? I actually have a decent wand already. So do I have an AUG? Maybe I can hit something good here, or I can hit that. It's completely useless. Take that. I type in move. Absolutely nothing. I hate life. Okay. I still don't have Essence Drain. Let's port to Red Veil this way. Walk backwards. Trying to remember how the map looks here. I didn't click the well, so my flasks are empty. So I'm probably gonna die. Okay, I should have... Did I not get the Grim Tangle waypoint? I have it viewed on my bar. It was literally right here. How did I miss it when it was right here? Gotta go back. So do I not have Grim Tangle? Grelwood, Red Veil. Or is it? I do have it. It's here. Okay. Talk to her. Talk to Jim Bob. Talk to her. Revive it. Checkpoint. Okay. I need to hit level 6. It's very unfortunate that I'm not level 6 already. I have 100 health right now. 100 health. That Iron Rune would be insane if I was playing Warrior. I don't think it really matters. Maybe it is still really good for me. It'd be so nice if I could hit 6. I'd be a lot stronger. This might be 6 right here. So this needs to be Essence Drain. Essence Drain. This needs to be Swift Affliction. And then Essence Drain. There we go. Now I'm way stronger. Now I will be way stronger. Excellent. Body block by 2 wolves. Excellent. I don't know which way to go. Let's try this way. Okay, we ran the perfect right way. That's good. Okay, now what we need to do is run along the wall. We run along the wall. That's what we do. So we're going to do that. And we already did it wrong. Now we go the other way. And we run along the wall. Both of them are incorrect. These guys are so fast. Look how much faster they are than me. Oh my God. I can't understand. I can't understand the design of some of these. How do they move this fast? It's not the one that we want. Jesus. Oh God. Another dead end? I never go the right way. POE2 maps are as big as Elden Ring. I even have a belt. Let me through! I'm just gonna tank this. She 100 owed me. I couldn't have gotten out of it if I wanted to. I don't have the movement speed, and one dodge roll is not gonna get me out of it. She 100 owed me with that attack. I was at full health, I think full energy shield. She 100 owed me with that attack. Well, at least she 100 owed me on the first attack. Guess I can thank her for that. That was actually an insane fight. I couldn't have got out even if I wanted to. I didn't have an option. I don't have the I don't have any movement speed boots, and one roll is not going to get me to the edge of that attack. It was in the dead center of me because I wasn't moving. Didn't have a choice. I'm like, oh, I'll tank it. Hopefully I'll live it with 10% HP. Boom! 100 owed. Okay. My guy's a piece of shit. I understand. Thank you. Thanks for confirming. Always good to have a reminder of how much you suck. There's a checkpoint there. Wait. Okay. Can I get over there? Oh my god, I went straight to it. Oh my god. Yes! Yeah, I got the melee hit that he did stunned me for like 0.2 seconds, and it killed me. I was like, roll, roll, roll. 0.2 second stun. Ah! Dead. That little tiny stun of the hit killed me because I couldn't get out in time. Well played. I was about... What? Was I not behind him? What? Was I not directly behind him? How did that hit me? Wait. Wait. Was I not directly behind him? Holy fuck, this guy's a god. All right, that's it. I'm running from this guy. Oh, he has a friend? He has a friend? Jesus! I was like, he's 1 HP. Chain casting essence drains at him, no damage. Of course he has a bodyguard. Thanks, Satan. Oh, wait. You just go here just to port to the cemetery. What am I doing? You just port. time to fight Satan. I'm dead. Oh. That was a very good fight. Very good. Another level 3 gem. Contagion, maybe? Could do Flamme Wall. Oh, I'm dead. I can't seem to land. Okay, I did it. And it spread. The only monster it spread to, there we go, was the only monster I can't kill. Insane. Thank God there was a door here. Well, I'm dead here. All right. Okay. 8, maybe. Maybe we have something here. All right. I think they're all dead. Zone is insane. The contagion has spread. I'm still alive somehow. I don't think I've ever done this with this low of life before. Ramster just gifted 10 subs. Ramster, thank you so much for that, my dude. Boosted, Mped, Time Walk. Jay, super chatted, $7. You're looking good, brother. All the best in your health journey. Thank you, my dude. Thank you, guys. We're standing up to try to burn calories. I heard actually standing up actually really doesn't burn very much more calories than sitting. It's like barely noticeable. So if you really want to lose weight, you gotta walk. Let me check out this focus, by the way. And by let me check out this focus, I mean, how silly of me to think I would have a scroll of identify. That was very silly of me. What we need is the crop circle here. You walk down until you see the wall, and then you change directions. Is the idea. So that's where Una's Yaz loot should be. So then we go around and try to get there. We would love to find the crop circle because that'll give us a level 4 skill gem. I have to pray that this frost bomb saves me. See, that's a death that I would have had before that I luckily finally saved myself. If you can foresee in the future that you're going to be body blocked and you're going to get screwed, if you can frost bomb in the corner that you can frost bomb in the corner that you know you're going to get backed into, and then if you can get a roll off even in place, that's sometimes enough for when the frost bomb detonates to survive. That's the first time I've ever actually done it correctly in time, but that's the idea, I think. Okay, that's good. Should all be dead. Looks like all of this is blocked off. Hi, Gazzy. Is Gazzy here? I don't have the slightest clue where to go. I have a feeling I'm going the wrong way. So this is a massive time loss. This is looking like a huge time loss unless this is somehow magically the right way. Do the same trick. It's frost bomb right here. All right, well, I guess I'm gonna skip the level 4 skill gem here. I don't want to, but are the stream alerts broken or are they very delayed? The last thing I've seen is Indrid subbed with Prime, and it said that they did it right now. How long ago did Indrid sub with Prime? Sometimes an alert pops up for me, and it says, this person just subbed, and then I look at the timestamp, and they subbed 11 minutes ago. I'm like, oh, okay. You did it 5 minutes ago. It says Indrid Cold 18 sub for 26 months with Prime now. So that was stream elements now is 5 minutes ago. Patch notes are out. Yeah, I'm gonna, when we pause here, I'm gonna ban them. Granddaddy Perp 211. Remind me of the name, guys. Yeah. If someone says patch notes are out and they aren't, permaban them. YouTube chat is ignored, sad face. Guys, I'm speed running a game where every monster does 10 times my damage per the health of my character per swing. It's almost impossible for me to live when I'm looking at my screen. It's going to be very hard for me to read chat while speed running here until my character stabilizes, which will be never. I can't even live when I look at my screen. Support gem. Oh my god. It is very, very difficult for me to move through this map, man. This entire leg, this whole thing was a dead end. The whole wraparound thing behind the thing, a massive dead end. The amount of time that we just lost from that is like I lost at least a minute, full minute. Just random goose chase and nothing. Oh, I see. Let me pause this. I see what's wrong. When I go to the options, it unpauses the game? I click options and it unpauses the game? Why? Oh. Okay, restart on 9. All right. Okay, 2 rituals in a row. I like that. Okay, I found the mega big dick ritual. So I only have to find one more. I'm sure it's not over here. All right. Guys, we don't know when the patch notes are coming out. We're at Grinding Gear Games mercy. We don't know. I would imagine... I would imagine it's going to be like one of those very late things. I wouldn't be surprised if it's multiple hours from now. Wouldn't be surprised at all. No, hit the totem. Top moving. I don't know, like, actually nothing. All right. Oh my God. Did you see how much talking there was there? I guess let's just sell everything. Terrible. Alright, so we're never gonna get something better, so let's regal this. Better than nothing. Then I need an offhand. So glad I did that, Jesus. Okay, I don't even have a ring. I don't own a ring. That's depressing. I can't use my SRS. So I've made a horrible mistake. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to try to find the crop circle here. Okay, we found it instantly. That was kind of lucky. Just like that, huh? That was good. There's an iron ring there. We probably should have picked that up. I don't even have a ring. Yeah, I saw the ring. Too late, though. We ain't got no time for that anymore. So my split on the King Bell thing was not exactly accurate. Okay. Dead end, 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 dead end. I have cast Contagion 15 times. Why is Contagion not on anything? Fighting gear game. You drive me fucking insane. Where's my Contagion? What do I want? My Contagion. When do I want it? Now! I actually cast it 15 times. I don't understand what the hell is happening. Guys, we're gonna have to do a new strategy here. Every 5 seconds, I'm gonna have to say, we don't know. Because we keep getting asked the same question. We don't know. Hi, Happy Clouds. We don't know. What's up, Einstein? We don't know. B-Rad, what's up, dude? We don't know. We don't know, guys. We don't know. Nobody knows. We don't know. Relax. Everybody breathe. Probably not soon. We don't know. 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 All right, let's try a different strategy. Everyone just get it out of their system. Everyone for like 3 straight minutes, just ask when the patch notes are. Just really, really ask about it. From the bottom of your hearts. Man, dude, the level of difficulty in the monsters in this zone from the other zones is quite extreme. Does anybody else speedrun this game? Do you experience the same thing? Like, you walk in here and you all of a sudden just get absolutely nuked. I cannot walk forward. I will die. Guaranteed. Like, the level of difficulty between In the Manor and the rest of Act 1 is crazy. I'm stunned. Ah! Okay, so now we gotta find Candlemas. I don't know. If you find the stairs, can you grab the checkpoint and then go back and then use the Candlemas checkpoint to... Oh, get behind him. How do you... Yeah, that's weird. Stunned and I'm dead. Oh shit, I forgot to... Dang it. I gotta skip this split. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know what my keybind is to skip. Let me, a second. You know what? Fuck, let's just keep going. I'll just split it. I'll just split it. Whatever. My bad. Messed up again. Forgot to split. Ramesh. Thank you so much for the sub. I just now saw it. It says Ramesh subbed now. So that gives you an idea of how far behind Stream Elements is. Sorry, Rax, I just can't do it. You can't do what? What can't you do? I don't understand. I'm dead. What is this? Oh my god! I don't have so much fun speedrunning this game. It's just not that fun. I don't know. Maybe with the changes that they make eventually, speedrunning this game will be fun, but currently it is... It's an absolute... It's just a nightmare. It's not fun at all. Need gear upgrade? Yes, but the problem is it's a speedrun. We're living off the land, boys. That's how you do it. Easy. Speedrunning this game is like putting your dick in a pencil sharpener. Please kill them, raging spirits. Kill them. Why don't they do any damage? I'm dead. I don't know. It's over. I'm dead. One freeze, and he puts the beams on you 3 more times. You're dead. There's nothing you can do. Single freeze, and it's a chain death. One hit of freeze, even with a sapphire charm, with a cold res from the sapphire charm, still freezes me in the first hit. Let's see, what's my sum of best now, though? My sum of best is now 58, so that's better. Yeah, did you make that thing, Vince? You should turn that on. I could actually switch in OBS and put my webcam over the overlay. Do you want me to should I have my webcam supersede the overlay? I could do it like this. And then you can make the whole thing black with just a sliver of gameplay. All right, we'll do another run with that overlay over it. Yama Cookie, hey Rax, good luck with your health and your dog. Having the same kind of issues here. You cut off your message. You have all of my support. Hey, buddy, we're going to get better together. Patch notes when someone ban Boiler. Oh, wait, he's a mod. Only I can ban him. All right, Boiler, you survived this one. It's weird. I've only been standing for, I don't know, how many hours? Like 2 hours? I've been standing for 2.5 hours. And my legs are already tired because they're just not used to standing. You know a good place to buy a walking pad? No, you don't, Vince. Every walking pad that you buy breaks. If there's someone I don't want to know where to buy a walking pad from, it's you. Sit down, Rax, and lock in. I'm gonna have to sit down after a little bit. Well, actually, I can just keep standing and just not be a little bitch about it. Just keep standing. Who cares? Pitted G Petra. Did I say that right? Thanks so much for the prime. Hopefully, I thanked everybody for all the the subs and the primes. If I didn't, I apologize. I didn't mean to miss any. What's up? Why is Rax standing? I really hate bringing this up every single stream. It feels like I'm trying to make my problems everybody else's problems, but I'll one time today, I guess. 1 year ago, I felt really sick, went to the doctor. The doctor said, I'm going to tell a story real quick. Doctor said I had 3 problems. Vitamin D is like a 0. They said that my bad cholesterol is good. It's low. But my good cholesterol is way too low. So I need more good cholesterol. And they said, it looks like your liver is failing. So I got prescription vitamin D tablets or whatever. And then I took fish oil every day. And did that for multiple months. And then I lost a little bit of weight, not much. Went back to the doctor. And they said, vitamin D, good. Good cholesterol, good. Your liver's still failing. Did a 3rd test, liver is failing. Did an ultrasound, liver is failing. So then at the start of this year, she said, lose 10 pounds. I lost 15. Last week I did my 5th liver test. Not only did I fail it 5 times in a row, it actually got worse. I lost 15 pounds and it got worse. So now we're in a bit of trouble. So now I need to lose 15 more pounds immediately. I have a month to do it. And then we're going to test it again in May. And if I fail it again in May after losing 30 pounds this year, I have a serious liver disease. So that's why I'm standing. For the last week, I have been eating almost nothing. And it's honestly kind of making me sick, but I feel sick anyway. I either feel sick from my liver or I feel sick from not eating. I guess I'd rather feel sick from not eating because at least that means that the weight is going down. So you're going to see me lose like 15 pounds this month. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. So I drink coffee. I made 4 pounds of grilled chicken breasts last night. So tonight I'll probably have one of the HelloFresh meals that they sent me. That's 450 calories. And then I'll have a little bit of grilled chicken, maybe up to like 600-700 calories. And then I'm going to drink like 8 glasses of water. That's it. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. Hopefully you should be burning some calories standing here. I'll go on a walk. I'll lift weights and I'm going to start shredding. But I've already lost 15 pounds. So I already lost all of the easy pounds to lose. I already lost. And despite what this hoodie makes me look like, this hoodie probably makes me look like a fat ass. I'm actually not really that overweight. This is a large hoodie. Look, this is a large. It's like a parachute. It's almost like a parachute on me now. I'm going to have to start wearing medium. This is a large hoodie and look how baggy it is on me. And this is a fitted hoodie, by the way. This is a fitted hoodie, so it's not supposed to be baggy like this. But I'm going down 15 again. So that's the situation. I'll be fine. Guys, I'm not worried about it. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll fix it. How tall am I? I'm 5'10". Which is 178 centimeters for those across the pond. Or I guess anywhere else in the world, really. Put the thing on the... Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this. Nice. You put it in the webcam. Love that. Very nice. What do I weigh now? I started at the fattest I've been is 213, and now this morning I weighed 196. So I've lost 17 pounds so far. The lowest weight I've ever been in the last 6 years, the lowest weight you've ever seen me is 194-ish. So I'm 2 pounds away from the lowest weight you've ever seen me. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". Am I big boned? No. I have a very thick build now, but it's not because of that. It's when I graduated high school, I was 5'10", 119 pounds. I was 5'10", 119. Patch notes are out. Okay, that's a ban. Hold on, I gotta ban someone on YouTube real quick. They said patch notes are out. It's a perma ban. Don't message me telling me how much you love my stream and you're sorry. Don't care. Boom. Banned. Okay. I weighed 5'10", 119 pounds. So I was literally like, I was actually a toothpick. You could just pick me up and break me in half because I played soccer and ran track. And that, so I never ate anything and my metabolism was insane. So I was like the skinniest kid out there. But then I got very, very into lifting. I had done judo my whole life and I started lifting a lot. And I started drinking protein shakes, eating chicken breasts for like a year straight. I lifted like 6 days a week. And then I went from 119 to maybe about 150. But I just put on like pure muscle. I was made of titanium. So I weighed about 150 and I was benching. When the first day, here, I'll open paint. The first day that I lifted, I'm going to show you. Let's go to paint here. Oh, okay. So if we go here, so senior in high school, I was 5'10", 119 pounds. And I couldn't even bench plates one time. So I benched less than 135. Plates is 135, right? 45. Was it one? Yeah, it's 135. Okay. So then I started lifting religiously, like 6 days a week, 2 hours a day, drinking multiple protein shakes every day, eating chicken breasts. Took me about 1 to 1.5 years, still 5'10". The height's never going to change. And I got to about 150 and then I was benching 250. My goal was to bench double my body weight, but I got to 225 pretty quickly. But I'm not taking steroids. I'm not cheating. To go from 225 to 250 was insanely hard for me. it was like just to go from here to here was like so difficult. So I don't know. I don't even know if I would have been able to get the last 50 pounds. I really had no idea how I was going to do it. But then I started to train in boxing. I already had the judo background and I was going to start MMA fighting. But then, boom, I tore my rotator cuff and that's the end of it. So the reason why I have a thick build is not because I originally had a thick build. It's because I spent a couple of years lifting. So I would say it was as hard for me to raise my bench from 225 to 250 as it was to get to 225. How did I tear my rotator cuff? Military pressing. Military pressing. How old am I now? I'm 38. How many reps at 250? One. That was my 1 rep max. I can't do 250 for reps at weighing 150. That was my max. I can't do 250 for reps weighing 150. No, it's okay. I can't even bench my own weight and I've been working out for a while. I would say if you can bench your body weight, you're doing well. If you can put your body weight on a bar and press it up off of you, you're doing pretty good. The highest I've ever weighed was 213 and I've lost 17 pounds. So I weigh 196. But by the end of the month, I'm going to try to go down to 181. You compete in powerlifting and you set a few state records because your deadlift carries the total. The exact opposite for me. I was, for my size, I was real good at benching. But how good? My squat was just okay, and my deadlift was terrible. Like, that's probably what I should have done in the gym is I should have just been deadlifting all day to try to get it better. My deadlift was actually straight garbage. I'm 5'10", guys. 5'10", 178 centimeters, which is just average. I'm just an average height. 5'10". They did, and I believe they tested, and I don't have that. They did a full blood panel on me, and this, from every metric that they can gather, there is nothing wrong with me except my liver is failing. None of my other organs are no pancreas, no gallbladder, nothing wrong with my lungs, nothing wrong with my heart, nothing wrong with my vitamins, nothing wrong with my cholesterol, nothing wrong with my blood pressure. It's just my liver. Does he look at YouTube chat or Twitch only? What's my caloric deficit right now? I haven't calculated it mathematically, Corey, but it's quite extreme. I'm eating less than 1,000 calories a day. I don't think about it as what's the caloric deficit. I think about it as what's the minimum amount of calories that I can just eat a day. Because when you think about it that way, it doesn't matter what the caloric deficit is. That number is irrelevant. The only number that matters is how little can you eat per day and get by. You know what I mean? Anyway, what made me stop soccer and judo? I don't know. I wouldn't say I have a great reason. I don't know, just getting older and just doing other stuff, I guess. Yeah, just life. I don't know. I don't have a good reason. How do I plan to theory craft my build out? I just need the patch notes. And then we look at it. All right. Well, let's try another run, boys. Yeah, I'm considering it. First step is I need to get used to standing. I'm not even used to this. Like my legs, it's pathetic. I've only been standing for 3 hours, but my legs already kind of hurt from standing for 3 hours just because I'm not used to it. Once I'm used to that, I may upgrade to a treadmill. Do I have a standing mat? Nope. What are those little things called? You know those little plastic things that they have in offices underneath your chairs so you can roll around that are like stuck in the carpet? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Those little plastic sheets. I'm just standing on one of those. A floor protector, yeah. Rolly mat. What? I mean, you look at my speedrun timer. You see how I name things. I'd name it Rolly mat. Oh, fucking damn it, man. Just a couple globals. I'm crying. Wait, I can let that hit me? Okay, that's not a good time, but... Is that a level 2 rattling? It is. Okay. Okay, we need a frost bomb here. Oops, lost a little bit of time there, so I'm stupid. I made a huge mistake. This is going to be an incredibly slow kill. This is a horrible run. She moved out of my frost bomb! Oh my god, I hate life. Any plans for an updated filter for last Epoch? I'll definitely make an updated filter. I'll make everything. Can someone clip this and send it to Grinding Gear Games? Did you see what just happened to me? Did anybody see that? Like, I get it. This game's in early access, but this game needs some work, man. Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus, mother of God. This game needs some work, like big time. Time to die, boys. They said that they expected the patch notes to potentially be out today. They didn't promise it, but I don't know what to, I don't know what kind of skill to exude. There's 15,000 ranged monsters hitting me, and not only do they hit me for almost my entire health bar, some of them like stun me for a second. It's like a flinch, and that flinch just kills me. I can't flinch. I can't stop moving for even 1 millisecond or I'm dead. I don't know like I don't know what to do with the buttons on the keyboard to make it not happen. Like, I don't know what like I'm running, I'm trying to spread the contagion, I'm backing up away from them, and it's still killing me. Like, in all the other games, in POE1, in Last Epoch, in Torchlight, it's not like the beginning of the game is easy at all, but it feels like there are the tools there for you to succeed. Like, you can figure it out. But if the only real loot that you get before you fight Rust Boy in a speed run is off of Cold Girl and off of this boss. This boss drops nothing every time. I almost never get anything that helps me. And Cold Girl sometimes, like 1 in 3 speedruns, can give you something that helps you. But that's it. That's usually all that you get by the time you're at Rust King. So if you're just sitting there with nothing, you have 2 choices. You either die or you go slow. But it's a speed run, so going slow is not an option. So I got 2 pairs of gloves here, 15 life gloves. So that's about as good as it gets. As far as a drop from this guy, a pair of gloves and a hat? Like, it might be my birthday here. I got a pair of gloves and a hat. That's insane. Armor is useless, as we all know. And I already fucked up. Already fucked up. Can't blame grinding gear games for that one. Superior Withered Wand. That's an insane drop. That's as good of a drop as you're gonna get. I got extra spell damage and 1 level on my Chaos Bolt. So that's... yeah, you would put a very large wiener in your mouth for that. Okay, I think I've learned my lesson here. Kiting this witch is not good. She poured it out of my frost bomb and killed all of my minions instantly. Hopefully this doesn't hit me. I tried, did you see? This tree is blocking where I can stand. So I tried to stand in the perfect little triangle so I wouldn't get hit. Trying to maneuver it right here. Still hit me. It's over. What, one attack from the first yellow is 100-0. Gone. Died because of the tree. The tree blocking me from like trying to stand in between the different frosty things. What? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't remember that movement is there. I was like, why can't I move? Wah. Yeah, that's actually probably the best. I think that's the best item I've ever gotten early game is a wand off Cold Girl with 20 spell damage on it. I couldn't wear it though because I'm not level 3. Couldn't wear it yet. What build am I going for? Huntress? Amazon. Already have a massive time loss. Already went wrong way. First of all, this layout, this beginning layout is terrible for how far you have to run. And then I ran the wrong way, so it's going to be an absolute miracle if we kill him in under... It's going to be a miracle if we kill him in under 2 minutes here. Probably not, though. Do I click to move? No. No, I force move. .202. Pretty good for how garbage the start was. Not a bad kill. That kill it's pretty good. Okay, so this chest piece is going to be better than mine. Probably should keep that chest piece to sell it for money. Alright. Let's see what we have here. Right. Haven't found anything yet. Oh, I picked up the shield, but it didn't give it to me. I picked it up again and it didn't give it to me. Okay. Exile. Picked it up twice. Still didn't get it. Jeez. Well, this is by far by a mile the fastest I've ever been in this zone, but I'm also on I'm only level 2. I am at level 2 in this zone. So to say that I'm doomed would be the understatement of the universe. I mean, I'll take every damage thing that I can. I guess let's just send it. We can't play cautiously. We got to go for it here. So okay, we still have the contagion going actually. So let's use that to our advantage. It's not doing any damage, but this withered wand might be better than mine. It is. Okay, that's nice. Did I get a transmute? I did. Okay, let's try to hit the miracle here. Did you guys see what just happened to me? Did you see what happened? Did anybody see how I just lost? Anybody pick up on what just happened? Did anybody see what just happened there? I found a wand better than mine. It was white. So I noticed I picked up a transmute, which will make it blue. So I took off the wand. I put an affix on it. And it made it required level 4. Now I don't have a weapon. Now I don't have an attack. Runs over. It's amazing how just going just a tiny bit slower, just a little bit slower, would make you almost never die. I could do probably 10 runs in a row through Act 1 and not die any of them. But I just have to go a little bit slower in every zone. And that's completely unacceptable. Can you order me some Chipotle? That's so nice of you to offer, my dude. Actually, I'll pass on it because I have to lose 15 pounds this month. I don't have a choice. It's honestly not even that Chipotle contributes to like massive weight gain or anything, but it's not like Chipotle makes you fat or anything. You can get like kind of healthy stuff at Chipotle, but I'm good, buddy. Thank you. Traumatized. Thanks for the prime. Will I be playing Act 2 and Act 3 at all? Here's the thing about it, guys. When you're speedrunning these games, when you're actually learning to speedrun and get better, everything is really about how good you are at the beginning of the game. Once you have your character fully online and you're frying, everything is pretty easy. It's really all about got a legendary belt. That's interesting. Any move speed here? Nope. What does this belt even do? 38 mana. Okay. Ziggy just posted a video with the Huntress with the skills and stuff? Wait, how? How? He is Ziggy? He's a god? This girl ports. This girl dodged like 4 of my frost bomb. She ports so quickly, I can't even detonate a single frost bomb. She port the second she lands, I lay a frost bomb, and she ports again. Like I might as well just not even cast frost bomb. Does all of my damage. Frost bomb is all of my damage to a single target. So I guess the only way I can play is by, I think I have to guess where she's going to teleport and throw frost bombs in random spots. She spawns. I put a frost bomb under her, and she ports as it's blowing up every time. I missed 3 or 4 frost bombs in a row. So I guess I'm just going to have to randomly throw a frost bomb somewhere and pray that she ports on it. Why do you have to fight her? You don't have to fight her, but she gives you a support gem. And that's a massive, massive, massive damage increase. And she's right here, and she gives me 2 flasks that I need. So it's very much worth my while if I can kill her quickly to get that support gem. I will get way more time back if I could just if she would just have a 1 higher second GCD on her teleport. 1 more second, I would hit her with every frost bomb. Okay, yeah, let's watch the Ziggy D video. Apparently he has a video of all of the Huntress skills already. Okay. Okay. Tell me how the volume here is, guys. Let me turn it up.
There's no beast alive can best me.
The Huntress, equipped with spear and buckler, seamlessly weaves melee and ranged attacks together using high mobility and powerful counterattacks and skill combinations. It's a playstyle unlike anything that we've had in Path of Exile up to this point. Attempting to make this overview skill guide has proven very challenging. With my previous mercenary hands-on guide, I could simply talk about each skill individually and maybe just note 1 or 2 of the interactions that come up. But for the Huntress, it's not so simple. So many of the skills interact with each other in different ways. You can play some pretty simple and organic feeling skill combinations without being quite so overcomplicated, but it's when you start to consider all of the possible interactions and options that you have available to you, quickly things become really complex and really, really interesting. I think it's definitely the most dynamic and engaging playstyle that GGG have released thus far. So here's my overview of the Huntress, Spear, and Buckler skills from my hands-on time at the GGG studios. This guide will be in 2 parts. Part 1 has skills up to level 5, and Part 2 has the rest. Spears are one-handed only and cannot be dual-wielded. There's definitely a bit of synergy with bucklers, but technically you can just use a normal shield or even no offhand with the Dance with Death keystone. Spears are fundamentally hybrid melee ranged weapons, and they come pre-packaged with both spear stab and keystone. Spears are fundamentally hybrid.
25% more skill speed with offhand. 25% more skill speed while your offhand is empty and you have a one-handed martial weapon in your main hand. 25% attack speed to not have an offhand. That does not, that doesn't sound worth it. Doesn't sound worth it at all. I'd way rather have an offhand, right? It's more. Yeah, I see it's more, so it's multiplicative, but that would I rather have 25% multiplicative skill speed or an offhand? I mean, an offhand can give you like max block and the ability to parry and a massive amount of resistances and da 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 da. I don't know. That's a lot to give up.
Hybrid melee ranged weapons, and they come pre-packaged with both spear stab and spear throw basic skills. Both of these are decent single target skills and cost 0 mana, so they're fine choices while leveling for some easy boss poking. The devs actually want these to be on the higher end of raw damage compared to other skills because, and this was how it was phrased to me, they don't do anything else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear throw can actually consume a frenzy charge to create a small explosion. There's no real reason to do this, but it's a cute little addition. It's mainly because the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure for some benefit. The idea is that every single
Doesn't that already look better? That's not how items look. Doesn't that already, it has a gradient to it and it has a different border to it, doesn't it? That is not the way items look right now. This looks much better, isn't it? There's no way items look like that right now. They put a gradient in here. Okay.
Single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure evasion shields, all come paired with the parry skill. This works the same as raised shield.
Oh, go back.
Shields all come paired with the
Well, it has a block chance. It has base evasion and gives you parry. Okay.
the parry skill. This works the same as raised shield in that you hold the button down to block incoming attacks with some key differences. Projectiles can only be blocked with parry if they're fired from within 1 meter of you.
Just say you can parry projectiles within 1 meter of you, but you can get infinite parry distance. Okay.
After a successful parry block, the enemies struck for a small amount of damage, they're light stunned, and they gain the parry debuff for 2 seconds. This parry debuff causes them to take 50% more attack damage for that duration, and that's from anything, it doesn't have to be a specific skill, just any attack. But the parry debuff can also be consumed by some specific skills that we'll go into later. As normal, you can parry any regular melee attack or spell, you just cannot parry slams or explosions, or the big red flashy boss abilities basically. While parrying you won't evade attacks, but evasion still does do something, it prevents heavy stun buildup. And on that note, and this is not specific to parry but just globally across the board, heavy stun is now a fair bit more punishing towards players. That said, evasion scaling in the nature of how you tend to actually parry and then counterattack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it really caught me by surprise, and long term it almost started never happening. Unlike other games with parry, there's no timing requirement here. You don't have to get some sort of perfect...
What is this? Is this bleed amount? Is this... What is this? Hi, Daisy. What is this? Tommy Stevens. If you hug the right wall... Okay, what did he say? If you hug the right wall in the witch's hut... Oh, you can use it mid-fight to refill... Oh, okay. So fight the witch, but don't get the checkpoint. So you get a refill? Okay, I like that. Usually the witch just 100 O's me, but that's a good idea. It's exposed weakness. Okay.
thing right as a certain part of the attack is happening. You just channel the parry skill, hold it as long as you want until an attack is automatically parried, as long as you're within range of it if it's a projectile, or as long as it was going to hit you if it's a melee attack. Generally speaking, you'll hold the parry skill down, the parry will occur, and then you'll counterattack with some ability to take advantage of the parry debuff. There's no real skill component here outside of just knowing what things you can parry. And since that's consistent in that it's close range projectiles or any attack that's not a slam, basically, it's a pretty easy thing for you to learn over time. My opinion on parry walking away from this was really positive. It's important, fun, and really effective. It can downright embarrass some of the bosses where you just kind of like chain parry them with follow-up attacks and they feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time. But then at other times, there are some bosses that mostly only do slams and they have very limited things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the type, you only do slams and they have very a lot of the time. But then at other times, there are some bosses.
So look at the reward for this parry. So he parried the boss, and look at the devastating follow-up attack he gets rewarded with for parrying the boss. Watch this.
That mostly
33 damage. I'm not even exaggerating. It's like less damage than just an auto attack. Hey, look at this.
They feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time. But then at other times, there are some bosses that mostly only do slams and they have very limited things.
Yeah, the spear throw did just attacking did 33. It's the same value. So wait. So why would I parry?
Things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the types of enemies you face, you'll end up changing your playstyle, and that adds to the overall dynamic feel of the Huntress. One boss you'll be parrying a lot and doing a lot of parry-based counterattacks, and other ones you'll be doing a bit more dodge rolling and hit and run tactics. There are a bunch of parry nodes on the passive tree too. They often come packaged or next to passive block chance, which makes them much more appealing. Many of the nodes do things like parry debuff duration, which is pretty handy for kind of more grace in the follow-up attack timings. It's hard to say if something like full parry investment will be worth it, but since block is...
Another quick thing is this, they said this is on an early dev build, so like maybe the values have changed and maybe it's worth it now or something.
Great anyway, I'm pretty keen to experiment with it in my builds. Now this video is all about skills, so how appropriate then that Boot.dev has returned to be my sponsor once again. That's right, this is the sponsored segment. Boot.dev is all about learning back-end web development skills like coding in Python and Go, as well as practical skills like applying for jobs in the industry. I like to use anything I promote to ensure that it's actually worthwhile, and I've been using Boot.dev to learn more about coding and game development, which it makes super approachable with step-by-step courses and practical projects like making a Pokedex. Even with my very sporadic use of it, I keep making progress because it's actually has me do things like bug fix code to learn, which is something that I engage with a lot more than if it was just straight up theoretical knowledge. And even when I actually do tend to forget things, which is all the time, it has tools like the Spellbook, which is easy to search, basically automatically compiled notes. Oh my god, why didn't I have this in university? And then for stuff that I just don't understand what it's trying to get me to do, it has the Boots AI built in that contextually knows what you know already and what you're currently doing, what the task is, and it does a good job of explaining things like an actual teacher would, based on what's going on. There's free demos for every course and a 30-day no questions asked refund policy for the subscription if you decide to get that, which you can pick up with my discount code ZiggyDGaming for 25% off your first month or first year. But enough about real-life practical skills. Let's talk about far more important things, the Huntress skills. The first skill you get from the tutorial is actually Whirling Slash, but I wanted to talk about Disengage first, as it's the follow-up.
Alright. It costs 5 mana. It's an AoE, it's a melee, it's a strike, and it's a travel. Jump back as you rupture the earth in front of you with spear points, damaging enemies. It consumes the parry debuff on hitting enemies to release a shockwave and grant you a frenzy charge. This skill can be used while using other skills. I can disengage while I'm stabbing them, or Are they saying like it can interrupt it, or I guess I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure what that means.
Up to parry that you get access to the earliest. Disengage ended up being the skill I found myself cutting first in my different runs. It's a slashing backflip with a small AoE. It has a short cooldown, so you can't quite use it end to end, but you can do things like use disengage, dodge roll, move a little bit, then disengage again pretty smoothly. It flips you away from your mouse cursor or target, but you can obviously use that to flip you forwards or sideways depending on where you aim. It seems to work similarly to dodge overall, and it can be used to animation cancel too from other attacks. Could be used while using other attacks. And it also does avoid damage. It guarantees strikes and projectiles miss you while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target that has the parry debuff as well, it causes a chunky little explosion and consumes the debuff to give you a frenzy charge. Since quite a few things want frenzy charges for powerful buffs, the early game strategy of parry, disengage, then throw an empowered spear is very good and quite fun. Both this and parry being easy to pull off make the whole thing way more fun too. It's a simple skill that does a lot for the overall feeling of mobility and that hit and run and ranged melee combination that the Huntress is going for. It really encourages it, I think.
You might be able to use disengage to actually speed run very well, because it feels like it could do two things for you. It could actually just make you go faster. You're running A to B, you run forward, monsters are chasing you, you turn around and then you disengage on them forward. You're literally jumping backward, but as long as you turn around, you jump forward, and then whenever the monsters body block you and surround you, you might be able to disengage and stay alive. It might be really good for like hardcore speedrunning.
Personally, I never took disengage off my skill bar for even a second. It felt like a core class mechanic to me, just like dodge roll. I ended up using the ingenuity support to lower its cooldown, which felt quite nice. And that paired with a bit of incidental parry debuff duration meant that it was really easy to, even if I first missed my first attempt at disengage to try and get that frenzy charge, I would usually be able to do a second one as a follow-up thanks to that combination. The support gem I really loved on disengage though was Shocking Leap, which I believe is a new one. It puts down some shocked ground on use. Since you use disengage on top of enemies a lot of the time, that leaves them shocked exactly when you plan to follow up with some sort of empowered spear throw, for example. It's also really great paired with triggering explosions on whirlwinds from our next skill, Whirling Slash. So Whirling Slash is the first of the wind-themed skills, bit of an archetype here within the Hunter.
Staged. What does staged mean? Performs a circular slash that kicks up a whirlwind around you, slowing enemies and blinding them. Leaving the area collapses the storm, dealing damage and knocking them back. Yeah, it might be like stationary, yeah.
It's a combo piece for quite a few other skills as well. Quite simply, you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each whirling slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages.
Ah, that's what it means. It means that it has stages. Okay.
Simply, you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each whirling slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages. If you leave the whirlwind area, such as just walking away or dodge rolling or indeed disengaging out of it, it explodes, dealing more damage per stage in that larger area. Its main use early on is AoE for packs of enemies. You'll slash and slash and slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies. You'll get a feel for how much damage you need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them, but this is something you get a feel for as your gear evolves. It's less single target just outright used than spear stab in most cases, but you can build whirlwinds ahead of time for single target situations, like for example when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example, you can pre-place those whirlwinds so that when you're forced to move, like a dodge roll or something, it'll detonate, dealing a bit of extra damage. Not to mention that whirlwind blinds enemies, so it's nice to just have down ahead of time. It's a pretty core skill for the early game and feels quite good, but does need a little bit of kind of practice and tips for using it. So here's some things that I noted. The slash has a forward leap if targeted ahead of you, so that you can use it as a gap closer, and that's kind of what you should do. Think of it like hit and run, using that whirling slash to advance on enemies and push them and group them up since it has that knockback, and then use your disengage to explode or dodge roll to get out of the way and explode, and then follow up with more whirling slashes. That's kind of the core little combo there. If you want to place them underneath yourself and you don't want to move around, because sometimes you don't really want to be moving around so much, you can just target right underneath yourself and you won't actually do that little dash. Something that's really good is you can drag the whirlwind around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of. When you use disengage to positions the whirling around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of. When you use disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with shocking leap support on disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that you're currently using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, when he says if you do a slash, he means if you just keep pressing whirling slash and don't walk, if you don't walk out of it, if you don't disengage out of it, then the gap, even if the gap closer moves you out of the whirling slash, it drags it with you. Okay, so if you have a big pack of enemies, the best thing that you could do is spam whirling slash and don't move. Because then you would build it to stage 3, and if you walk and you walk out of it, then you lose all the damage unless the explosion is going to kill them.
When you use disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with shocking leap support on disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that explosion, which is really fantastic. Some suggested supports include the new one, Cadence. This would work well a lot of the time, I think, here, because you're doing 3 attacks, then doing something else, then another 3. So you should maintain something like a 30 to 60% attack speed buff a lot of the time, but you shouldn't ever hit that downside of attacking 8 times in 4 seconds, because you're going to be mixing up the skills you're doing, typically with whirling slash and not just slashing endlessly. So you're never really going to have that cooldown effect. Kind of a neat little support gem. Alternatively, the much more simple approach of martial tempo is solid and just makes things nicer for setting up whirlwinds for twisters that we'll talk about in a moment. I found myself using Bloodlust on it to scale damage if the target was bleeding, which is easily done with other skills like Rake, so that's a nice damage scaling option, even in non-bleed builds. And since, especially with martial tempo or cadence, it's something you're hitting with quite often, it can be used for building up rage stacks with the rage support, for example. So next up is Twister, and this is the natural pairing with Whirling Slash. It simply sends a projectile that pierces through all targets and bounces off walls until it runs out of duration. The Twister is blind as well, which is a nice defensive buff to be able to apply guaranteed on enemies.
Hi Rax, what are my thoughts on every controversial topic? The answer is 7.
At a range like this. Like whirlwinds, when twisters travel over ground effects, they actually gain that element and deal 30% added elemental damage of that type. When they collide with a whirlwind from skills such as Whirling Slash, they consume the whirlwind to deal more damage and create more projectiles. Just note this doesn't cause the whirlwind to explode like it normally would, it consumes it to do this alternate effect with twisters specifically. So if you fire a whirlwind into a stage 3 twister, that means 100 twisters specifically explode like it normally would, it consumes it to do this alternate effect with twisters specifically. So if you fire a whirlwind into a stage 3, this alters. Just note this doesn't cause...
Look at what's happening here.
The whirlwind to explode like it normally would.
Okay, look here.
Look
what he does here. He slashes at nothing, and it's like Frogger.
Consumes it to do this alternate effect with twisters specifically.
Huh.
So if you fire a whirlwind into a stage 3 twister, that means 180% more damage and 4 whirlwinds instead of 1. So that's pretty substantial payoff. As a baseline, twisters deal less damage than just using like basic spear throw, but you know, they pierce and they can bounce around and they can hit the target again as they bounce and come back. Pretty nice in enclosed areas. And when they're fully buffed with added elemental damage, they do tend to deal quite a bit more damage overall. They cannot shotgun with multiple projectiles though, even if it's created from the whirlwind, but more projectiles can make it more likely for extra hits after bouncing, so you can still end up getting more single target damage with extra projectile. I did test with and without scattershot, and overall I didn't really like scattershot on this, mostly preferring to use the whirlwind buff instead. Overall, the skill works really well in small arenas or in tighter spaces, and it can be really nicely combined with whirlwind for kind of encountering dangerous packs and dealing with them before you get, in too much danger. It's a bit like Spark, so duration and projectile speed are both options for scaling it so that you can hit more targets, bounce off walls, and hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really, really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental ground effects around, and that includes even just the shocked ground from disengage, which naturally puts the shocked ground between you and your target, so it's kind of perfect. For other support options, there's plenty of things you can do with this, but the pursuit and retreat supports, the new ones, felt like a great combo with this and well. 'Whirlwind. So let's talk about them. The hybrid melee ranged playstyle of the Huntress and Spears is encapsulated in a brand new pair of support gems here, which kind of naturally go together. Pursuit makes the linked melee attack deal 30% more melee damage if you damage an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. And conversely, Retreat is the opposite. 25% more projectile damage if you've damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. You get what they're going for here, it's pretty obvious. Both have an additional restriction though, preventing the linked skills from doing the other type of damage. This is likely just to prevent issues with like hybrid skills, like Monk's Falling Thunder for example, that have both a melee and projectile component. I didn't run into this at all playing on an actual Huntress. The simplest and most obvious pairing here is just Whirling Slash and Twister, right? They combo together nicely, they're melee and ranged. But that said, the 8 seconds is pretty long, and you can even activate Retreat pretty easily by just using on mobility skills like Thunder Asleep or Disengage. You disengage, you hit the target, that gives you 8.
Leap into the air, plunge your spear into the ground. Okay, send out a shot.
8 seconds of uptime on your damage scaling for your projectile skill. Very nice. The next skill in that first tier of those level 1 gems is Explosive Spear, and this is one of my favorites. It throws a low damage spear that detonates after 2.5 seconds to deal a powerful fire damage explosion. Now you can only have one active spear at a time, and you have to wait for it to detonate before you throw another one, otherwise you'll override it and it'll never detonate. So there's some level of self-control that you need to apply here. That said, consuming a frenzy charge causes it to detonate instantly, leaving behind burning ground. Explosive Spear's explosion, whether it's with Frenzy Charge or after the delay, acts as a detonator, meaning that it can detonate other skills that we'll see later on, like Stormlance or Rapid Assault's stuck spearheads. Explosive Spear overall is very satisfying and effective. The limit on active spears and the longer detonation time actually means that you weave it in between your other skills and combine it opportunistically. Whenever you find a parry opportunity, you can disengage to make a Frenzy Charge, Explosive Spear for that burning ground and some nice damage, and then follow up with Whirling Slash or Twisters to empower them with that added fire damage. Most builds I think will use this for at least a while in Act 1, it's just a good leveling skill for that early portion of the game, if nothing else. But that said, it's definitely got core skill potential, and it was one of the main skills I ended up using in the elemental build that I fell into, combined with Stormlance. For supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement and Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect or Magnified Effect if you want more area of effect, for example. And you can do things with Persistence or Despoiler for burning ground duration, of course, if you're using it mostly to buff your Whirlwinds or Twisters. The gem I liked the most, though, was Overabundance, which is +1 charge and 50% less duration. The duration doesn't actually affect the detonation time, which would obviously probably be a good thing, but that's okay. The extra charge, though, is excellent. It means you can throw 2 down and have 2 explosions for a bit more coverage, and it makes it a little bit easier to not accidentally override yourself and still get those explosions for detonating. The only thing that is affected by the less duration is the burning ground, so it's not as good for applying that effect, but there's plenty of other ways to do that if you're playing some kind of wind build and need ground effects. Onto the level 3 skill gems. We'll start off with Lightning Spear, which I know a lot of people are excited for. This throws a lightning spear.
This is what I want to play. Throw a copy of your spear. When it hits, it bursts, firing secondary lightning bolt projectiles at multiple other enemies within a large area. Consumes a frenzy charge to cause the main spear to split into multiple copies on impact, each of which then bursts. It cannot pierce, fork, chain, or return. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, how do I get this to pierce, fork, chain, and return? So it says directly on there, you can't ever do that. That makes me very sad. That's the whole thing I wanted to do. So there go all my hopes and dreams. Yes, I see the frenzy charge thing. The frenzy charge is set it up here and it says it down here. I see that. But I wanted to do this with like gems. The bolt projectiles can pierce, so the spear can't do it unless it consumes a frenzy charge, but the bolts can. So you're going to have to wait to feed this frenzy charges. Okay.
Spear with a boosted chance to shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall, it splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area. Adding more projectiles doesn't affect that core spear, which is a running theme for these spear throws, but it does affect the split lightning bolts themselves, which are projectiles. The frenzy charge adds more splits and more damage overall, turning it into a bit of a clear speed beast. The splits have full lightning conversion as well, and even more chance to shock too, so particularly good for shocking there. It should be quite nice with Barrage, but I didn't really get much of a chance to test that. And the Innovate support is obviously a pretty good choice here to gain lightning damage on killing shocked enemies. To me, this felt less useful for leveling though than other options that I had access to, but I can definitely see this being a clear speed machine at endgame, especially if you can keep a steady supply of frenzy charges going for those empowered splits. Fangs of Frost is next up, a simple icy stab attack that has its own unique payoff on parried enemies. So when striking a parry debuffed enemy, it causes an icy explosion that leaves chilled ground. This means it can be used as an elemental ground source for wind skills, but I don't really think that's going to be the main use case for it here. Both the explosion and stab have 50% more freeze buildup, and the high damage on the explosion does make for some pretty solid freeze potential. By default, it's not stronger than regular spear stab for raw single target DPS, and I initially kind of wrote it off as not too useful as I wanted to use those parry debuffs to make frenzy charges. Why would I want to consume it for Fangs of Frost when I want to throw my exploding spears and stuff? But I did end up changing my mind on this skill completely later on. When I started getting frenzies from other sources, I found it much more useful overall. With the Combat Frenzy Spirit skill, freezing enemies can generate you easy frenzy charges, and this made it become a core skill in my eventual elemental spear throwing build. A quick poke on trash monsters is a near guaranteed freeze, and therefore a frenzy charge. Great. Much easier than trying to do a parry and disengage. And then when you do use parry for a tougher enemy, you can follow up with the Fangs of Frost for an even more higher chance of getting that freeze.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think this ice attack seems like the best skill so far. Because did anybody play Ice Strike Monk? The value in getting freezes off in the campaign is so insane. the value of freezes cannot be overstated. So now that we have an ice spear attack, maybe I'm gonna go ice spear. There's also storm spear and blazing lance. Huh.
And with decent supports like Cold Infusion and Pursuit, for example, it became a pretty solid high damage and satisfying melee skill to weave in on an otherwise ranged playstyle that I was messing with. The next skill is Spear Field, which is a slightly unusual one that I initially penned as mostly a utility skill, but I think has some pretty strong potential. With Spear Field, you stab the ground and see many spears emerge from the ground in a
Hmm. So I could see this being secretly like crazy good. So the way that I'm thinking about you could use this, think about the gameplay. Think about the gameplay in 90% of ARPGs. What are you doing? You're running forward zone to zone to zone, and there's a bunch of monsters on the screen that you need to kill. Now, what happens if you run past the monsters? They chase you. So if they're chasing you, and if this does like a lot of damage, if you can magnify the explosions, and it's just, you can do crazy things like chain the explosions or whatever, you could probably, in mapping and in zones in the campaign, run in a straight line through the zone and just put spear fields ahead of you and just run, and everything might die. So if this is really, this could be really good, actually. Just run in a straight line, put a straight line of spear fields, and everything just dies.
Cone. These spears will explode when enemies come into contact with them, so either when you summon them into an enemy, or if the enemy walks into them or is pushed into them. The spear explosions maim enemies with additional maim effect, slowing their movement speed considerably, and dealing a decent little chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy for single explosions, but obviously this...
Honestly, the maim is bad. I wish it didn't maim them. I wish they could just keep running into my spears. That honestly seems like it makes the skill worse.
something that you can do more with and build up a bit. I did kind of write this one off initially, but then when I tried it again much later on, and again on a second run, I was focusing more on like a Bleed Fizz character, it did start to blow me away a little bit. You get a spear every 0.2 meters of space, so the way this skill works is more AoE equals more spears, but they don't cluster tighter if you use something like Concentrated Effect, for example. It has a maximum of 70 spears total, and they seem to start replacing after about 3 uses of the skill. So although the amount of spears you get per 0.2 meters of space is fixed, you can stack the spear fields on top of each other. So you can stack 3 on top of each other and get quite a bit more damage clustered for where a boss is going to be walking through, for example. So a bit of a hypothetical here, this is just some theory crafting. With Concentrated Effect, you may be able to stack more and deal more damage in the same location, because maybe you are getting less AoE, which means less spears are being kind of put down per use of the skill. So that means maybe you could do 4 or 5 spear fields on top of each other for single target, you know, or you just spam them into the boss, deleting them as they spawn. Still, Concentrated Effect would be very good there for that. Quality is quite interesting in this as well. It has a chance for hazards to rearm, and I did see this kind of hazard keyword elsewhere on the passive skill tree, for example, which it's basically any like damage dealing effect that's left behind from a skill. So basically this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you could use knockback from the enemies and very direct damage multiplier. 50 various ways, this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage.
Let me listen to what he said one more time.
Chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% way, this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such
There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways,
as rearm chance, and rearm chance
such as rearm chance, and
for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15%.
okay. So what he's saying, if I'm understanding what he said correctly, there is a passive that makes rearm chance a direct damage multiplier. Is that what he's saying? There's a passive that makes rearm chance a direct damage multiplier. So that seems very strong and cool if that's what he meant. Because if he's saying chance to rearm is a direct damage multiplier, I'm guessing this is not what he is meaning. But if he is meaning the chance to rearm is a direct damage multiplier on its own, with the way that I understand the skill, unless it literally is and I'm not aware of it, that's not true. Because there's a cap on the spears, so you can just rearm it and there's no chance that they walk over it. But I think he's meaning that there's a passive that turns rearm chance into a direct damage multiplier. %15 chance to rearm means 15% chance to damage twice, but I don't think it means that. In order to do damage with the spears, they have to step on a spear. So if he steps on a spear and it rearms, he has to step on that spear again to do the damage, right? So that would not be a 50, like, I do not think you can one-to-one correlate those. That's exactly what it means, low IQ streamer moment. It's interesting. So I'm sitting here trying to analyze the mathematics of how it actually works, and someone called me low IQ. Huh. Interesting. So I'm trying to actually calculate how this would really work. I got called low IQ for trying to calculate it. Huh. I've been streaming for a long time. I don't know if I've ever been insulted for trying to figure out how a skill works. And he's saying that I'm completely wrong, and I don't know. I don't know. Are you sure? Are you sure? You need to check yourself, buddy. 15% chance to rearm is a 15% chance for the spear to hit again. It's 15% more damage. It's literally that simple, laughing my ass off. Okay, Mason, what if it doesn't mean that? What if it means he steps on it and then it rearms, meaning you gotta step on it again? Then what? What if it means that? It doesn't say 15% chance to hit again. It says 15% chance to rearm the trap. Mason, I've been trying to be nice to you right now, and there's thousands of people watching, so I need to conduct myself professionally. So let me take it one step further, but without being too over the top. You're stupid as shit with no future. That's me being nice. You're a dumb fuck idiot. That's the nicest way I can put it. Luckily, I'm streaming, so I can't say what I would normally say to you. Maybe one day you can be Fry Cook of the Month, but only if you work really hard with the 2 brain cells that you have, Mason. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand, Mason? I'll let you process that while the adults think about how this might actually work, okay? Try not to shit yourself while we have this discussion. Okay. So, back to this. We won't know. We're just going to have to test it. But there's a lot of ways it could work. It could be the way that Mason does it. And if it is that way, we're going to give him a balloon and a juice box for being right without any thinking. Good job, Mason. Or it could just rearm, so they'd have to step on it again. But if you're casting it all the time and you replenish the spears, does that go above the 70 max? If it doesn't, then that is not 15% more damage. Or he's talking about it in correlation to the additional Huntress passives that make it stronger, which might literally turn rearm time into a direct damage multiplier. I'm not sure what it is, but there's a couple of different ways it could be. Wow, you farted? So did Mason. That took a lot out of him to listen to that. All right, let's keep going.
Percent chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you could use knockback from the spears to push enemies into more spears. So some knockback on the skill itself, or globally perhaps. It would probably take some investment, but could be interesting to look at. I actually think this is a super strong skill against the right types of enemies and built around correctly, in addition to providing some decent utility for slowing enemies down in ranged or bleed builds. Keep in mind that a moving enemy gains bonus bleed damage, and if they're walking slower, they spend more time overall walking to get where they want to be. Speaking of bleed builds, the next skill is Rake, the last of the level 3 skills, and this is a bleed-themed mobility skill. Rake is a slashing attack that leaps forwards to a target if possible. It's got a moderate range when targeted on a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's really zippy overall, and it can dash you around enemies, and it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes. And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you flip away with disengage, for example. Now it has a 100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance, so there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target as like a hit and run combined with some other skills. It's really fast and fun skill. I liked it a lot. A useful mobility even on non-bleed builds too. The combo of Rake, Whirlwind, parry, disengage, and then Rake again. Just kind of like that dash in, flip back
I was
combo.
too busy
really
petting
fun.
Callie.
Moderate range when targeted on...
All right. All right. So you get guaranteed bleed. It just inflicts bleed. So 100% more damage based on distance traveled. So maybe you could magnify that tremendously and turn into Frogger in a map and do massive damage. But maybe Ziggy talks about this, but one thing that helps in the games like this is just applying ailments. For example, there might be some other skill or combo that says you do double damage to bleeding enemies. So you might use Rake as just a way to apply bleed and then murder them with something else. So one of the two biggest things for me is you can do double damage if you jump really far. And this is a way to auto-apply bleed, maybe for something else.
On a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's really zippy overall, and it can dash you around enemies, and it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes. And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you like flip away with disengage, for example. Now it has a 100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance, so there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else, for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target as like a hit and run combined with some other skills. It's really fast and fun skill. I liked it a lot. A useful mobility even on non-bleed builds too. The combo of Rake, Whirlwind, parry, disengage, and then Rake again, just kind of like that dash in, flip back combo. It was really fun. Obviously, brutality, heft, and deep cuts are going to be there for bleed damage. Cadence and martial tempo if you want to use it more for speed and maneuverability. And I actually stumbled upon Stomping Ground as a support for this, which is really fun. Rake moves so fast and there's kind of a lot of steps, so Stomping Ground adds a bunch of hits to make Rake a better single target and clear skill at the same time.
This seems really good for Stampede. I think we should do this on Stampede, shouldn't we? Strength stacking Stampede Warrior would probably murder with this support gem.
Same time, you just kind of have a little bit of strength for the damage to be based on while leveling, but because on a bleed build you need a bunch of red sports, you're going to have some strength anyway, and just with the strength I kind of needed from and got from some incidental gear, I found this combo was very strong. Definitely a cool combo, one to have a look at for sure. Since we're talking about bleed skills, it's time for the skill with the edgiest, sickest name of all time,
Herald of Blood.
Herald of Blood is, as name suggests, a new bleed oriented herald skill, which means
Okay, so I think I answered one of my questions from reading the description and then a tooltip. So the very first line, it says, killing an enemy with blood loss causes a bloody... Well, actually, no, I don't actually know if that answers the question. So my question is, does that mean... And Mason, you're going to want to pause the video here. This is going to go way over your head. Killing an enemy with blood loss. Does that mean that a bleed has to kill the enemy? Or does it mean if you kill any enemy, that bled? I thought later on in the tooltip it answers it, but I'm not actually sure. as long as it has bled. Or well, see, Ziggy explains it. Okay.
Means you get access to it at gem level 4, also known as gem level 10 after killing the King of the Mists. While active, killing an enemy that has experienced quote-unquote blood loss causes them to explode.
That has experienced. So I think it's the second one. As long as they have bled, any amount of damage, any way of killing them would cause the explosion. Okay, that's good. If it was the first way, it would be worse.
Dealing physical attack damage in an area. So blood loss is this new system where the total bleed damage on enemies can be tracked and seen on the life bars as this kind of like missing portion of life. You'll only see it whenever you have a skill or an effect that cares about blood loss in some way. So as soon as you put Herald of Blood on, you'll start seeing it on enemies. The explosion has some base physical damage, but the bulk of its damage is actually based on the total blood loss of the exploded enemy. It's 15% of the exploding enemy's blood loss total. So this is an unscalable value, which is typical for effects like this, since it's already effectively has been scaled by your damage in the first place via the actual bleed in the first place. A bit like Plague Bearer from Path of Exile 1 if you're familiar. What this means is that even just 1 point of bleed damage is enough to cause Herald of Blood to explode for a small amount of damage, regardless of whether the enemy actually dies to bleed or another hit or something else, just as long as they experience blood loss at some point, even if they've stopped bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake for example, will cause some very chunky high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can aggravate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE clear that they desperately need. Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so it maybe requires up stragglers and deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. They could have had a lot of they experience blood loss at some point, even if they've stopped bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake for example, will cause some very chunky high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can aggravate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving.
So that to me seems like the chain reactions there would be quite extreme, right? Because well, actually aggravated, actually now that I think about it, probably doesn't actually help that much, because they would be moving anyway. Aggravated bleeding is the same, is the damage of bleeding as if they were moving, but they would be moving anyway because they're chasing. So does that give no bonus damage if they're chasing you?
This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE clear that they desperately need. Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so maybe you can do some clever things with that perhaps. It's pretty satisfying and effective at even leveling a build that's not really focused on bleed and using Rake for mobility. It was great for AoE clear. You can of course support it as well, just keep in mind that the blood loss damage is unscalable, so you mostly want to stick to things like Magnified Effect for extra area or utility supports, I imagine. Now moving on to skill level 5, we'll start with Rapid Assault. This skill performs 6 small stabs in a pretty fast sequence and then a large final strike. It seemed like a partial lock-in skill to me, but I think you can interrupt between the 6.
Okay.
Fast stabs and then the final large one if needed, but there is some kind of element to commitment to it. It's a skill that you want to use when you can kind of do so safely. The final strike is definitely the most important part of the skill, and it has pretty long range, which means it'll often connect even if you miss that first combo, which is nice. And that final strike is guaranteed to cause bleeding and has a small knockback for a bit of bonus bleed damage as well. Finally, that final strike lodges a stuck spearhead in the target for up to 10 seconds, and you can have a total of 5 stuck spearheads in a target if you can do so quickly enough. The spearheads themselves don't do anything, but if they're hit by a detonator skill, they explode, dealing some extra damage in a small explosion. At gem level 5, it was 85% damage per explosion, so it's not a ton, but that does total to over 400% if you get all 5 in and then detonate them. So it makes it a decent final punch finisher. Mechanically, I think this works quite nicely. When the enemy is vulnerable, you hit them with a few rapid assaults. Then when they start moving again, you detonate the spearheads with an explosive spear or a thunderous leap. Depending on your build, you might be throwing detonators anyway, so that extra damage is just bound to happen as a bonus. When you kind of math out the small rapid hits, the big final hit, and then the potential detonations down the line, it does end up being quite good single target. The bleed does, however, seem kind of supplementary here with no real major bonus or like heavy hit from that final strike to, to give it that extra punch that a bleed really needs. Overall, it's a solid single target skill that'll probably see use in a variety of builds, I expect, especially if they do have a detonator skill kind of already in their gameplay rotation. And of course, don't forget things like detonating arrow, explosive grenades, and explosive shot all exist for weapon swap setups. Next up, Stormlance is another thrown spear skill and one of my other favorites alongside explosive spear, which it happens to pair very nicely with. This skill has got a lot going on, so hold on to your butts. Stormlance sees you throw a spear that pierces enemies and lodges in the ground, where it then proceeds to intermittently zap nearby enemies with chaining bolts of lightning. You can have 3 active Stormlancers in the ground at any one time zapping away, but you can only throw 1 spear at a time, so Scattershot is out, thankfully I think, but Barrage is an option. The stuck spears are detonatable, but they won't detonate by themselves. If they are hit by a detonator, such as Explosive Spear's Explosion, they'll rapidly fire out 16 bolts near instantly in a larger area before expiring. It's pretty chunky damage, especially with 3 of them stacked in one place and then detonated. But of course, all thrown skills have a frenzy charged version, and Stormlance is no different. When consuming a frenzy charge, Stormlance will fire bolts 4 times faster and detonate itself, causing shocked ground. It's basically 3 skills in one: the basic AoE zaps, detonated mega zaps, and frenzy charge machine gun zaps with shocked ground. And they're all a little bit different in how they function. I love this skill and I just kept coming back to it. My primary elemental build on my first run through to the mid 50s.
To me, like, I'm not trying to be negative here, but when I see this, if you just replace the character with lightning arrow and lightning rod, or like orb of storms and lightning rod, doesn't it look like exactly the same? This looks identical to what we've already been playing the whole time. It is cool. I like it. I'm sure the theory crafting of it is different, and maybe it functions differently, but it certainly doesn't really look like it. Looks like this is lightning arrow, lightning rod, or orb of storms lightning rod. You throw stuff on the ground and then they detonate really fast and do lightning-y stuff.
Or so was Stormlance and Explosive Spear, combined with Frenzy Charge generation from Sniper's Mark for single target, and Combat Frenzy otherwise. I used Electrocute support on this skill to convert the damage from Shock Chance to Electrocute to passively feed me Frenzy Charges, which worked quite well. And that's nice because the empowered version still causes shocked ground anyway, so you're not really missing out on anything there. Just the opportunity cost of using the gem, I suppose. I'd throw 1 or 2 Stormlancers, 1 or 2 Explosives with the extra charge support, and then extra Stormlancers as the explosives started detonating to keep a continuous rumble of Stormfire. And those would just be getting passively empowered as frenzy charges kind of trickled in better and better as I got more and more investment as I went.
I'm going to be honest. What I was really excited for was like a Diablo 2 Javazon kind of thing. This seems like a lot of work for a lot less of an effect. And I actually think after watching this, I think I'd much rather play a bleed build and try to build up the Herald bleed. I think this is making me want to go bleed instead. I thought the coolest thing here was the was the Herald of Bleedy Bob stuff. I'd rather try to, as quickly as I can, put as many bleeds on the enemies as I can, get them behind me, and have a massive explosion all the time.
Safe to say that Stormlance is a hard recommend from me, based on my first impressions, though I can see Lightning Spear outperforming it on pure clear speed.
Okay, I
based
loved
on
what
my
he just
first
did
impressions,
there. What
though
was
I can
that?
say that Stormlance
I love
is a
that
hard
jumpy
recommend
bob
from me,
over the
based on my
gap.
first impressions,
Oh,
though
I
I
need
can
that.
see Lightning Spear outperforming it on pure clear speed, of course, but this is a nice combined AoE and single target skill. The final skill I did want to mention is Barrage. It's not technically a new skill, but it is available here on this line and has been reworked a little bit to have its functionality expanded to include thrown spear attacks in addition to bow attacks. This means that it doesn't work for Twister, which isn't a thrown spear. It's a projectile attack, but you don't actually throw your spear. But it will for the rest of the thrown spears. If you're unfamiliar, Barrage works by you cast a quick spell that gives you a little buff that then empowers your next attack, compatible, to have 2 additional repeats, basically. One thing to remember is that it also consumes frenzy charges to add additional repeats, and that's a good thing, but here in these builds, it may consume the frenzy charges that you intended to empower a spear throw instead, so it's not necessarily all upside there. Let's do a quick rundown on the functionality with the thrown spears as I see it. Explosive Spear is bad with Barrage because of the limited number of active explosive spears being 1 by default or 2 with the support. Either way, if you throw 3, it's kind of wasted. You're better off just not barraging and throwing them separately most likely. Lightning Spear does seem good with Barrage. You use Barrage as you're moving between packs of enemies to empower it, and then you unleash 3 Lightning Spears to clear a large area. Great. I'm not entirely sure of the interaction with frenzy charges on the throw, as there was some inconsistencies here and there that were still being worked on, so we'll have to see where that lands once the developers have finalized those mechanics. Like, I'm not sure if it takes 3 frenzy charges to empower a full barrage, or if it's just 1 frenzy charge for the full barrage. Obviously, the latter would be much stronger there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Stormlance is a pretty good pairing with this too. With the limit of active Stormlances being 3, you can barrage a set of 3 and then focus on using other skills for some nice front-loaded damage, so pretty good. As Glacial Lance was not playable in my test, I cannot comment on it. We'll have to wait and see for that one. Whirlwind Lance does seem like one of the best pairings. I didn't think to re-equip Barrage when I got it, unfortunately, to test. Sorry about that, but Barrage gives 3 projectiles, and that's an instant 3 stages with the whirlwinds that the Lance creates. That'll be in part 2, so we can look at that then. Overall, Barrage didn't feel mandatory, which I appreciate. I like that it just kind of felt like a potentially good option depending on the skill you're using. I ended up rotating it out for other skills long term, as there was a lot I wanted to use on the Huntress, and the slots were pretty tight, honestly, more so than ever before. I did not have enough skill slots, despite how many you actually get. I can see Barrage being a part of some setups based on more player preference than anything else, so that sounds pretty good. We'll see how it pans out. But that's it for part 1. In part 2, I'll cover the skills from level 7, 9, 11, and 13, as well as some of the Amazon Ascendancy skills and mechanics. We'll also take a look at Team Beast, but just as a heads up, I didn't get a chance to try the Rower mount, so...
Alright. Now I'm subbed. Give him a like. 0 dislikes. What a giga Chad. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Give him a comment for the algorithm. Here's the video, guys. If you guys want to show him some love here. Gonna spam it here if you guys want to see. So if you guys want to give him a like for showing helping us decide what we want to play. Nice work there from Mr. Ziggy. All right. Well, that makes me really, really think that I might play Bleed. I don't know. Here, let's do a poll real quick. I'm interested to hear what you guys think after looking at that showcase. What are you excited for on Huntress? Bleedy stuff. Elemental stuff. movement stuff. Something else. Not interested in Huntress. Alright, I'm spamming the poll. Vote if you care. Vote if you care. There it is on YouTube. Oop. I have to manually click refresh results. That's stupid. Is that new? Does the Amazon Ascendancy have any... See, now I'm wondering if I should go Ritualist. Does anybody have a link to the... Or wait, Max... It's on Maxwell. Yeah, never mind. I know where it is. It's on Maxwell. I was like, where did I see that? If I go POE2... Here it is. If I go here, let me see here. Here's the Ritualist. All right. Okay, and does it tell me what is blood boil? Blood boil applies the little boils on them. It applies corrupted blood. Does anybody know exactly what the definition of corrupted blood is on the life drain? Can I... Is there a way in this game to... Can I search for... Is there corrupted blood on the passive tree that I could read somewhere? Is there a definition of it somewhere? Let's see. Is there like a wiki for it or something? Corrupted blood POE2. It's a debuff. It deals physical damage over time. Has nothing to do with bleeding. It is not a damaging ailment. You can't boost it with bleeding. You can't boost it with damaging ailments. It can stack up to 10 times. When an instance of corrupted blood is applied, any existing stacks of corrupted blood are refreshed. Usually the base duration is 5 seconds. Okay. So it does physical damage, but it isn't a bleed, and it isn't a damaging ailment. Huh. Okay. So it seems like it's going to be very hard to scale the damage of Blood Boil. Maybe physical damage buffs it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a negative Nancy. I mean, maybe this is good. As the first ascendancy, you just get Blood Boil straight away. What are my other options here? Can I do anything with bleedy stuff over here? Does bleed on rake, for example, we'd have to go back and look at the rake tooltip. Is the bleed applied by rake similar to other like damaging ailments where it's based upon the strength of the physical hit delivered? So then I still think potentially Amazon is still a godly choice because they said that this is base crit. And so critting them with your physical attacks should magnify the bleed outrageously, which should massively buff Herald of Blood, right? So with the weakness and stacking crit and stacking accuracy, you should be able to have some massive bleeds, which help with Herald of Blood. Yeah, so I still think... So on your first ascendancy... I really don't think there's any chance you're going to have the accuracy or the critical damage bonus where this is going to be more valuable than reveal weakness, right? I feel like this in all cases is just going to be better. And then for the second ascendancy, we could consider respecking. But I have a feeling you still won't have enough. If you respect, you could either respect this full branch or you could take this full branch. I have a feeling this is going to be way better for clear speed. So I feel like in the campaign, you always go this line and then potentially respec later. Will this buff Blood Mage? I mean, possibly. I can. Hello. Hello? Hi. Callie, you're such a nice little dog. Such a nice little dog, Callie. So I think you want to know what's the beautiful part about this? For like, this is like damage type agnostic, right? This just buffs you like in all situations. It's just skill speed and make rares and uniques weaker. And it's movement speed and skill. This is just Giga Chad for like almost any build. It just works. So you go this for the campaign, and then in the end game you can respec to whatever you want. Fubgun said this was the weakest node. Which is the weakest node? Sorry, which one is the weakest? The weakness buff, most people think it sucks. Yeah, I saw it, like, it only has it for certain little bars of their health. So it's like 50% more damage for little tiny patches of their health bar. It's up on rares and uniques about 40% of the time. So 50% more damage. If it's up 40% of the time, isn't that, I don't know, isn't that very good? 50% multiplicative 40% of the time? I mean, let's say that the screenshot was a low roll and it's 50%. I mean, 50% of 50% is 25% multiplicative damage on rares and uniques. Half of 50? He's saying he's calculating it at about 18. Yeah, I'm not at all saying that this node is broken in any way. The thing that I like about this path is that it's universal, right? Hello. Hi. Hello. I think she's trying to tell me something. I think she needs to go to the bathroom. So let me let her go. Callie, do you need to go potty? You want to go potty? Do you want to go potty? All right. Be right back. 1 second. All right, I got my water bottle. We go. Any word on the patch? Give me 1 second, guys. All right. All right. Okay. So no patch notes, huh? Why is Grinding Gear Games trying to destroy fast-paced builds? There's a couple of reasons. They hate fun and they hate us. It's just hatred is what it is. Yeah, let's get the music going. They hate us. That's it. I knew it. All right. Okay. Gazzy and DM are messaging me. Are they still chatting? They might want to talk to me. Do you guys want to talk to Gazzy and DM if they're up? They're up for it? I just asked Gazzy if they're still chatting. No, you don't need Gazzy. You don't like Gazzy? Why not? Why not? What are my views on Huntress minion build? They didn't really showcase any minion stuff, did they? You think DM is the worst? He's the worst? Why is DM the worst? Okay, 139 is a god tier time. God tier, god tier. DM is so overrated. Why? You guys don't like DM? Can't stand his voice and he looks like he needs a shower? Well, I've never met DM, but I bet DM smells like a botanical garden. Okay, she should be dead here. $334. We have a lead, boys. Can't wait to throw it all away. Ready to lose it all? DM has no soul? He doesn't have a soul? Are you just saying that because he's a redhead and redheads have no souls? Okay. Oh, okay. That might actually check out, unfortunately. Not to be rude, but that might actually check out, though. Okay, ready? Okay, we're gonna randomly throw a frost bomb and then go stand on it. See if the witch teleports on it. She didn't, of course. Frost bomb instantly. Please detonate. Okay, did some damage to her. For once in my life. I'm dead here. This girl's way too strong, man. I don't know, I can't. I'm dead. Just restart the run. Just let him kill me. It's over. I don't know what to do. I'm so weak. I actually landed a frost bomb or two. I just do no damage. None. All right, here we go. Go. Oh, I don't have my movement speed thing. I don't have my movement. I really wish that this would stay bound, man. I wish you could bind the movement speed to all characters. Wrong way. Okay, go down. Okay. Are the notes out? I don't think so. It's not looking good, boys. Why did he charge that way? That was weird. That was very unfortunate. He got his big dick attack off before. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay, we got the. Okay, we don't want the checkpoint. Okay, this is some advanced tech right here. Just place a random frost bomb and hope he ports into it. Easy. This witch is just too good. This witch is just too smart. Oh my god, what the fuck? Should be this way. Yep. Jonathan is my uncle. Can you ask your uncle when the patch notes are coming out? Am I playing hardcore SSF? I'm playing play 5 seconds and reset over and over because I keep dying. That's the mode I'm playing. There's no progressing here, unfortunately. Oh, I got a support gem. Yes. That's big good. Well, I've ran 568,000 miles and found one checkpoint. So the run is completely lost. It's over. Apparently I'm stuck on a wall again. I need to find a checkpoint. My only chance to live here is a checkpoint. I don't know. I'm just wandering aimlessly, and the run's completely over. Look how far I've ran. I found nothing. And as far as I know, it's just pure luck. There's no. I don't think they've found a way to actually reliably find anything. So the run's over. It's over. It's too bad. It's over. I'm stuck. Ooh, man, he 100 0'd me. Didn't matter though. Takes me 5 hours to find the checkpoints. Okay, I think Gazzy and DM are up for chatting. I'll try to speedrun while we're chatting. I'm sure that'll just make it even more impossible. Hey, what's up, man?
Yo, 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 yo. I'm just
Yo.
chilling, stalling. How's the stalling going for you?
I just keep dying within the first like 6 levels of speed running a witch, just over and over and over, just literally running forward to the Rust King with nothing, and it's pretty brutal, man.
Yeah, that sounds brutal. My chat's telling me to ask you for anime recommendations. Is that a good thing?
I would say like I'm not the authority on anime around here, but I have watched quite a few of them. I've watched most of the most popular ones. I bet I
So I
could.
feel like I need to give you some context first.
Okay.
My take on anime has been that I like to watch cartoons as well, but then this weird thing happened where I grew up and I stopped watching it. And recently, I've been forced to I put the sub goal up myself, but I watched an anime which was solo leveling, and it took me about 10 to 12 episodes in, which I wouldn't have gotten to unless I was forced. But I did happen to enjoy that one, and as a result, I tried another one that was recommended, which was Attack on Titan. I went 8 episodes in, and it's been the worst shit I've ever experienced. So that's the context.
Okay. So, um, I think I'm understanding what's at play here.
Hmm.
So, in my opinion, Attack on Titan is probably top 2 all time for anime. But here's the thing about Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan, first of all, it gets way godlier later. I'm sure you're like, it's so annoying when people say that, right? It's so annoying when people
Hmm.
say, oh, it gets good later on, da 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 da. The thing about
Yeah.
Attack on Titan is the thing that you have to love about that is the actual story and like how it's trying to correlate to how like the comments that it's trying to make on the real world, and how like
Hmm.
making enemies out of people and partitioning people and waging war on people just makes everybody lose, and all the other things that it's trying to tell you. If you're just, but solo leveling is different. Solo leveling is just, it's like gaming for us. It's kind of like it's
Yeah.
relatable much more quickly, and it doesn't have like any really deep meaning to it, right?
Yeah, but like I agree with that. That helped me get to episode 10 to 12 or something. But then after that, I was able to like look past the cartoony feel, and I genuinely, I hate to say admit it because of my previous stance, but I genuinely enjoyed solo leveling. I don't think I would enjoy watching further than the last episode, which was like episode 25, because I feel like they have to ramp it up to such extreme levels that, what's the challenge? But in Attack of Titan, I've gotten 8 episodes in, and I'm still having troubles looking past the cartoony. But I do find the story somewhat interesting, though. I'll say that.
Yeah. So have you seen like Game of Thrones, for example?
I'm not sure if there's an anime, but live action, of course, yes.
No, I mean the regular show, not the anime.
Yeah.
Attack on Titan kind of gets like kind of as complex as Game of Thrones. There's going to be like multiple factions with all of their backstories coming together, and like you view everything one way but then you view everything another way, and then there's like all these gray lines where you see these like insane fights, and you don't actually really even know who you're rooting for, or who's like the villain, or who's the protagonist and who's the antagonist. I think the main character Aaron, in one of the as it gets toward the end, uh, there he got like nominated for like best best hero in an anime, and also got nominated for like best villain. It's like you don't even know like which one he is anymore. It does a
Huh.
really good job of that later on. But Attack on Titan is an anime you will hate if you don't actually really pay attention to what's going on. It'll add layers and layers. It'll get confusing eventually. And some people that I watched it with, they weren't really paying attention. So they're like, what the fuck is even happening? It's like, well, if you're not paying attention, you're not going to get it.
So,
Um,
like, would you say that I would have to like get to like the entire first season, entire 2 seasons before like I might actually find myself enjoying it? Because I'm not sure I'm built to handle that far in.
Um, it definitely ramps. It builds upon the story constantly, brick by brick by brick. I think it's one of the only animes that perpetually gets better. I think it's just better and better and better and better and better the whole way. So it's never going to get worse.
Okay.
But like in the very beginning, I assume like you see some titans and there's some people like fighting them, and the titans are scary, but there's so much to learn, and they get so much more powerful, and it it gets pretty crazy. So, but yes, it does take some time. So anyway, you asked me for recommendations. What is like an anime that is kind of like Solo Leveling, where it gets right into it, and maybe it's not even that long, and you can tell if you're going to like it right away. Two I would recommend to you are Death Note and
Oh, I've
Berserk.
not watched the Berserk. I've
I
watched the live action Death Note, which was fantastic. That was so cool.
Death Note is not a long anime. I think I'm guessing the entire thing is 35 episodes, and it's done. That's it. It's over. Um,
Oh.
it's really, 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 really good. Really good.
Yeah, I've watched the live action, which okay. I know that there's a Netflix version. I watched that. That is shit. I actually have watched the Japanese live action. Never seen the anime ever, but the live action Japanese version of Death Note was fantastic.
Yeah. Death Note. One of my friends told me what it was. You figure this out 5 seconds in the first episode, so I'm not spoiling anything. But the main guy picks up a book, and if you write their name in the book, they die. It's just that's it.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like he told me like that's what it's about, and I was wondering, it's like how could that be an interesting story? Like I don't even get like what could you do with that to make it interesting? But the story that they built in the 35 episodes is actually fucking insane. Like I would never think of that. It's really good.
Yeah, like one of the best parts for like again, I haven't seen the anime, but the live action was like the way they twist the plot so that like you don't really know what's about to happen, and it just makes so much sense how they build and structure the story around it in the live action made me really enjoy watching that. So if they have
Yep.
like a similar approach to the anime, I might actually find myself enjoying it.
Yep. So Death Note is really good, and it's really short. Like it gets right into it immediately. It's over. Like you're going to be real sad. It's over quickly. Berserk is kind of the same way. Berserk is I would say it's close to Solo Leveling. It's about a guy who's a real good fighter. And the thing about Berserk is it's very dark and it's very twisted. It's like
But
it,
that's
it
how Attack of Titan was described to me as well.
no, no. Berserk is no, like no, it's not the same. It's
No, okay.
this is much like this Berserk is not something like little children should watch. It's not even like brutal fighting. It's like brutal in other ways, like, you know. But
Not something I should put my daughter on then.
no, like not something we can even discuss over voice. Like, but
Oh, is
again,
that bad?
yeah, it's yeah, I mean, in the end it gets very weird. But the again, it's about fighting. It's about a guy who gets real powerful and eventually first he's fighting humans, then he's fighting demons, and then the demons do things that are bad, real bad, and then yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'll keep it in mind.
I,
DM is ready, so I'm just gonna bring him into the call.
yeah, Berserk is my favorite anime. I think Berserk is #1 all time.
I've made a list here. I've added some notes. All right, I'm bringing DM in. Oh, there is a group chat with us already. I'll call there.
okay.
I appreciate
Yo.
suggestions, Rex. That's good because I feel like every time you ask, it's like you get 500 different suggestions, and then another guy tells you that that guy's suggestion was bad, and you get another 500 from
Well,
another
listen.
guy.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about my suggestions. Like, not saying mine are better. Don't listen to other people. Both of these animes are short. Like, there's no
Yeah.
wait till season 5 and figure it out. Like, you can watch the whole thing and decide whether you like it or not. I'm gonna be shocked if you don't like Berserk. Berserk is just like a slightly better solo leveling.
But you've
But
been trying to rope me into playing Fortnite with you guys as well.
we played all night last night, dude. We played some insane players last night.
I missed out.
Yeah, dude. I told you, we're always gaming, man.
Maybe I should have tried it. Fuck. I have to make time for that. I hear that Darth is carrying you guys in there though when he's playing. Is that true?
That's true. Yeah, it's accurate.
Darth just holds forward and shoots his gun.
Works every
Yeah.
time.
I
We
heard
played
that's the
Fortnite tonight.
war cry as well.
I mean, we
Since
play all
we got nothing to do.
we play all the time. Yeah. The problem is
Sounds good to me.
there's no way to like smurf my MMR. So like we'll get like like DM has kind of experienced this. You might get like one game where you can play, and then they're like, nope, like that's like your mercy game. Then it like puts you into like the full brunt of your MMR, and yeah, then it gets pretty rough out there. There you get the 11-year-olds on Adderall with a Red Bull IV, and yeah, it's all over.
What was the name of the guy you kept saying was always destroying every match?
Peterbot.
Something like that. Someone who like
Oh,
when he's in
Peter,
the
the
game.
Peter. Yeah, no, dude. Peterbot.
Yeah,
Peterbot.
Peterbot wins.
That's
everything.
probably like some 12-year-old guy or what?
No, he's older than 12, but yeah, I mean, if you like watch him play like in a build tournament, you can't even like comprehend what he's doing. He's just he's building and editing so fast. He just builds a wall and then he edits it out, and then he shotguns them in the head in 0.1 seconds and then rebuilds the wall. Just dead. It's like, oh, okay. Excuse me, sir.
That's why
No,
Zero
I mean,
Build's the only playable one.
Yeah. And
yeah.
we found an even more primitive Neanderthal-like version. There's a new playlist called OG, which is the beginning of Fortnite, which is a giant map with almost no guns and no ammo. There's no movement whatsoever, and you just walk forward and shoot your gun. That's all you can do. There's no hiding. It's just fighting.
It's like I was an avid fan of PUBG, right? And so I mean, this whole no building mode kind of thing kind of feels like that would be what I'd expect. Is that kind of accurate?
I don't even play build. I've never played one game of build Fortnite. So yeah, you just build is
Wait, but
stupid.
you did try PUBG, right?
I have never played PUBG before.
Oh,
I've never played it.
PUBG's all right.
yeah. That one I
DM,
liked.
DM, we can't get DM. He can play like 3 games of Fortnite, and then he says, "Why are we on Fortnite?" And then he logs off.
That's actually accurate. I can't play Fortnite for like 8 hours straight. I'll play a few and then it's like, brother, you've been playing this game like you're sweating this game like 8 hours a day for months straight. And it's like, please, like let me have any other game where you DM me to play something. Just anything else.
We should try Chain together, the 3 of us.
I mean, it's just
We did
way,
that with Woody.
it's way too easy. We'll just murder it.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I've
We're just
beaten
too
it.
sweaty for it.
I used to have not like I didn't have like the world record time, but I used to have like one of the top times at the very beginning. I had like an hour 15-minute run. I was like, I don't know, 4th on speedrun.com or something. Now that nowadays that's a terrible time, but now I think the world record's like 40 minutes or something. So that's insane.
Jesus. I mean, speedrunners are built different, that's for damn sure.
Watching
Yes.
the Only Up meta was actually pretty fun on Twitch.
Yeah, with
Which one?
God, what's his name? Starts with a D. What's his name?
Distortion too.
Distortion. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was going to call
What
him
was it?
Discord. I'm like, not Discord. What's his name? Distortion. Only Up is just a climbing game. Climb to the top.
Oh yeah, Only Up. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
it.
where you take
Clips or
the
something.
crazy Halo 2 super bounces
Yeah.
to the top. Yeah.
Oh, Halo 2, the sword glitch to fly up. Oh, that's good shit.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, the sword. Yeah, you sword at somebody and then cancel it and fly beyond them.
Yeah, and do
Sword.
that on the lockout map and bring a
Yep.
sniper. You could be on top of the world. Sit there with a
Yep.
sniper. It's good times.
Yeah.
You know
Okay.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh
Absolutely.
man, that was good times.
When Halo 2 came out on Xbox Live, that was like we thought it was like the coolest thing that ever existed. We were just stuck on XBC before, and XBC sucks.
You know, it's funny. A friend of mine that found our old. We talked about this earlier. He found his first Xbox on an attic when he was cleaning it out, and he plugged it in and booted it up. And we found like all of my childhood friends' aliases and old accounts that we used to play Halo 2 with. They were all still there.
Really?
Yeah. So he's keeping it just for nostalgic reasons. So good.
Those were the
Reminds
days,
you
man.
of skipping school. Yeah, like skipping. He lived right pretty close to the school, so we would skip classes and go on our lunch break to his home to play Halo. Oh man.
If only
Did you
we could
see
have. No, go ahead.
sorry?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask if you saw the Tame Beast being percent reservation. I linked it in the group chat.
Percent reservation.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like 42.3% spirit or something reservation.
Okay, that reminds me of POE1, right? So that's how it used to be in POE1. But I thought most of it was just like flat nowadays. Like a flat value.
Yeah, it is. It's the only spirit percentage thing we have in the game other than Grand Spectre Jewels.
I wonder, so is the logic behind that because if you put Tame Beast on an already minion build, then it would be like super OP, so you're penalizing the minion builds that are stacking spirit more heavily or something? Is that the idea?
I would assume so, and make it a little easier on the spirit cost for the non-minion focus builds. But I mean, it's already dexterity based, so if you're playing a minion focus, you're already forced into having a ton of intelligence, and it's a dex base. I mean, we're not gonna have 210 intelligence and 210 dexterity. It just feels kind of crazy.
Yeah.
On the other hand, reservation cost is probably scaling with quality levels or something. Since it's 42.3, that would indicate that it scales. Or it could scale with the different monster modifiers.
So you're thinking, I don't know. I guess what's the overall implication there that I guess Tame Beast is going to be situational, going to be easier to acquire if you have low spirit, and a mega penalty if you're stacking spirit.
kind of. But I mean, the game already suffers from mobility being kind of down the drain, right? So I mean, if you find a rare that has only hasted as the notable modifier, like you're gonna want that as a tamed beast. Movement speed, attack, cast speed, all built in one free aura. You're taking that no matter what, right?
Probably.
We'll see how it goes. Maybe we can do like some sort of ES evasion hybrid minion build with it.
I'm thinking patch notes are gonna. I think patch notes are gonna take a while. I think I'm just gonna wrap up and be done for the day. I don't think I want to wait around for patch notes. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like later on today, probably.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating it's going to be anytime soon, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I doubt it either. I really wanted to do like Act 1 practice over and over again. So if you guys want to play some games later on off stream or something, hit me up. I think I'm gonna wrap it.
Well, actually, DM, I was thinking tonight would be a unique night where I didn't stay up till 6 a.m. playing games. No, just kidding. Yeah, let's play. Never mind. I do that every night.
I mean, I'm already planning on staying up till my daughter has got to go to kindergarten because, like, I got to flip my day and my sleep schedule for the launch. You guys have it so good because, like, for me, the launch is in the evening, so I have to sleep all day and wake up like in the early evening time. And you guys have it in the morning, right, or midday?
Yeah, it's
It's 11 a.m. for me.
Yeah, he's in Alaska. He's way on the west, so I'm in the dead center, so it's more like in the middle of the day for me. Yeah.
And that's kind of comfy. Like you can sleep in, eat breakfast, go live. Like I wake up, I eat dinner with my family, then I go live. It's like
Yeah, that's weird.
it's so awkward.
You're like working on the night shift.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. Like I go to bed when the sun comes up, and then I wake up when it's down again. I don't get to see the sun, man.
All right, well, I'm gonna head out. I think I'm gonna wrap up here and head on out, send it over. They want you. I think I'm just gonna take the half day and wait on for tomorrow. Watch them tomorrow, and then it's into the launch. So, cheers, boys.
Yeah.
All right,
for the rest of your night.
Maybe see you later, DM. Have a good one.
Yeah, hit me up if you want. Cheers.
Yeah.
So, what do you you watched the Siggy video, right?
I did.
What's your take on the Huntress so far after watching that?
Well, all right. Like again, I'm not trying to be negative. I want to just ask like a question, right? It's just a question.
Yeah.
Okay. So toward the end, when you saw him playing like I don't know what it's called, lightning throw bob with lightning Java bob, whatever the hell it's called. Didn't that like look like visually? I know like mechanically it might be different, but didn't it look visually exactly the same as lightning arrow and lightning rod? I was telling my chat, if you showed me this gameplay and you just edited out the character and didn't show me what was playing, I would guess you're playing a ranger playing lightning arrow and lightning rod. It looked the same to me. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, as a player that likes proxies, minion totem traps, mines, and then the next thing I would like is casters, and then there's a handful of attack builds. So for me, most attack builds look the same already. So now I'm with you 100% in that. On the other hand, though, there are two attack builds in POE1, Kinetic Blast and Power Siphon, wonder builds that I absolutely love. And that's, awkward for me to say since I focus so much on minions. And in POE2, the Huntress is the first class of the Spears with the abilities that actually got me excited, and that was the bleed stuff. It looked so good.
I completely agree after watching the video. Like going in, I was pretty set that I was going to play something elemental. Like what I'm really hoping for from both PoE and Last Epoch is like the actual Jabazon from Diablo 2. Like that is one of the most fun play styles, like to actually do like Lightning Fury. That's what I was hoping this was, but watching that, it was like it was cool. I like it. I'm probably gonna play it. Like I'm not trying to be negative, but that was not Lightning Fury. I was like, okay. And then I saw the Herald of Blood. I was like, okay, I need to be playing that. Like that's what I know, right? Need to be doing that. Like that looks way cooler.
That blood boil with the corrupted blood, and maybe how that would interact with like the blood crystals. That got me excited when they showcased the the bleed crystals that pops out so you can make explosions instead of the bleed based off your bleed. I love that approach to it. I was like, yo, bleed is actually getting me excited for attack builds. It's so awkward.
So are you going ritualist then?
No, I need a really good excuse not to play Lich. So unless the patch notes are absolutely out of this world, I'll play Lich. And I'll be focusing on specters. Like I've ordered some Pokemon gear. Like I'm talking about the hat, I got a Pokeball coming, a necklace. Like I'm gonna catch them all, man. That's my job.
Dude, okay. So I'm gonna make a lich. I'm super interested in it, but I have to start Huntress. So maybe I'll
Yeah.
I'll pop over the stream after I've exhausted Huntress to be like, all right, Gazzy, tell me what I should be doing. Tell me what Pokemon I should go catch.
Oh, I got you, man. Like I'm gonna need help with the community. So like there's about 600, well, around 500, I think it is, spectrable enemies. And I need to play test each and every one of them. And I need to do that with proper sockets on them, proper supports, like the whole list. So I'm
Wait,
gonna have like 2 quad tabs filled with each fucking gems.
wait a minute. Are you gonna have time? Are you gonna have time for Last Epoch? Because that's only like you only have so many days, right? Or are you not playing Last Epoch?
Man.
Or
Oh no! I'm definitely playing Last Epoch. I've been super excited for that.
okay,
So I have a really screwed up schedule now because I accepted a sponsorship that's gonna fly me out to China on Monday.
like
Uh,
like
so
this Monday?
this Monday.
Is
So
that is
I'm
that
gonna sleep on the air.
what is that? Torchlight or something else?
I haven't
Or-
gotten confirmed if I can share it yet.
Oh, okay. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. Never mind. Excuse me.
That's all good. So like I'll basically be playing till an hour before I gotta take the car to the airport. And I'm flying over my editor to me now, and he's getting a car, so I don't have to think about public transport. So he's gonna be my chauffeur basically. So I'll play till an hour so I can, get a shower, prep, get to the airport, sleep on the plane, and then wake up in China, get to the hotel, stream POE2. And I'll be there doing that from the hotel till I do the same thing on the way back. My sleep is completely fucked. And then last Epoch, just a few days after I land back home in Sweden, it's really, really messed up.
Yeah, I would just straight up not go for that. I hope they're paying you $1 million because that's gonna be rough. DM
Oh, they're
just
not
rated
paying
me.
$1 million, but paying me enough to make me do the trip at least.
DM brought his
Was
buddies
the
over here. Thank you, DM. Appreciate you. Sorry, just gotta shout out the boy there. My bad. Aren't you gonna be super jet lagged?
I know. I mean, I'm already fucked jet lag wise, anyways. Like my sleeping schedule's gonna be all over the place. It's like I wake up in the evening anyways. So like, yeah, like I'll try to sleep on the plane. That's kind of like the approach. But you know how launches goes. We don't sleep much anyways. So it's like doesn't
Yeah.
really matter, and I don't get to see the sun anyway. So it's like I don't know. Maybe being in China getting some sunlight doesn't hurt for 2 days, 3 days.
I hope you make it through that, man. I find traveling absolutely exhausting, like completely exhausting. So that would add a
Yeah,
whole new element of difficulty to the entire process for me.
yeah. No, I was a little hesitant at first, and the date they wanted at first was like mid launch. I'm like, that's not happening. I'm sorry, I don't care how much you guys are paying me. Like, I'm not going to to fly mid launch for this. That's not gonna happen. And then
Yeah.
they came back with these dates. I was like, that's tight. That's real tight. But I mean, I'm getting a good ticket. I'm not sitting in economy, so I can actually lay down and sleep. So hopefully, I'll sleep some hours in the air. But the scheduling is messy as fuck, though. But Last Epoch, I'm super excited for, man. Holy shit, dude.
What are you gonna
It's
be
crazy.
what are you gonna be playing in Last Epoch?
So, let's see. I don't want to say anything specific since I do have access to the CT. It will be a Forge Guard. I will I will be playing a Forge card. That's the plan to start with, and then I'll use that to get gear to later switch to a meta minion build, which is the Wraith Lord. That has not seen that many changes, but the Forge card has seen a lot of changes. What are you playing?
So I played the Wraith Lord a lot. I love that build. I played a lot of Forge Guard too. Hate those builds. So those must be going through some big revamps if you're willing to start Forge Guard. Because that was a fate worse than death before.
Well, you're not wrong. Well, I mean, Warpath was okay, but the whole rework on it is crazy. But I think from what I've seen you play in POE and whatnot as well, I think you would love the Heartseeker that they teased, right? Is that where you're going for? I think you mentioned that when we talked about this before.
I think I'm going Heartseeker for sure, but the thing is I really actually want to do like the Uber Aberoth race, but Marksman has no chance of ever surviving ever in Last Epoch. But yeah, I practice speedrunning quite a bit over there because you speedrun. The Maxwell boys told me they think that the build for speedrunning will be Falconer, so I practiced that and got that down pretty crispy, but then you have to respec Marksman, and then then you just die, right? So it's you just die at that point.
Falconer is nutty good.
Yeah. So I think it's like crazy for leveling right with the jumpy skill that throws the shadow daggers.
Yeah.
You hit for like 10,000 damage a hit in the campaign with no gear. It's like, okay, that seems really balanced.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. I'm gonna do some what can I say? I'm gonna do some sort of like paladin approach on the leveling is the idea. Till I have the stuff I need to make Warpath summon the forged weapons, and then I'll do that. It's not a meta build, but it's gonna be very fun to play. And then I'll move over to a Wraith Lord build. That's the idea at least. But if you play Falconeer, you can then just respec over to the Marksman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can use that for the speedrun approach and then accumulate gear, whether you're COF or MG, like you can get what you need to then do the transition into Heartseeker very smooth for you, right? When you're done with the first initial push.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna I don't know, like I guess I'll take their advice, but I was probably just gonna respec the second that you get Heartseeker at 50 and then probably just die, right? Respect Marksman and like I don't know, like again, not don't need to spoil anything, but the interesting thing for me to figure out will be how good is Marksman early on with nothing, because the Falconer with nothing, unless they nerf it, is absolute god tier. So it's like if they didn't nerf it, it's like, should I even respec Heartseeker at 50? I mean, maybe not.
Maybe. I feel like Last Epoch, like the more people that get more attention to the game start playing it, we'll see some more crazy findings. Like the way I level acolytes, for example, changed. And recently, I finally found like the sweet spot for how to level it, and it's like focusing on wandering spirits. And it was so crazy. 'Cause once I figured out how to do that, I had like most campaign bosses died between 1 and 3 casts of wandering spirits. It was absolutely insane. And I don't know how many, like how long I've played the game not doing that. And I've been around playing Last Epoch for a very long time. So it's gonna be fun with this launch down 1.2 to see how much the game's going to grow when they finally fix the end game. Because everyone, you remember the WoW Classic relaunches? Everybody told me that Wrath of the Lich King is the most explored and solved version of the game ever. There will never be anything new. I played it. Not sure if you did, and there were like new meta ways to specking your characters. There were new stuff that you could do and weave this, weave that. The Shadow Priest went hybrid, hybrid disc shadow. It was so many new things as there were so many more players playing it again. It's gonna be fun to see what happens with Last Epoch when the launch for this. I'm quite excited for it.
Yeah, I mean every time that someone says something like that we've discovered everything for any video game, it's never right. I mean, people people still find speed running. They just found carpetless in Super Mario 64, like within the last year, right? And that skips like a full minute of the speed run, and that's like one of the most speed ran games of all time. So that's never the answer.
Yep.
It's never that we've found everything ever.
Yep. No, it's kind of crazy. I mean, that just shows how much of a bunch of degens we all are, right?
Yeah, just
Doesn't matter if the game's like fucking 30 years old, we'll still play it.
I don't know,
That's
man.
funny.
I think that's actually the fun part. Like someone asked me earlier today, like, Rax, why do you keep resetting the speed run in Act 1? It's like, this is the only way to get good. I mean, you can't just
Yeah.
learn this stuff without actually trying and dying and losing and figuring it out.
Yeah. I mean, I like that when people complain about campaign in POE1. It's like, yeah. And then they say, oh, but you streamers do it so fast. Yeah, but we've also done it for a decade. It's like, doesn't matter if you try and speedrun. We've done it so many times that you're going to pick up on things and it's going to get easier. And if you hate doing the campaign, even in POE2, if you hate doing the campaign, what you need to do if you want to remove that time or reduce the time of you spending that time in that campaign state, force yourself to do it multiple times over and learn how to get better at it. And once you pull that down, instead of sitting 15, 20 hours in the campaign, you can cut that in half and you'll enjoy the next league launch way more. And then every time you do it, you'll get better and better and better. That's why we practice, right?
Yeah, I absolutely love, speaking of that specifically, I absolutely love the idea of speed running in PoE1. Like I only recently started doing it. I only did it for, I don't know, like a week or something, but I'm so interested in trying to get some of these times that some of these people get. Like, I know you've been doing it for 10 years. You probably absolutely cook me, but I'm so interested in learning PoE1 speed running.
I mean, I used to race in PoE1. And when I did, I was a pretty damn good racer. And then, more people came in, more people started racing. And, comparing me to someone who's completely new to the game, I'm a god. But comparing me to the actual races in today's state of the game, I am just like the difference between me and them is the same difference between me and some like a toddler. Like that's how insane the races are these days. I could never compete with that. It's absolutely insane. When I'm done with the campaign, Taita Killer's already doing the Uber bosses, and Ben's already done.
Do you know who what's his name? Brian Scalabrine is, that old NBA player?
No, I don't.
Okay, he was an NBA player and he was like very low ranked. He was like at the bottom of the NBA, looks kind of like a refrigerator, like doesn't look that athletic, but he was in the NBA, right? And a bunch of people were saying like, I could beat Brian Scalabrine, whatever his name is. I could beat him in like a 1v1 easily. Like he's garbage. And so he issued a challenge. He's like, okay, you think you can beat me? I'm like 10 years retired. Okay, let's 1v1. And he just absolutely massacred everybody, right? Like people don't understand that he was in the NBA. And then his most famous quote at the end of it was, I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me.
That's the point, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's where we're at in PoE1 these days. Like I used to be a racer. I have a couple of like top 5 finishes, still 100 and stuff like that. I have one at a die level 96 rank 1 with a good lead once as well back in Abyss League. That's like my best achievements on the racing, I guess. And I have a very good personal best pre-change sack 1, which is like 11 and a half minutes or something, which is really insane. And like comparing those achievements and looking at how good I was back then compared to how racing is today, I'm just like completely useless. I'm like sitting in a wheelchair compared to these guys. They're unequipping their body armor when they're running between, in town to save like half a section. Like what the fuck is happening?
I do that because I only started learning speedrunning like now. Like I'm watching the people that get like 240 campaigns, and so I'm watching what they're doing. Like, that's how I'm learning it. But like, I can't do a 240. I'm not even close. The best run I've done so far is only a 347, so I'm an hour behind them. I can't even believe it. I'm like, how dog shit am I? I'm an hour behind them. Like, how do I save an hour?
It's absolutely correct. Oh, wait, do you remember the Atsiri race?
No,
Or is that just before you came in?
no, I don't even know what's it. I don't even know what Edziri is. What is that?
It's the sacrifice fragments, 4 of those.
Oh, midnight noon things.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they
okay.
open up a boss room for Atsiri. She came out like basically just before I started playing. After I started playing, they came out. That's 11 years ago or something. Patch 1.1. So that the boss has been around for ages. There was a race to kill her. Was it like Exile qualifier or something? Maybe I don't remember. And it was so crazy watching these 2-hour runs where they just completely obliterated into it. And I believe I had a finish run on that, which was around 3 hours something, and I died on the trio boss, the second boss fight in there. But that was probably the best performance I've done in a while in racing. And like when I got there, there's like 20, 30 people who are actually properly racing that's already finished the race at that point. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to playing my goddamn minions.
stay in my lane kind of thing.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Like I used to be good, but even then I wasn't the best. I was pretty good, but now the skill difference today is so insane. I could never, like, even if I practice. But it's cool, like you said, like to watch them do things, like how they play it, and then adapt and learn from how they operate to improve your own gameplay. That helps a lot in cutting down time on things you don't like, such as the campaign, right?
Yeah.
That's very enjoyable.
I actually think the campaign is kind of fun in PoE1 because honestly, from like Act 4 on, you're just mapping. I mean, what the hell's the difference?
Kind of.
Like you're moving so fast and your character's so strong. It's what's the difference? It's like you're doing a 6-act map. So I don't know.
6-act map.
That's how I feel. I like when I'm watching these again, I'm trying to learn from these guys and, monkey see, monkey do, trying to do the same thing. It's like these guys, every single zone are just flying as fast as they possibly can through it. There ain't no downtime.
No, that's for sure. Well, I mean, it's similar to like how it is in POE2 as well. You get to a certain point in the campaign, and now your build is online. I keep talking about that, like how meaningful combat is so cool in POE2. But after Act 3, when you have all your skills, now your build's online. Now you're just flying, and the game tries to be POE1. It's the same thing in POE1 when you get to a certain state where your build turns online or really gets the power creep scaling that it needs or wants. And then suddenly the campaign is you're just flying through it at that point on, right?
Yeah.
At least that's how I feel about it.
PoE1's a fun game, man. I'm sorry, or I'm sad that I got into it so late.
Better late than never, right?
Yeah, I really hope they continue the support of that game. Like, I really like PoE2 is good. It's going to be really good as they continue to flesh it out. But I'm going to be really sad if PoE1 doesn't get the update. Like, I don't know how you feel. Like, you've been playing it a long time. Obviously, you really like the game, but I think some people like get burnt out of it after a while. But I'm not burnt out of it at all. Like, zero.
No, I mean, in the start, I played it off stream, and I played it all 3 months, all 4 months, whatever the league lasted, basically every day. Nowadays, or there was like a couple years where as soon as things died down, most of us content creators at least, we would play a lot less and then hit on the variety train till the next launch, basically. But now the RPG scene is so blessed. I mean, we got so many games ranging from like we have POE1, we have POE2, we have Last Epoch, we have Torchlight, we have Diablo, we have No Rest for the Wicked, we have Grim Dawn, Titan Quest. Like, there's so much. And obviously, everything has to launch in the same month nowadays, apparently. But
Yeah.
outside of that, it's I feel like we're so blessed. Like, I just want to get to a point where POE2 is launched and they try to like get this schedule where I can go from one game launch and then play the next game launch and then the next game launch. I just give me that cycle So like I'm always in the honeymoon phase for every ARPG, and I'll be so happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play these different things. The only thing that I kind of miss is like what what I did originally was I just played Diablo 3 and I just pushed the leaderboards, which are not as easy as some people might think. Everyone thinks Diablo 3, I mean, it is a simple game. It's not chess or something. It's not that complicated, but actually pushing the leaderboards is way harder than you might think. It isn't just walk forward and try to kill the monsters. There's actually a lot of strategy to it. But now that we're switching all the time, it's hard to build mastery on, like, become a master of anything, you know what I mean?
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to get like a super fast PoE one time, but then it's time to play less Epoch. Oh, I'm trying to get good at PoE2. Oh, but now here comes no rest for the wicked. It's like, ah, God.
No, no, I can definitely see that. I mean, I feel like if one wants to master something, you'll have to pick the one game you master, and the others you just play for fun, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that would be the play. But I mean, the more we play as years go by, we get better and better. I mean, that's just the nature of practice makes perfect. So there's that. But you mentioned being hyped about the Lich. Is it safe to assume that you will be starting Lich then? Like, is that what you said for Friday?
I'm 100% starting Huntress. If they launch a new class, like, I made a lot of characters. I don't know like how many characters everybody made, but I would actually genuinely feel bad for other people if they made more characters than me. Like, I have, like, I don't know, like, I maybe had 10 level 90s. Or higher, and three or four of them were in hardcore. Like, I played a lot, man. So for me, I've got to play the new stuff, or I'm going to lose my mind. Like, I got to play something new. But the Lich looks insane. Like, it looks so fun. And I don't even know, like, have you thought about, I know you're the minion guy, so obviously you're doing the minion stuff, but have you thought about Lich from like a chaos damage perspective? Like, is that going to be anything or nah?
Yeah, in the past years, one of my most popular build guides was an Essence Strain Contagion build guide in PoE1 for many years. It had way more traffic, made way more views and everything than any of my minion stuff ever had back then, which was crazy. So I was still referred to as the minion guy, but that build had all of the traffic. So I'm a big fan of Essence Strain Contagion, which right now feels like you got to go Dummy Mommy, which is like you do no damage and then you do a lot of damage till you can't sustain doing that damage, and then you do no damage again. And it just feels awkward doing that little dance. So I hope that the Lich and the patch notes will bring some light on Essence Drain Contagion specifically, and that would be really cool to play again in a proper way.
Yeah, so that I just played that build for the first time. I played it, I can't remember, like through the campaign or something, and that's exactly how I felt. I felt like when I took the demon form, it felt, I don't know, it just didn't feel good to maintain with nothing. And then when
Mm.
I got the second ascendancy, it felt better. And then, but it still didn't quite feel just right. And then I respec Hex Blast the moment that I got that, and that didn't feel super amazing either with nothing. People kept saying, "Oh, it gets better later on. Like, in the end game, this build rules." Like, I believe you, but I'm not in the end game. I'm playing right now, and right now this is kind of an oof.
Yeah. That's why I like whenever I play a build, I don't care unless I'm racing or pushing. I like to play with the build I'm supposed to play in the end game as soon as I can. And that sometimes means I level slower through the campaign or something. But it makes my enjoyment from the me playing now goes up so much that I'd rather do that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people I think that play these ARPGs that just straight up refuse to respec. Like, I think
Yeah.
there's going to be some people that are going to be like, that are going to go Heartseeker, that are be like, I'm not starting Falconer, I'm starting Marksman. It's like, okay, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but the Falconer is probably going to absolutely shit on leveling way higher, like way faster. Like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not respecing. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna do like some paladin related leveling stuff, and then when I have enough levels to enable the build I'm supposed to play, I will switch at that point already. I know
Yeah.
that the other build would perform better for a little while longer, but I will switch whenever the build I want to play can be played, because I will
Right.
have more fun doing that.
Here's another thing that I like to do. Like this actually is not this sometimes is not very good for Path of Exile specifically, but one thing that I do when something comes out, like for example, the Huntress right now, is I play the way that the devs have built around it, right? Like so the Huntress is javelin and buckler and parry. So that's what I'm gonna start, even if you could like theory craft, oh, just go ice strike, quarterstaff on the Huntress and you're gonna rule. It's like that's not really the point here, right? The point for me is
Mm.
let's try what the archetype they actually made, and then we can min max into something else. But PoE like has so many options with everything that you can do. That's usually like actually a bad idea, a bad way. If you're looking for the best build in the world, that's a very bad attitude, because usually there's some crazy ass mechanic that you can get from some other class that works so well and you never would have thought of that, and you know.
Mm.
But I like getting like the pure version of what were they trying to go for first before I try other wacky stuff that, other wacky interactions.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think that gaming in general, I mean, you and I, all of us content creators, were kind of part of a problem I'm kind of annoyed with, and that's how like the meta gaming and having things explored, solved, and having a guide to follow, and just playing what is most effective matters more, and or being the enjoying factor rather than the gameplay itself. So I mean, you look at casual players who might not follow guys, they wing it, they do their thing, they play the game, they're having the time of their lives. I kind of miss that being how people played games. And lately, I feel like meta gaming has just taken over. And if you're not playing a meta build, you're playing a bad build kind of take. And we're contributing to that issue, I guess, to some degree, at least with guides. But I do kind of miss that, where people valued the fun of a build more so than the performance of it. Do you feel the
These
same?
Yeah, I mean the most fun I ever had in gaming was not now. It was when I bought Final Fantasy VII at my local game store and went home and didn't have a walkthrough and just played it. That was the most fun I ever had. Um
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean people want to play what's really strong. Otherwise, they look over at the really strong build and then they'd be like, "Wow, shit, why am I playing this?" Like it makes sense, but that whole discovery period is very valuable. Dare I say, not to get corny here, dare I say it's magical, where you get a new game. And one cool thing for me, when PoE2 came out, I had never played it. Never. Not no early access, nothing. It was the first time I
Yeah.
ever played it. I was so happy. I was like, all right, oh, here we are. I'm on the beach. Send it. It was great.
Yeah. I
Uh,
bet.
yeah.
I do like last Epoch has a very low entry point, especially with the new content and the patch that they're giving out. You can play a non-meta build and have the time of your life. And I feel like the PoE.2 changes, where they're lowering the entry difficulty of the initial endgame bosses and balancing loot around it as well. I think that was such a good take. I know some people are like saying, "Oh, don't make it easier. It's just gonna make the game too easy." And I'm like, dude, like it doesn't matter, because I think this change is so healthy for the game to make that happen. It allows for more build diversity. It includes more people without reducing complexity and the end game difficulty for those people who want to push that. It just broadens the scale of what the game can do for the each individual player. So I'm really, really, really excited for that.
Which I'm sorry, which change are you specifically referring to? What change is doing this?
The tier 0 end game bosses, they've been made easier, like significantly easier.
Oh, we're talking about PoE2.
Yeah, that was the reference to POE2, and in Last Epoch has that already, and they're in their 1.2 cycle launch. they're making that also the same change, literally the same change both games, where they're making the entry level Aberoth fight is going to be easier, whilst also giving us more power creep or power scaling through crafting and itemization. And POE2 is actually doing the same thing, right? Adding more crafting options, runes being improved, and more uniques, more support gems, more options, new class, and as well as reducing the entry level or lowering the entry level on the end game bosses. Like both games are kind of doing the same kind of patch, really. Like it's end game focused, and it's basically the same patch if you look at it from a blank slate and comparing the patches. They're basically doing the same thing to both games.
Yeah, I am a very firm believer. Like I actually genuinely believe this, that the health of the game is so greatly impacted by what the masses think about it. Like
Mhm.
the people who watch our stream are in general much better gamers than the average people. They're consuming content in some form. It's going to give them an advantage. It's like probably a bigger passion for them. But the people who say, fuck the casuals, why did they make any changes for them, why do they let people into this content, actually genuinely vehemently disagree with that take entirely. I think the health of the game is largely based upon these players, and if they're not having fun in the game, I actually think there's a trickle down effect to where it impacts, I don't know, a lot more than people would think. I really never agree with the people who just downplay it entirely.
Oh, I absolutely agree. 100%. And it's also the other take I usually say when this kind of conversation comes up. There isn't the 1% player base doesn't exist without the 99% player base.
Yeah, I completely agree. So
And I
I
mean, no matter, sorry.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that the shit. What was I gonna say? um, Never mind. You go.
I was going to say in a very simple way to put it, I want people to be able to experience the content. I want people to see the T0 Arbiter. I want people to get to Aberoth and give him a try. Yeah, I don't want you to have to dedicate your life to see the boss. Now, that's not to say I'm going to be royally pissed off. Like this is what's happening with Blizzard, and Blizzard is aware, and I actually think they're going to do something about it. Spoiler alert, but there need to be pinnacle challenges with pinnacle rewards for the degens like us. Like that doesn't mean that you can
Mm,
skip out on that. And the people who
mm,
skip that, I think that's equally as bad. And then they say, well, that's only like 5% of the player base. Yeah, but those are also borderline your biggest fans.
true.
You don't want to screw over. You don't want to, like, it'd be like screwing over your season ticket holders to an NBA game because a million people are watching on TV. It's just such
Yeah.
backwards dog shit logic. Um, but I don't think having the T0 be accessible should hurt anybody who is going for the pinnacle stuff. I just I don't understand why those are correlated in anyone's mind. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I definitely agree that like there needs to be aspirational content to engage with. I like the example with the season ticket holders. I think that's a good way to put it. 'Cause, I mean, the diehard veteran DGen fans should also be getting some attention, but that doesn't mean that the casuals should be cast aside. I think like they're equally valuable on different axes, right? Because I mean, no matter how easy they make the initial stage of it, the blasters and degens will consider that to be easy to manage, no matter how hard it is or no matter how easy it is. So it's not going to change much for them. But and you also have to keep in mind, like the 1% blasters, no matter what they do with the changes, they're still going to blast everything in a week. Like it doesn't really matter. Like they will still do that. So having the game cater to on both ends, I think, is really important. It's also for the general health of the game. Like if you have veterans having a great time and diehard fans loving the game and hyping it up and promoting it word to word, mouth to mouth, like kind of promoting it and all those aspects, that's great. But if you have the masses also enjoying it at the same time, having a great time, then you've hit the perfect formula. One doesn't have to suffer as a result of the other. And that's the hard thing to balance. And I think PoE has done a very good job with PoE2, because I think PoE1 is still too harsh for new players, at least for brand new players to get into.
Yeah, PoE1, they've actually made some big strides in my like I'm much more of a newer player to PoE1. Like I'm almost in the same boat as these new people. So I think I can like relate to how they're feeling because I I literally learned PoE1 not this December, but the previous December. So I've only,
Mm.
it's a little over a year. But the even for me, someone that really likes to have a lot of mechanics and theory craft and da 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 da, even for me as a new player with all the bloat everywhere and like what I learned is historically grinding gear games being very adamant on like avoiding certain quality of life changes. I was like, the way that I felt is grinding your games is really not making it easy for me to get into this game. Like I genuinely wonder, like, is this game even for me? Like, do they even want me to play this game? Because some of these things are like super brutal and confusing. And it's like the max roll guide for it is, 6 pages long for this little mechanic. It's like, is everything really like this? But then
Yeah.
I think recently, since pretty much like when I started playing, they've like made like a bunch of quality of life changes and they conceded on a bunch of things. Like they made the pickup radius longer and you only have to click one time on harvest, and all these little changes really compound into a much more user friendly game. And it's like, okay. But then everyone is telling me in my chat, Rax, this is not how grinding gear games was. They never did stuff like this. This is like brand new. So I don't know. Maybe I just came at the right time or something.
Maybe. I mean, they've had some really good updates. They've also had some really bad ones, like really, really bad ones.
Oof. Like what?
315 and 319 are the two most notoriously.
Hated or
There's
whatever.
Yeah, um, I try to like keep myself kind of cool headed, if you will, or level headed,
Yeah.
and not boil over and go crazy and be very loud and screaming about things. But I boiled over. I think it was 319, and I boiled over, and I said I screamed out, "I don't like it. It's shit." And I was so fucking angry as saying this the first time. I couldn't keep the lid on it. And it was so out of character for me, so it turned into this meme. Other streamers are like, "Shit, this guy is like, he's always like calm and you know, he doesn't boil over and even gas. He couldn't keep a lid on it." So it's happened. But I mean, for a decade plus worth of leagues and content, to have like two notoriously bad ones is a pretty good track record, in my
I
opinion.
That's what I was gonna say. That actually
No,
sounds like an insane ratio.
no, because I mean they've built up a lot of goodwill. Not much we can say about other companies that have not built up a lot of goodwill. Um, but I think that PoE2 stuff that they've been doing has just been a phenomenal step in the right direction of introducing, for the sake of new player acquisition, right? So I think that they've done a really good job on that. And hopefully that can spill over a little bit to how they do with PoE1. And like you said before, I also hope that they're going to keep evolving and developing that game. There's a huge diehard fan base for that game, not just from streamers, but a lot of people want that. And there are players that don't like playing PoE2 that still plays PoE1. Those players exist as well.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up an interesting point. Like some people bring this up, and it's actually kind of hard to understand. It's a little bit hard to understand how to feel about it. But you brought up like goodwill with companies, and
Mm.
I do think that that plays a huge role in how, at least I think our communities, like the online community that follows the stuff and reacts to it, is definitely the minority. But how we react to how certain things happen from certain gaming companies uh, is very different based upon the company that does it. For example, just to speak in plain English, if Blizzard makes the same mistake as grinding gear games, I feel like in general, the average person in the online community will crucify them much more for it. Can you imagine if Blizzard put the Diablo 4 date on top of last Epoch? Like, how many, like,
Mm,
I think people were already kind of on last Epoch's side, like most people were, but can you imagine the outrage if Blizzard did it? Like, if they
yeah,
moved their date on top of it, it's like, be like, oh my God. It would have
yeah.
been yeah, that would have been something different. But then you think about it, and then it's like, so then it becomes like a philosophical question. It's like, well, are are we being unfair, or is that fair to have a different reaction to that? And I don't exactly know what the answer is there.
Well, I think it's fair for the simple fact that if a company has built up goodwill to the point where certain things are excusable. I'm not sure if the date thing, because there's other factors into play there. But let's use another example that has happened for both games and looked at the different reactions. Diablo 4 launched, was it the expansion? And how long was the server down for? 4, 5 hours before we got access?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And they got so much shit for it. And that is a result of them being such a huge company. But GGG is not a small company anymore; they're massive. But they didn't have any goodwill, so every mistake, every issue that happens is under the microscope and then trashed down because of lack of goodwill built up. POE2 Early Access also had server issues, just like Diablo 4, and they didn't get nowhere near as much shit. And it was about the same amount of hours, right? 4 or 5 hours, something.
Yep.
That is the closest comparison we can make. That is not factored by things like scheduling that is crashing and whatnot. They both had server issues on launch, and Diablo 4 or Blizzard got completely trashed consistently for it. Whereas PoE2, it was only 3 hours, as chat saying, it's about the same either way. They weren't getting that much shit, and that is a result of they were having an issue that is very common in this industry with game companies making a launch. Shit, there's so many people coming in. Something happened. They're trying to fix it, and because of the goodwill, they're like, okay, no, I mean this is excusable, but it was also excusable for Blizzard. But because of the lack of goodwill, something that could have been excusable wasn't. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good, that's like a very fair, that's like, again, a very fair analogy, right? That literally is the
Mm.
same issue by the same company for roughly the same period of time with a very different level of outrage. I think, like, for, like, this is kind of getting away, this is kind of getting away from the point at hand, but that is something where I feel like I treat all, like, that specific issue is where I treat every gaming company differently. Like, whenever there's actually a brand new launch, like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, for No Rest for the Wicked on April 30th or whatever. It, bro, like, you've been around for a long time, and you've been playing like a lot of PoE, and maybe PoE is a lot better at this, but I've been playing Diablo for a long time. I can't remember. I don't know. I can't think of a seasoned launch for like Diablo 3, hardly any of them that just like started normally. Like, it's always a shit show. Something always goes wrong. So like, I at the start, I literally am ready to like open up words on stream or play some chess or something. It's like, I don't know. Like, did anybody expect to play right away? Like, is this your guys' first time here or what?
I'm just thinking about the Pirates of the Caribbean meme with the first time with at the gallows.
Yeah. It's like,
Oh man.
oh, is this?
I mean, PoE has had. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I remember my first ARPG launch.
Mhm.
Like, it's just always a shit show.
I mean, PoE has had some server issues, especially early on. It was like when they got their growth spurts, it was very noticeable. Unexpected growth spurts, or even expected growth spurts, that they had server issues of different versions. It could be lagging, it could be this, and it could be that. But they have been very. That's also part of the journey that they've gone on the topic of building goodwill. Every time they've had server issues, those server issues I don't think we've seen a repeat of them very often over the course of the past decade. If something was bad one league, that wasn't the same issue if there was server issues the next launch. So like they wouldn't repeat their issues.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think is important. It's okay to have things happen. Mistakes are made, human errors, malfunctioning, poor preparation, whatever the reason is. It's fine to happen. But it's fine to make mistakes, but it's stupid to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah.
And that's where I think GG has done a very good job on their progression throughout the history of their game. But I mean, it happened. Like launch, they had server issues, which caused some problems. But again, the goodwill made them not get that much public outrage about it. But we've had some laggy starts and whatnot. We've had, I think they did a rollback once on a start as well. And then they made other mistakes, like they paid a stupid amount of money for streamers to sponsor or to stream the game, and then there was a queue time because of some back end issue they encountered, and they decided to slip those streamers that were paid through the queue to get them in to play the game that they're paying for. And then that game went on to more streamers getting access to it, and we didn't even ask for it, and we were given access. So like, okay, what's happening? And then people were really mad that there was streamer queue, and a lot of us streamers reached out to them like, "Take that away from my account. I don't want streamer queue." It was a whole thing, and they never do that again. So they did that mistake once, and they will never repeat that. So it's like I don't know. I like the idea that they're learning. It's like as a human being going about life, you want to learn from your mistakes. Like, you kick a chair with no shoes on or anything, it's gonna hurt. You're not gonna do it again. And I feel like other companies, like to speak plainly, I mean, I've seen Blizzard do the same mistake over and over and over again. Like you said, there was always server issues every launch. I mean, at some point, it's kind of getting tiresome. And I feel like GGG has at least tried to do their best not repeat their mistakes, which is again building goodwill.
So let me ask you a question as a veteran of playing grinding gear games, and for you saying you're confident that they won't repeat their mistakes again. Do you have confidence in grinding gear games that PoE1 will, going forward, get the level of treatment that they kind of promised the community, and that they won't make that mistake again and let PoE1 fall behind? Or do you think that is just too daunting of an ask, and we're gonna see PoE1 suffer from it? Because that's kind of that was a mistake that grinding gear games admitted. Like they misallocated the resources and they deprioritized PoE1, and they were surprised to see how much PoE1 meant to people. So can I take that to mean that this is not going to happen again?
So my approach to that, or my take on it, is pretty straightforward, but it does require some context. I try my best not to be biased, but I've also spent over a decade having my entire life and career be defined by Path of Exile, which makes me involuntarily biased. Um, what I will say is that I am confident in their ability to recognize mistakes, and if they publicly state them and they are very, very well aware of them, they will do what they can to make sure that isn't repeated, as we talked about earlier. I'm confident that before point 3, we're going to see the new league for PoE1. I'm confident in that, but the confidence might just come from me being maybe naive, maybe blue-eyed to the whole me being biased to them. But I'd be very shocked if PoE1 didn't get the attention and the resources to pull off the new league before we see a point 3. And they've also stated that point 3, that their league cycle or content cycle for the early access is supposed to be somewhat like every 3-ish months, which means that in the next 3 months, before the 3 months have gone by, we should have a PoE1 league, and then also have enough content and resources to pull off the new content patch for point 3, which Jonathan seemed to be very hyped about, expecting it to even break the numbers of point 2. So that there has to be something big there that they're planning. But past point 3, I'm not sure if they're going to let the new PoE1 league fly like Settlers of Kalgur for 80 years. because everything feels very wonky during the development, the progression of Path of Exile 2. I am, however, very confident in that once POE2 has landed, that they're going to make sure that there's going to be a alternating focus. There's going to be a POE1 content release, then a POE2 one, then two, then one, then two, which is what we all want anyways. So I definitely think that I have a lot of confidence in that happening once the game is launched. That's kind of my take to it.
Okay, so that seems very, very favorable, and I trust your take because you've been around a long time. So that's good. I just want to play
Sure.
some POE1, man.
Yeah, I feel the same. But again, like I will hold some reservation that my take might be affected by me being somewhat biased, even though I try not to be. So I do want to preface that, right?
Yeah. We won't
It is hard. Sorry.
we won't hold you to it or anything.
Yeah. It is really hard from our shoes as content creators to, especially like you play Diablo for so long, I play PoE for so long, and it's like it's very hard not to be biased when we try to be as neutral as possible. Like we give criticism. I mean, I've heard you criticize Blizzard all the time. I've criticized you many times over as well. It's like we give criticism where it's due, and we give credit where it's due as well. But after so many years of playing it is very hard to be 100% not biased, right? But we try to be. The same thing when you play a game and you're a blaster, you played it so many times over, it is really hard to put ourselves in the shoes of a casual gamer to make statements or, share the voice be the voice for the casual players when we can never 100% reflect that to 100% what do you call it? Purity, I guess.
Accuracy.
Thank you. Yes. It's very hard, but all we can do from our shoes as content creators is to, at the very least, do our best in trying. And I think most of us are doing that very well. We might not be perfect, but I feel like a lot of us, at least the ones that I like, the guys I call friends in this industry, I feel like all of us are doing that very well, at least to the best extent that we can. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it's like on that topic about, trying to quote unquote speak for the casuals or be the voice for them. Like this doesn't happen often. Like it's like preaching to the choir here, but sometimes people will get really, really upset about it. They'll be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Rax or Gazzy is the one speaking for the casuals. These guys know life the game. They couldn't be further from a casual. They don't know what I want. Fuck these guys. I hate these guys, whatever." It's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, let's think about this for a second. So, yes, we're not casuals. We play all day long. And as you said, we're not going to be 100% accurate in reflecting your opinion. I don't think any of us ever said that we would, but there is something that we do. We talk to the audience literally all day long. Like we're streamers. We talk to people all day long about how they feel about games. We make videos and then we see the comments. Like we make a video. Not everyone agrees with does everyone agree with all of your videos? That's not how it goes for me at all. Sometimes you make a video, they're like, "Are you kidding me, you piece of shit? I can't believe you said this." I mean, we see those and we speak English. Like, okay, they don't like this at all. Okay, wait a minute, I got something wrong here. So it's like, so I like want to reflect it back at you. It's like, okay, so we make content usually for the quote unquote casual gamer, right? Like I make leveling guides. Gazzy, do you need a leveling guide from me for any of the? I don't think you need a guide from me, do you? I'm making it for the people who need the guide, first of all.
Yeah.
And I literally talk to you guys all the time, and I would genuinely love to make the game better for you. I am not going into any discussions that I have just pushing my own agenda. I would love for you to love the game, because if you love the game, everyone's going to love the game. It's what we were talking about earlier. So then I say, let me reflect it back at you. So having that conversation, do you want me to go in there and try to speak on your behalf and do my best or not? And then they're like, "Oh, well, when you put it that way, yeah." It's like, okay, I might not be a perfect representation of you, but at least I listen to you every day and I try. Like, is that good? Is that good enough or no?
I mean, you could take it or leave it. It's like either that or nothing. Right? We try at least, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, we are blessed with the opportunities to talk to these guys like devs and whatnot, which the majority of players don't have that opportunity. And we I think we most of us are doing it justice at least by trying. And then I mean, there are people out there that don't give a fuck and that won't try. But it's funny that you mentioned the YouTube videos. I mean, a prime example for me was the podcast we had. So I watched the comments, and there's like tons of comments saying, "Great interview, good job." And I was like, I wasn't very super happy with it because like we sent them the questions beforehand, but it they didn't remove like the trade question, for example. They didn't say anything about that because if they would have told us beforehand, like, no, we're not going to say anything about that, I wouldn't even have asked it. And then that happened on the show, and I was like, oh, okay, let's just move on then.
Oh,
And
oh,
it's
oh.
like the comments. Say,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to say something about it though. I'll let you finish though.
yeah, go.
Okay.
No, no, go ahead.
You ready for this one? It might still be there. It might still be on my YouTube. So I made a summary of your YouTube video. That's what I usually do, right? I make summary
Yeah, yeah,
videos.
yeah.
That's what I do, right? Okay. So I made a summary video of what you said, and in my summary, you can go watch it later or whatever. I said, well, Gazzy asked a question on trade, and they did not want to talk about it. So I have a message to all future interviewers: don't ask a question on trade, and don't go down that rabbit hole. I said something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Then there was a comment that had quite a few upvotes on my video saying, I can't believe how disingenuous Rax is being about how grinding gear games approached that question. And they said, they didn't like brush off the question. They just said that they had nothing further to add. And I was like, bro, did you watch the same interview that I watched? They seemed royally annoyed that that was asked. They didn't even, I don't even think they let Gazzy finish the question. They go, nothing to add, nothing to add. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm being accused of being disingenuous because I said that grinding gear games didn't want to answer the question at all. I was like, is this real life? And I'm so glad to hear you say that that's how they took it, because people are saying, wow, Rax is just, people are literally saying Rax is attacking grinding gear games because he's a Blizzard shill. Bro, this turned into an attack on grinding gear games? Jesus Christ, what is
man.
wrong with the internet?
My opinion was I've never seen Jonathan yawn on a podcast before. I think that they are just, the patch notes haven't been this delayed in so many years. I think they are barely sleeping. I think they're overworked and extremely exhausted and super stressed. And despite all of those factors, they still gave me and DM the courtesy of a 2-hour allocated slot for the podcast. They clearly didn't have time to go through the questions and tell us that, hey, we're not going to be able to share anything on this. And we went on for 2 hours. We try to keep it shorter. So I just think that they ended up in a position where, like, oh, the trade question comes in. There's no point in us wasting time there. Let's just snap it off and move on. And I think that's how it was. Like, because I didn't perceive it as like a native ad show. And then afterwards, I rewatched it. Like, oh, I understand what people's reactions were. But it's like, I think people ignore the fact that they're super stressed and they still took 2 hours out of fixing the patch notes, for example. Sorry, boys, to do that podcast. So, I mean, that's just the way I see it. But like comments were like you said, same thing happened for me. People were like, "Oh, great interview, great interviews." You had like extremes on one side, and then you have extremes on the opposite side. Like the comment just beneath it, say like, "Oh, this was terrible interview." I had a guy who wrote something in the lines of that me and DM needs to take professional interview courses to do it again, or some crazy shit like that. Who had like tons of upvotes as well. And I'm like sitting there reading this, I'm like, what? Oh, you should have asked better questions. And there's so many questions saying, oh, you should have sent the questions to them before so they could have prepped the answers. I'm like, we did do that. They're just overworked and had no time to go through it. And we did the best we could with it. I'm like, I'm sorry. Well, holy shit. Now people are wild online, dude.
I I completely agree with you. And, I, first of all, I can't just blame everybody else, right? I do the same thing. In fact, I would argue I do almost the same thing every day. Appearances can be deceiving, right? You can see something or hear
Mhm.
something, think of it one way. It's really not that way, and you can be wrong,
No.
right? It happens all the time. I make this mistake again, maybe daily, and I don't try to do it, but it happens sometimes. But
Yeah.
I had I had some people say something in the chat that it actually made me stop the interview on live, and I actually couldn't believe what I was hearing. I actually stopped the interview. I took a 60-second pause, and people were saying, "I can't believe their lack of answers on this question as like the lead game designers." Like I like because they were like, "Well, for a lot of things they said, we'll look into it. We're not really sure. We'll look into it. Not quite sure how that turned out. I don't know. We'll look into it." Like they said that for a lot of answers. And I was like, "Oh,
Mm.
oh my God, you guys." Like I feel like we are being absolutely treated with all of these things. We're talking to the two leads on POE2. As you said, like I didn't even bring up the fatigue part, but they're probably like extremely tired, like trying to play catch up to get their two games up and running because they literally point blank said that they don't have like the resources to do what they originally promised us. They're trying to make good on
Mhm.
it. But it's like you have an opportunity to watch the two lead guys, like the people at the top, come share their best information that they can at the time, and we're complaining that they don't know every answer. I mean, like
Yeah.
the level of expectations or entitlement there is it was just bewildering to me. I can't even believe what I was hearing. I was like, are you guys for
Yeah.
real right now? Like
But it's
Jonathan,
like,
I can't even believe that.
yeah. Well, like normally what we do with these podcasts is like we collect our questions and then we send a preliminary list to them, which we did. And sometimes like they don't know everything. Sometimes they have to talk to some devs to get the answers. So they would have to have the questions. Then they would need to look at what answers do they know. And the answers they don't know, they would have to talk to each individual developer to get their answers for to prep for the podcast. That takes a lot of time and takes time off from the devs that are currently stressing their asses off to get everything fixed before the patch notes, for example, or the launch now on Friday. Like it was kind of like bound to happen because of the stress that was in there. And I guess me and DM could have maybe we could have find a have a maybe we could have realized that, but we didn't get to that point. We set up a the interview, we did it on stream and everything, and it's like prepping these questions, and then despite them not being able to have all the answers, we got a lot of valuable and I would say meat on the bone is the Swedish expression. But it's like we got fruitful and useful information from a lot of the questions, even though some were like, okay, we don't know about that, but we got a lot of good answers from what we could, and I think that considering the time frame and the stress and the fact that they did allocate the time for us despite all the stress, still gave us a lot of good answers, and I'm very happy and grateful for that and their time. But the comments is just Jesus Christ.
Okay,
In
so
Twitch chat, we can just ban it, right? Just get out of here. But YouTube comments, like you go to bed, you wake up, and there's 5,000 comments of absolute trash. Like, what the hell happened?
okay, so I want to go. I want to work through something that you just said. You said, potentially you and DM could have done something different for the interview, right? Okay, so I have two questions for you.
Mhm.
Did you ask the community for questions and compile your list of questions based on like a cumulative effort from the community?
Every time we do these podcasts, we try to make sure that the community gets a chance to get their voices heard. So we made a Reddit thread where people can post their questions and upvote the questions they want. And we took, I think it was top 3 or top 4 questions that was upvoted there into the podcast. And then we also reach out to streamers, or streamers reach out to us, and we try to incorporate their questions as well. Then we shove in some of our own, and then we discuss on stream and take questions from stream leading up to the podcast. So a lot of like there are very few questions that's just DM or just me, or some of us is from both of us. So the majority of our podcast is questions that is taken from the community to make, like we talked about before, we're given the opportunity and the to have this chance to talk to them and ask these questions, we want to make sure that we are as inclusive as possible so that the information provided during those podcasts is covering as many people as possible so everyone can come out of it having something that they cared about being answered. That's kind of how we like to approach it.
Yep. So I already knew the answer. I already knew because you
Yeah.
took some of my questions and I saw the Reddit thread. So that's one check mark. You asked the community for questions. So I don't think anyone can complain that, their opinions weren't included. So then the second question would be on the Grinding Gear Games side, did you submit the questions from them ahead of time, or did they have any last minute gripes about how the interview was going to be conducted before you started it?
No, they did tell. Well, we sent them the questions beforehand, and they did tell us just before we started that some of the questions were very specific, and they weren't sure how many would be able to answer directly. So we tried to you on the fly try to wing follow ups to be more open ended. Is what we ended up doing.
Okay.
But yeah.
So I think we can now objectively answer your question. So the question is there something different that you and DM could have done? And I think the answer is objectively no. You involve the community to a very, very high level, and Grinding Your Games let you know any concerns they had ahead of time, and you did your best to accommodate them. So no, there's nothing different that you and DM could have done. You did a great job. Don't let people get you down about it. You don't need professional interviewing bullshit. Don't worry about that. You did a great job. Don't worry about it. I just answered your question for you. You did
That's
fine.
that's kind of how I feel like. But
Yeah.
every time we do things like this, it's perception is everything, right? So I remember a podcast we had, which was with Mark and Jonathan, about a year ago, and this was one of our first ones we did, and like I talked to these guys for many many times over many years now. So on that first show we did, I talked to them like I do when I talk to them off stream, which is very friendly jabs back and forth and whatnot. And I didn't think of it at the time, but I was perceived as being abrasive and rude, right? And I got a lot of flack for that. So I rewatched it and I was like, whoa, what am I doing? I was so embarrassed by it. I had to call Jonathan and Mark afterwards. I was like, yo, I called them up on Discord. I was like, dude, I feel so embarrassed about this. I didn't know how I was perceived. And like Jonathan was all good with it. I spoke to Mark, and that was the most hilarious conversation I had with Mark. 'Cause he was more or less just laughing about it. It's like that's not at all how I perceived it. So it was very funny to have that conversation with him. Um, but what it daunted on me, what I realized is that I had to take a step back and rewatch it and see what can I improve on from like we do with streams, right? If a stream, if something happened on stream, you rewatch it and what could I have done better in this scenario? Same thing with YouTube videos. The next YouTube video you make has to be better than the previous one, so you make improvements, right? So that's kind of how I tackled it. And I think that we've done a good job, both me and DM, with our podcast, right? And then this came up, and there was this much in it, and I keep rewatching it, and I go through it as like I come to the same conclusion. I don't know what else I could have done. Maybe it's something I'm seeing, but like I don't see it. I'm same boat that you were talking about. Like I think we covered the ends, we did what we could, and a lot of people did like the podcast, and I think it was pretty all right. It wasn't our best, but we worked with what we got, right?
Yeah, it's all good. I'm just trying to cheer you up, and I wouldn't worry too much about it.
No,
The-
the only thing I'm concerned about is how my sleep's gonna go because these damn patch notes aren't out yet.
yeah, it's good. It's got to be a ridiculous time for you. Do you have to go?
Well, the only time I have to go is in 5 hours to wake my daughter up for kindergarten. Other than that, I'm good.
All right, we send it.
Yeah, that's the plan. Just sitting here, chilling, yapping. I've been yapped for 9 hours.
9 hours of yapping is just the warm up, man.
Oh,
We're just getting
this is
started.
next level of stalling.
They haven't seen our final form yet.
I mean, what happens if we don't get? Wait, what is their office hours? Because it is 1 p.m. at their place right now. It's not many hours left on their office hours. What happens if we don't get them till tomorrow? Or maybe they have people staying up to do it tonight for their time.
I mean, I was saying this earlier. They didn't promise us the patch notes today. They said they thought, right? They said they thought that they would be out on our Wednesday. That doesn't
Yes.
sound like a promise to me.
No, no, no. There was no promises. Everyone's just expecting it because they said that they wanted to get them out a week ago. But they said that or Jonathan said that they were hoping they could make it. They've been very, very careful with the wording here to make sure that it's not an expectation, but it obviously created an expectation. But there was no promises made. They might not be able to pull it off today. We might see them tomorrow, which is a very likely possibility.
Yeah, it might be tomorrow, and that's fine.
You
I mean, again, it's
or
kind
it
of
might be in 1 minute.
it's kind of fun when you go in blind. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be
Yeah.
mad about it.
I I mean, I'm not sure how much you do with Max Roll with guides, but like I have written guides to accommodate that they need patch notes. I have staff ready waiting for me. My company is like, yeah, okay, we prepped and primed everything we could. And as soon as we get patch notes, then we go through everything so we can update the guides for the launch. And like I don't know how much you're doing with actual hands-on writing on Maxwell. I'm not sure at all like how your workload is there, but I mean, you are aware of the situation, right? With your years there that you've been with Maxwell and working with them, like we need the patch notes to get that out, and it's not like we have time to do that when the launch is happening.
Believe me, man. I from the bottom of my heart, there isn't a person on planet Earth that knows the pressure of trying to get something out on time, guide wise, and being reliant on patch notes or a company to give you the final things that you need. I think I could write a dissertation on it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. No, I'm just happy that I actually have hired staff to help me with the writing part and cover me during league launches, and then I can assist hands-on myself when things calm down. That was fun during the subathon, I can tell you that much. I was live for 29 days. I didn't do shit. My guy was carrying everything. I felt so bad for him. I'm sorry, Lola. She's in the chat. I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah, he hates you forever. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. No, the guy I have with POE2 is fantastic. We've been doing builds in POE1 for a long time as well. He's fantastic to work with. But no, it's tight because like many years ago, GGG did give his patch notes on Wednesdays when the launch was on Friday, and then handful of years back they started pushing the patch notes a week before, and I was so happy when that happened.
So
like gave us enough time so I could actually sleep before the launch.
Yeah, I could actually take a rest. Are you still with Icy Veins? Are you writing for Icy Veins or?
Yes, the PoE section, or well, yeah, PoE section is on PoE Vault, which Icy Veins owns. Well, wait, we work or guide writers that works for Icy Veins. We undergone the whole. I think you and I talked about that some time ago. Like the Enthusiast Gaming bought them, right? There was a lot of things that changed, like a lot changed in Icy Veins. Obviously, I can't speak in details, but there was a lot of changes that happened there. And now IGN is with Maxwell, like it's a lot of things happening in those transitions. I hope everything goes smooth for you guys.
Yeah, I think like the impact of Maxwell specifically with IGN. So I've been telling people this all week. The who bought us was IGN's parent company, Ziff Davis. So IGN, yes, they own IGN, but Ziff Davis is who bought us for real. So that essentially, like, people think like, people come in and say, I hate IGN's reviews or I love IGN and everything in between. It's like, guys, IGN does their reviews and we write the guides. Like there should be no change in Maxwell. It should be like the same thing.
Yeah, like
Ziff Davis bought us, and they didn't buy us and say, now that we've bought you, let us show you how it's really done to write guides. No, what they said is, you guys write the guides? Yeah, can you just keep writing the guides? Like, yeah, let us we'll handle the guide writing. Let us do it. You know, so it shouldn't be
the same thing happened Icy Veins Enthusiast Gaming. I really liked that transition myself. There were major changes in like leaderships and whatnot. One of my best friends and community manager I have on my Discord, Roos, has been with me for like about a decade now. He is now managing quite a few of the sections on Icy Veins. It's Roots. So he is now managing some of the sections, including the sections that I'm writing for. So it's really funny because like I'm his boss on the stream stuff, and then he's my guy. He's the guy I have to answer to when it comes to written guys. So it's really awkward sometimes. But yeah. So now and then that went over to him becoming the general manager, which is really cool to see as well. So I really like the transition that we went through with Icy Veins on like the corporate part of it.
Yeah.
So like now I have like this fantastic guy, a friend of mine. He's now the general manager, and I feel like the from my experience, like with the stuff that I've done with Icy Veins, I feel like that side has really taken a step upward as a result of that. So it's really good to see like when the transition of those things, either when things are good, nothing doesn't like nothing bad happens, and if things need to change, if it changes for the good, then it's all good, right? So that's why I said I'm hoping for the transition you guys are going through, that things will stay the way they are, and it sounds like that's going to be the case. I'm really happy for that. Like we talked a lot about this, you and I, and we talked to Macro a lot, especially with D4 and whatnot. It's so funny. It's like I do necromancy stuff in D4, and Macro is such a fantastic individual for that. So I talk to him when it comes to that. We both talk to another guy who's called Garm when it comes to blood stuff for Necro. And then when it comes to PoE, then Macro comes to me with that, and we sit to talk about it. And then we have our own different takes on the build guys and everything. I just love having high quality sites. They are competitors in the end, but we as writers, we're just gamers. And I love that there's so many options with different venues for people to go through. Some people prefer one site over the other, and having options just makes everything better for everyone. So I'm just very happy to see Maxwell coming in with PoE, for example. When you guys joined in there, was fantastic. We've seen Mobalytics. I'm not sure if Wowhead's ever going to come into PoE1 and stuff like that, but I like it. It's very good and it's wholesome, and most importantly, it improves it for the general population. I think that's the important part to take from this.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I like to tie a lot of those things together. So one thing that people say is, "Oh, Rax is now a billionaire now that Ziff Davis bought Maxwell." It's like, guys, you don't know how much I made from that sale? $0, zero. I'm not an owner of Maxwell. I don't know why anybody thinks I own Maxwell. So that's the first part. So as you said,
That's hilarious.
yeah, I don't own Maxwell. I don't know why. I never told anyone I did. I don't know why people think I did. But exactly as you said, is a lot of the writers are just gamers. And I have like, I can't say like there has been some drama in the past with different, like not between you and me or anything, but there has been, there's been problems kind of in the past with like, as you would expect from competitors of different things that we won't go into. And I probably never talk about any of it. It's not worth it. But you and I as players, it's just like, bro, I like that Icy Veins is writing guides. I like that Mobalytics is getting in there. Anybody who turns it into like a massive competition or whatever, I really don't subscribe to it at all. The thing that we always focus on, which I'm sure is the same thing that you do, is we try to make the best guides that we possibly can on Maxroll, just like you try to make the best guides that you can on Icy Veins. And that's it. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
God.
That's the point, right? Nobody else cares. It's like people seem to give more crap about it than the people actually actively working. We're just there to blast. And like the competition is good if you want to use the word competition. Like I think it's fantastic. It's like it just makes it all of us like, oh, did you see what Mobalytics did? They did that with their guide. Oh, we should probably see. Can our devs make that tool? That would be so good. That would increase the quality of our guys as well. And now everyone's just getting better and better at it. I love that aspect of it, and it helps us writers make it much easier to write the guides. Get more tools. But no, it's fun. It's very fun in general as well. It's funny that you mentioned that people think that you had a stake in Maxroll. Like PoE Vault isn't like publicly like it in the logo says Icy Veins, but people miss it. So people don't know that a lot of people don't know that Icy Veins owns PoE Vault. So a lot of people think that PoE Vault is my website. So people are referred to that as my website, my guide site. I'm like, I wish I owned it. I mean, come on. I really wish I owned it. Like, I know how much Enthusiast Gaming paid for Icy Rates. I wish I had a stake in that.
Yeah,
But no, I don't. I'm sorry.
we're still over here eating ramen noodles. Is what what we're trying to say.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly.
No. Do you guys?
Nah, it's fine.
You're in Sweden, right?
Correct. Yes.
Do you guys have ramen noodles over there?
We do. On my birthday, one of my closest friends, yeah, Bunny he goes by the name of Bunny. He gave me a pack of like super super hot noodles. So I was thinking about them when you brought up ramen.
Yeah. Never had one of those,
Oh
but
man,
I like spicy food, and I like ramen, so I need to get one of those like ghost pepper, like spicy ramen things, and eat it on stream or something for fun.
spicy ramen. Yeah, got to be like really spicy though. I don't
Yeah,
know. You should try shaving. That's like a trend that's going on in the PoE scene. Everyone's getting bald.
yeah. That's another thing. God, don't even get me started on bald. Everyone, I can't tell you how many times people have said, "Take off the hoodie, you fat bald piece of shit, bro." I'm not bald. Well, how did I become the bald guy?
Everyone's bald if you play PoE for too long. It's just the inevitable truth, man. You don't have to shave. You'll pull it out yourself by hand. Like, trust me, you're good, man. It's coming.
Can Can I be honest? I would be totally okay being bald. That's just one less thing you have to worry about. Hair is stupid as shit anyway. I'm like, am I wrong or what?
I'm gonna be honest. I looked at my skull. Like, I was terrified for the gamer dent, but it wasn't as bad. Well, Kiki's edited it once, but like, it wasn't that bad. But I will say this: not having hair is really annoying when you're wearing a headset because I can now feel the weight of my headset. Now it's annoying. So I need some cushion. But
Yeah.
outside of that, no, it was taking a shower. I still have very short hair. Taking a shower is like instead of 4 minutes, it's 2 minutes now. It's like so that's good. But I mean, I've had hair down to my shoulders when I was younger. It's like I know the how annoying that was.
Damn, you were like a death metal frontman or what?
Was I was growling in a band when I was younger. Like,
Wow, I was right.
I'll send you a YouTube video. The first drummer and founder of Soilwork helped me produce the song. They come from the same city as me. Yeah, let me send you this. That's me singing 11 years ago.
Okay, I'm not gonna give me 1 second. I'm on the final boss fight of this speed run. Let me just fail this real quick, and then
You can watch it off stream if you want. That's fine, man.
okay,
It's
okay.
up to you.
No, I'm
Yeah,
down to
it's
check.
now I used to do a lot of music stuff back in the day. It's actually when I started streaming, I had to stop one or the other, and I chose to continue streaming because I couldn't make time to both rehearse and stream. That's about 11 years ago, 12 years ago.
Do you play any instruments or just sing or?
Well, back in the day, I played piano, bass. I can play bass somewhat, drums, and then growl.
Okay, so we can get you on the vocals. We can get DM on the piano, and I can play guitar. And you can be on bass too. You can be like Geddy Lee. You could be the bass guy and the singer.
Katie Lee. I mean, DM plays instruments as well.
Yeah, he plays
At
piano.
least piano.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched him go at it. I was like, I thought I was half decent from the good old days that I remember. And I watched him one day, and I was like, dude, I don't remember shit anymore. I'm so bad now.
He's a god.
We need someone that can unga bunga just slap the drums. What would that be? Karn, King Konger,
A
that only plays
drummer.
melee builds.
Yeah, we got to get the melee boys in there. I don't know if
Yeah.
I don't know if any of the ARPG people are drummers. Oh, I'm out of health potions and I'm dead.
That's good times. Now, I grew up with a lot of music stuff. The Soilworks from my town. The guy, like the drummer, first drummer and founder of Soilwork, Played rhythm guitar and co-vocals for a friends of mine band, and he helped me with my band to produce our single there. We have Jay Smith from my town and a bunch of others, and then, like 2 hours away from me, we get like In Flames. But I didn't hang out with those though. But Soilwork, we rehearsed quite close to them. So we used to go to the same bars and hang out with them as well back in the day. But like, this is a lifetime ago. We're getting old, man.
We are getting old, man. I mean, next year for my birthday, I'm gonna ask for a shuffleboard and a pill calendar, so I can,
Pill calendar.
you know, the little calendars where it's like a it's like a plastic calendar with all the days of the month, and then you take all your meds that you needed. You put like one pill in each day that you need to take it, and every morning you go to your pill calendar, take your meds to stay alive. Never mind. Maybe you don't have those in Sweden.
I got a better idea for you, but it's a little self-promo, so I hope you can forgive me. But I'm gonna need you to go to gassytv.com.
All right, let's check this out. GazzyTV.com. The sexy cow. Oh, this is way better. Dude, it's only $25. That's a steal. Dude, I'm surprised you aren't sold out for years.
It's it's a subathon sub goal. It happened. There's some really haunting pictures, but yeah, you can go for that one.
Do you have like a discount if you buy 10 or something? Asking for a friend?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think we were gonna sell 10, but I got one for myself, so there's one at least. My fiance gave me the worst stare when she saw it. Oh man.
So
You
this
should
is
do one of
you.
those.
This is you singing in this video.
Yeah.
Okay, let me turn this down a little bit.
There's some I'm not sure how TOS friendly is part of that video is, so you might not want to show it on screen though.
Oh, it's gonna demonetize me.
There's no, I own the rights to it. It's the there's a naked top half of a man's body in there. So if you're fine with that, then go for it.
Oh, I don't care, but yeah, we'll just listen to it instead. How about
Yeah,
that?
I don't know how Twitch behaves on it. I tried to like not show it, but I'm whatever people have. Just in case.
It is you.
It is me indeed. I'm not sure if that's music is up your alley, but I think we talked about music some time ago.
I listen to some like do you like All That Remains?
It's very heavily inspired from that, yes. It's
Yeah,
quite
so-
obvious, right?
Yeah. So I like All That Remains. I like Slipknot. I like this kind of
Yeah.
music. Isn't this genre of music like really popular in like those countries? Like Sweden,
Oh,
Norway.
it's very popular.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. Norway is very much like black metal, gothic, and southern Sweden, like Gothenburg and down in Helsingborg, where I'm from, it's more metalcore, like In Flames and that kind of style, soul work, like that kind of between those two genres, basically.
Mhm.
But Norway has a little heavier approaches, like more black metal, like Dimmu Borgir and stuff. Fantastic music for that matter.
It's good stuff, man. I don't
I'm
have
glad you
any
liked it.
I don't have any old school videos of me singing. Nothing over here.
Well, you can create the old school by making a new school now, and then we can look back at that in 10 years from now.
Yep. This is going to be old school in 10 years. What we're doing right now. Be like, remember that one time we're speed running Act 1 CAC-W?
Waiting for patch notes.
Someone said in my chat that we're allegedly getting patch notes within the hour, but what's the source on that? Is that like Jim Bob from chat? What's
I
the
think
source?
that the guy who runs POE2 DB had a prediction time with patch notes, and he's predicted 1 hour and 40 minutes from now, which sounds a bit crazy to me because the office hours in New Zealand, it's 1 p.m., 1:20 p.m. at their place right now. So I mean, it's not many hours left of their office hours today. I think that we might actually see the patch notes tomorrow because Jonathan was very adamant about not accepting overtime anymore. You remember that from one of the interviews?
I don't know if I did hear that. He said that?
Yeah, in one of the interviews, one of the appearances, I don't remember where it was. He did say that they're not allowing overtime anymore because didn't want to make that a trend because it will inevitably, even if people normalize it, it will inevitably lead to burnout. So they basically hard stopped overtime, and as a result of that, that might push this a bit. But I think that that's a good thing for the devs, sure. But I think that with that in mind, it's getting more and more likely that the patch notes are coming tomorrow.
Here's what I would ask as a member of the PoE community if grinding your games is taking requests. I personally don't care if the patch notes are tomorrow. The only mercy I would ask from them, if they would be so kind, is the moment that they know it's not coming today, or if they're really stressing to get it out today, just send us a message. Just post it on Twitter. Say, "Hi everyone, patch notes will be out tomorrow, roughly at this time. We're wrapping them up, and we're not getting them out today." That's all I want. Just let me know,
Yeah,
and that's good enough. Like, I don't even care if it's delayed. Just let me know. Just tell me.
I would love that. On the other hand, someone in chat said that Jonathan said what I said. He said, um, but it was apparently with the exception of closer to release, so that might be the case. But if that's the case, then they might want to try to get the patch notes out obviously as soon as possible. Then we might see the patch notes in the evening their time. But I mean, if it's 1 p.m. now and we see the patch notes in the next 10 hours or the next 2 hours, like next 2 hours, that's cutting it short for me because I'm gonna wake my daughter up in 4 hours or something. And but if it happens then, I'm kind of cocked. But if like it comes out in 8 hours or something, 10 hours from now, I'll definitely be sleeping. Having somewhat of an announcement saying, yeah, I mean, we're expecting them to come around maybe this time, like something would be nice, I guess. But they never made a promise to say that they're coming today, right? So they're not obligated to do that, but we would appreciate it, obviously.
So, people are telling me that Fubgun said the patch notes are in 40 minutes.
Did Fubgun say that? But where did he get that info?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what people are telling me.
Oh, I know POE2 has a prediction of 1 hour 40 minutes, but apparently chat saying Fubgun says that every hour.
Oh wait, but someone in chat is telling me Fubgun is Mark's mother's boyfriend, though, like the LeBron James kind of relationship.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's got to be
oh,
credible info.
that is 100% changing everything. I didn't even know that. Didn't know Fupkin had that risk in him. Holy shit.
I mean, I did. Have you seen the start of his YouTube videos? Hey guys, dude, that hypnotizes me every time. He's got that soft, angelic, sweet, mellifluous voice. Love it.
Oh, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way that it is.
Oh my god. Is it still
Well,
1st of April over you? No. 2nd of April at your place, right?
I completed a speed run and I saved 40 seconds. I don't know whether to be happy or cry because I need to be saving a lot more than 40 seconds. Like,
40 seconds. What's your timer on Act 1 right now?
I mean, it's an hour and 4, which is terrible. People, I
Not
think
bad.
people on Witch, I think, are doing it in 45. I'm 19 minutes
Okay,
behind.
but you can't compare to Witch though. They're like the strongest class in that section of the game. Oh,
No, I
people
mean,
got so mad that I wanted minions to get buffed in the early levels, and the argument was that Witch is already strong. So I understand that priority would be on other classes, but it's like minions are like they are their separate class. Come on, because you're not using minions to level with. Sure as hell not. You use chaos stuffs.
I mean, I was very much on your side in my review of the questions. I was like I understand why they said it. They said, okay, well, we're not buffing early game minions because Witch is already good. But
Yeah.
those two things should not be correlated, right? We're talking about an archetype here, and you're talking about a class. Like, yes, Witch can get it done, but if one of their options is garbage, like that's like saying, oh, Spark is really good for sorcerers, so we don't need to buff fire. It's like, because they have Spark. It's like, what? But fire sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you in
Oh,
that.
the
We
patch
both have
notes
this.
are up. They're up. They're out.
Like, actually,
They're out. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you get to it, man, and let's chat after. Let's chat sometime soon about everything going on. You can tell me about your trip to China. All right.
we should do that. You have fun with the patch notes. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for the chats.
Yeah. Later, dude.
You-
Okay, that was actually perfect timing. Let's go. Holy, oh my God, look how long this patch, oh my, wait a minute. Oh my, wait, oh my God. Yeah, they came out 2 minutes ago. Oh my God. All right, well, Jesus. All right, let me copy this over into a Word doc and let's, wow, okay. Well, we got a lot to work on here, boys. Let me create a Word doc here. Whew. $52 pages, huh? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. 1 moment, please. Uh, okay, this is not working at all. Give me 1 second here. I'm having a little bit of trouble here. 52 pages, but it's not quite 52. Oh, whatever. Let's just go like this. It's fine. Man, every time. All right, let's just go like this. Okay, here we go. Ready? We're going to look through 52 pages of stuff right now. So here we go. Get ready for story time with Rax. Start fresh in new economy. All of your old characters are still present. You have a free passive tree refund. We'll just highlight anything important in pink because no, that looks terrible. What should we do? Green? Teal? How about that? We like teal. Okay, here we go. We highly encourage you to join the new leagues. Standard, hardcore, SSF, of course. Okay, here we go. We know all of this. Okay. 8 new endgame maps. 4 unique strong boxes. 12 rogue exiles. Okay, they're much smarter than your average monster. Maybe I'll highlight this portion of it for people. I'm not gonna cover stuff that we've already covered 100 times. We already know all of this. So let's just highlight this one part that if you fight a rogue exile, it'll show you under their nameplate, I believe, what uniques they have. If you kill them, you get those uniques. So if he's wearing mage blood, move the camera. Okay, let me move the camera. You're right. Move the camera over here. Good idea. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You're right. You're right. By the way, guys, thank you so much for all of the subs. Diablos gifted 10 and so many people subbed while we were talking to Gazzy. Thank you guys. Really appreciate you. Okay. The wisps, they float around and they flee and they buff monsters and more rewarding. We know that. 15 socketable items with new modifiers. I don't understand. What is this? Is this runes? What are the new socketable items? What are the 15 new socketable items? Are they runes? Okay. The Twilight Reliquary Key. Okay. Here we go. If a selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, only special keys dropped by the relevant content will be able to provide these items. So that might make, it's going to be interesting how that's going to work for trade, right? Because only special keys can give you the best items. So are we going to be able to tell which key is which or see like an eye level on the key or something? That might be interesting. Okay. Essences can now have Val orbs applied to them to corrupt them. Okay, you can corrupt essences. That's kind of important for craft. This is a crafting thing, so let's call that out as important. Okay, endgame changes. Areas of corruption on the Atlas have a central corrupted nexus that's the source of the affliction. Corruption will spill out and amalgamate into powerful monsters. When you reach the nexus, you begin the task of cleansing it, completing the task. Complete this task and receive crystalline shards that you can use to obtain passive skill points. A boss for each faction has been added. These appear in the corrupted nexuses. Additional corruption monster factions have also been introduced. Corruption has had their visual animations improved. Corruption no longer implicitly have +1 to area level. Okay, so this is actually a huge change. Corruption areas no longer implicitly have +1 to area level. Okay, I did not know that. This is actually significant because sometimes you want to buff up the area level to try to get like level 20 skill gems. So this is actually significant. We know this adds a random fractures a random modifier, locking it in place. We know that. I guess let me highlight it just because it's a new thing for crafting. In order to open a corrupted Nexus map, the waystone placed in the map device will need to have at least 4 modifiers, okay? You can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Upon entering the end game, you get 6 attempts. More modifiers, the respawns go down. We've talked about this before, but people will really care about it, so let's highlight it. Okay. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. You'll be able to enter and exit your maps as much as you like, as long as, so they did change this. They did change this. They changed this for the better. So this is really nice. So it is based on deaths. It's not based on portals. So that's good. Once you start a boss fight, the respawning system will change to require the map owner to collectively respawn the entire party. That is so you must still kill the boss from full life. Makes sense. Probably important enough to call it out. If you decide to rush the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and then you die, you will respawn at the boss checkpoint and only the map boss will be present. All other monsters and content will be removed. This is to prevent cases where players were able to farm multiple copies of the same reward by dying on purpose. Can you guys explain to me how this would work? If you rush a map boss without doing any map content and you die, you have to just fight the boss. All other monsters and content are removed to prevent cases where players were able to farm multiple copies of the same rewards. Oh, maybe I understand how this would work. So someone would open a breach, clear most of it, die, and then the party leader would respawn them on the boss checkpoint or something. Or maybe just you somehow use the boss checkpoint to refresh the content or something because the party leader brings them back. Okay. All right. I guess that's important enough to call out. If you rush the boss and your map disappears, you're going to want to know why. So tablets are way more powerful. Tower maps can all, we knew that. Okay, increase the chances for rare monsters to have 3 or 4 modifiers in the map. Note that this means that they drop more items. Extra content now starts spawning further away from the ziggurat. That doesn't matter. How waystones are obtained in maps has been redesigned. Our intention is to make sustaining them more reliable and less dependent on random elements. Okay, so map sustain is going to be better. That will matter to some people. Waystones can no longer drop at a lower tier than the map that you are in. Final boss always drops 1 tier higher. I wonder how that works in tier 15. Okay, so all this is really good for how the map sustain is going to be better. Okay, Doriani now has up to 10 waystones available to purchase. Okay, that's good. He didn't used to sell jack shit anymore, so that's a nice change. Waystone chance granted by waystone suffix has been reduced. That's whatever. Unidentified waystones now provide 30% increased waystone drop chance instead of quantity. I bet people didn't even know that this was the thing before. The first 5 different unique maps you complete grant 2 Atlas passive points. That's important for your points. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition. Okay. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Allows you to select 2 items, hoping to get the best elements on a single item. The more mods, the chances of success decreases. If you are not successful, the items will be destroyed. This will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition and requires artifacts found in expedition. Okay, so this is important because this is crafting. All right. These are the actual patch notes. We're going through them right now. Yep. We're already on page 6. There's 52 pages, boys. Buckle up. Ritual favors. Okay. All right. These are just, none of these are super. These are just little number changes, not the biggest deal. Okay. Okay, that's not that important. All bosses that are affected by difficulty. Okay, so this is going to be a good change for the casuals. The casuals can now have higher access to the best content. Okay, and they're going to be much easier. Okay. You don't lose XP inside logbooks. And you also don't gain experience. Damn. You can't lose or gain? Damn. Rip you trying to level up doing your logbooks. Do I know the drop time for the new PoE League? We do know the time, isn't it? Is it 1 p.m. Pacific? That might not be right. Is it 1 p.m. Pacific, guys? Move the location of the stash in simulacrum. Okay. Reduce the power of notables in the Atlas tree. Okay. Okay. This is kind of sad and crying. Can now be obtained from all map tiers. When you, okay. All you have to do is click the delirium mirror. Omens always appear as ritual rewards. These were very, very rare before. It went from very rare to always appear. Damn. Okay. All right. That's what were those called? The general those are the end game changes. Okay. All right. Here we go, boys. Page 9. 40% more chance to contain random extra content for 20% less number of monster packs. So this could be really good if you're trying to just push one end game objective very quickly. Seems like that's what that could be good for. We got 10 more passive skill points. That is important. Okay, so they nerfed the shit out of that. 50% increased quantity. So they nerfed Breach again. Jesus. Well, later, Breach. Jesus Christ. Well, and that's the end of Breach. Later, Breach. Breach was the only fun thing. Damn it. Well, later, Breach. In order to work around a common crash. Okay. Reforging benches in town have been repositioned to have more optimal locations. Okay. Strong boxes appear in Act 1. That's okay. Added a stash to the treasure room. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Improved the performance of summoning and reviving minions. God, I'll take minion improvements all day long when I can get them. Okay. Escape shot, toxic growth, light, jump over elements, the decay buff from decaying hex. Okay, fire. Okay. None of that's that exciting. That's fine. Player changes. Players are now required to be at least 25 to enter cruel areas and 50 to enter endgame areas. That should be fine. Players' base attack speed while unarmed went up. Huh. Okay. Freeze now builds up 48% slower. God, just when we thought the cast on Freeze Comet was bad, now Rip Ice Strike. God damn it, Rip Ice Strike. Wah. Rip Frost Bomb, Rip Ice Strike. Our ailment threshold got cut in half? Wah! Well, get ready to be ignited and frozen all the time. In our presence is now 4 meters instead of 6? We lost 2 of our 6 meters? Jesus. Okay, so Breach is gone. Breach is gone. Freeze is gone. Presence is way harder to apply. We're getting ignited and frozen and shocked way more often. Okay. Uh-oh. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Modifiers to curse effect now instead apply to curse magnitude. That means they're multiplicative with any other mods to the effect of the debuff on the target. For example, curse magnitude and slow magnitude are multiplicative with each other. So usually multiplicative means better. I'm trying to think about, I think this is a case where multiplicative just has to be better, right? Because if you have a debuff magnitude and you add them all together and then multiply through, that's worse than them all multiplying through, right? So this should be a positive, meaning buffing your curses is better, right? Or is this a case where if you have 30% effective curse and 30% of slow magnitude, then simply adding them together before for 60% was better? I actually don't know the formula, so I don't know. Yeah, like inertial mage. I don't know. Did they just add together? I don't know which one's stronger. Can you turn your mic up a bit? I can't. It's at max, but I could talk louder. Actually, wait. Maybe I can turn my mic up. Let me mess with this for a second. Can I turn this? What if I do this? Am I louder now? Did I get louder? Let me turn it way down. Okay, yeah, this does work. There, how is that? Is that better? Hello, hello, hello? Is that better? This might, I don't know. Multiplicative in terms of damage is better, but sometimes flat adding is better. I don't know the math. I need to see the math formula before I would know what this actually is. Player created objects like ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. Okay. Ice crystals can no longer apply on-kill effects such as Herald of Ash and Trample Toes Overkill. So ice crystals, are we talking about Frostwall? Is Frostwall that summons the ice crystals and we spec into it to have them lower health? So I think this is a big nerf to Frostwall. And Frostwall was one of the best skills for a sorcerer. Okay. Heavy stun duration on players is now 3 seconds. It was previously 1. So you're just dead? Can you imagine like in a map or against the boss? Can you imagine getting stunned for this duration? Stun. 1, 2, 3. I mean, oh my God. They literally said in the interview, they said, like, when they were talking about like riding around on your mount and attacking, or when you're parrying, and like you have that heavy stun thing, you have the heavy stun building up. They said if you let it build up, I believe their exact words were you should expect to die. Well, they stun you for 3 full seconds. And this also is a nerf as well, right? So your heavy stun bar doesn't begin emptying until the heavy stun animation has finished. Or wait, or is this a buff? As the heavy stun bar is decaying, can monsters build toward heavy stun? Is it interruptible as it decays? If it is not interruptible, then I would say this is a buff. But if it is interruptible, then it's a huge nerf. Does anybody know? I don't even know. This could be a buff or a nerf. I just don't know if if monsters can build heavy stun against you while it's decaying. It could mean no chain stun. So this could it could be either. It could be a buff. I just don't know. I don't know if you can build heavy stun toward another heavy stun while it's decaying. I just don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look in game. I don't know. Players cannot block or evade hits while they are heavy stunned. Wait. Your shield and if you're wearing a shield or if you spec evasion and you get heavy stunned, they don't work? So any damage, pretty much any damage that hits you during a heavy stun is guaranteed to hit you? So if you get heavy stunned, you are gonna die. Pinned targets can no longer evade. Is there a single class that has accuracy problems? Like maybe in the future, I don't know any class that has accuracy problems, man. Like literally nobody. The base duration for endurance, frenzy, and power charges is now 15 seconds. Wait, now that we're starting to really lean more heavily into these charges, now that they're more important, you nerf them? God damn it. Now that they matter? Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take 20% increased physical damage from hits. So I'm going to color this and I'm going to add orange text will be like my comments. I have a question here though. So I'm going to say this says enemies, but usually any armor changes also apply to players. So hopefully it doesn't say that it applies to us, but I watched Kriparian's videos and he was saying when they change armor and they change the formulas, they usually also apply to the player. Now it literally says enemies, so maybe that's their way of saying this part of the formula doesn't apply to players. But don't be surprised if the enemies are trying to break your armor. Like, let's say you're a class that doesn't even have much armor and they could break it like instantly with one hit. You might just take way more damage. So it's something to be aware of. You might get killed, and if you have very low armor and an armor or it's called shred arm. It's all called armor shred in last epoch. What's it called? Armor break in this game. Armor break. This might apply to you as well, even though it doesn't say it does. So if you have some armor and they break it, you might take 20% increased physical damage, which in general is the most dangerous damage type. So I think the idea here was to buff breaking armor, because I saw Macro's video where he did the massive analysis on breaking armor. Shout out to Macro. And Macro is saying that breaking armor in PoE2 is absolute dog shit. They're probably trying to fix that, but just beware. Revivable minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. This only applies to newly summoned minions, not minions that just revive. That's fine. I think that's acceptable. That seems logical. On an ancestrally boosted slam now does 30% more damage and 20% more area. Okay. So this was kind of underwhelming before. They buffed it a little bit. Okay. They mathed this out before the game even launched, and they said that this was really, really weak. So 10% more multiplicative damage. I mean, I guess it's not nothing. Randa Shah, Rogue Leader, Zircon Destruction, Mac Chi Noel. Did I get even close? Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Okay. Persistent minions granted by Ascendancy passive skills will now automatically be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. So like the Hellhound. Oh, that's just from people forgetting to turn on the Hellhound or something. That's fine. Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving, rather than for the whole length of many animations that have some movement during some part of them. So, all right. Well, I have a question here. My question on this patch note would be, do we count as moving if a boss or enemy displaces us? That would be my question to that. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation setting your life to 1 or Blood Magic setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion is applied to the stat rather than being ignored by the conversion. Is this to nerf Everlasting Gaze? Is this Everlasting Gaze or what? Well, later Spark. And it's Ghost Wraith as well. So now it occurs before the conversion rather than being ignored by the conversion. So Ghost Wraith and Everlasting Gaze, we're looking at the values and they didn't care what this passive did, or this ascendancy or something. And now it's going to take the value of your life being at 1 or your energy shield being 0 or whatever, and then it's not going to work. Okay. So we can go here and we can say Adios Ghost Wraith. How do you spell Wraith? And Everlasting Gaze. I spell that right? Probably not. Oh, adios. Titan. Okay. The surprising strength ascendancy passive now gets 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Okay. Earthbreaker now gives 25% chance for slam skills to cause aftershocks. So, okay. Okay. They nerfed block? Wah. Minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 decks. This seems kind of significant. Okay. Well, I'm not really too excited for either of those things. The enhanced effectiveness ascendancy passive skill now grants 20% less attributes. The integrated efficiency ascendancy passive skill has swap positions with gem studded. It doesn't provide 3 skill slots. Instead, it now causes skills to gain 20% increased damage per socketed red support gem. Okay. This seems pretty awesome, does it not? But this is increased. It's not more. So, is this really that good? Maybe it is. So, you usually use maybe 2 damaging skills. You usually use 2 damaging skills, right? And each of them can have 5 supports on them. So, you're going to get 10 of these buffs for 1 point. Is that correct? You lose 3 skill slots, but isn't that useless anyway? Isn't that just literally 3 additional slots to have gems? Like, is literally anybody using that for anything? Like, losing this is losing nothing. So this, you gained max res with those skills. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I would still consider this a buff. Like, you get 10 of these, right? You normally use 2 skills ish for damage, sometimes 1. Let's say you use 2 in your build, 1 for clearing, maybe 1 for the boss. And you're going to get 10 instances of these. Yeah, so a reduction to defense and seems like a pretty significant offensive buff. 5 to 10 instances of these buffs versus losing the 3 skill slots, which were usually for defense. So it's like seems like a big offensive buff and a slight defensive nerf. This doesn't provide 1 to the level of all skills. Instead, you either get +2 to all skills. The strength requirement, I mean, this is just a buff, right? There's usually only 1 or 2 things that you really want to level up, and now you can get 2 of them instead of 1. I'd way rather... I think this also looks like... This also seems like a buff again. So I think, okay, I think I'm understanding what's happening here. I think I'm understanding the phenomenon. What they're trying to do with Gemling Legionnaire. I think I see what's happening here. So I think what's happening here is they're trying to buff the Ascendancy to make up for the fact that stat stacking is dead. Yeah. They're trying to not just... They don't want to kill it, so they're trying to buff some other things. I'll be honest with you. Gemling Legionnaire looks looks pretty tasty, honestly, especially for softcore. +2 to the skill that you're looking for, and a bunch of big chunky offensive stats. Pff, I mean, okay. Okay, Pathfinder. I like Pathfinders. Huh. You can get immunity to one of the elemental ailments. Immunity to freeze is super important in PoE 1. And it might be a huge problem now, because now they nerf the elemental threshold by 50%. Hmm. Wait a minute. This provides 30% of your evasion rating. Wait, what? How much elemental damage reduction do we get? %30 of your evasion rating grants elemental damage reduction, but by how much though? There's no way it's actually 30% of your evasion rating. You get your evasion rating over 10,000. So what does 3,000 elemental damage reduction mean? Certainly it's not 3,000 less damage from elements. I'm confused. What is the value of the elemental damage reduction here? It gives 30% elemental reduction from your evasion. So if you had, well, let's just make some shit up. If you had 100, well, let's say if you had 50% chance to evade, would it then give you 30% of 50, which is 15%? Is it a percent of a percent, or? Okay. Okay, so this is actually, that's actually a significant buff, right? if this works as a percent of a percent, this is a huge defensive buff, especially because they nerfed player ailment or elemental ailment threshold. So 50% chance to evade would be 15% elemental damage reduction, right? Is that how you guys, that's how I read it, but I don't know if I'm right. This might actually be very good for surviving. Pathfinder is really good for SSF hardcore, by the way, because you pick poison concoction and it auto levels and it auto sockets. You all automatically get the 5 sockets. And now if elemental ailments cause everyone to die, Pathfinder has a pretty good starts over there with a pretty good way to build evasion. So Pathfinder might actually be like a pretty damn good ascendancy, right? Yeah, but keep reading. Oh, god damn it. What? Embrace the darkness. Okay, I don't really. I haven't played Chalupa Monk. Mana Leech used to be Mana Leech is instant. Now it's Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types. I'm confused. Isn't this just a nerf? Wah! Wah! Well, adios, Ice Strike Monk. Wah! Yeah, well, I haven't gotten that far yet, but yeah. We're gonna be looking for something though, right? Even if Grim Feast is gone. So bleeding on cursed targets is aggravated. Is aggravated bleeding in PoE2 as it counts as if they're moving, and moving when you're bleeding, what is that? Double damage? Hex, thank you for the raid. Krista, thanks for the prime. Okay. 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 Wow, this is one of the best things about it. God damn it. Well, if we're previously capped at 10 demon flame, what did they change the other node to? What? What? Wasn't this the only reason you took the Hellhound? The only reason you take the Hellhound is because it takes 20% of the damage from you. It doesn't do anything. Wait, what does the Hellhound do? What? It doesn't do any damage. The only reason it's there is to sit there and take 20% of the damage. Wait, I don't even understand. Why would you take the Hellhound? Is it now you want to know it's just a pet now. It's a cosmetic pet. I don't understand. What? It ignites? I mean, yeah, but usually you're playing it with the SRS and you're already igniting everything. Like, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to spec Infernalist and like go like gas arrow and wear a bow and so you get a free ignite from the pet now? Like, I don't get it. All right. So I don't know. What? This was the primary reason to use the Hellhound. What do we use it for? To ignite and apply fire exposure or something? Is this worth 2 passive points? I guess I'm confused. Like, I would like to ask Grinding Gear Games. So what would you like me to use the Hellhound for? Can you give me an like? Okay, so to ignite, put an ignite and apply fire exposure or something. What? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. So if I go back up here, okay, so it will depend on how much flat life you lose, but overall, this should make Infernalist easier to play earlier with the limited 10 demon flame. and reduced cooldown. So I just got done playing this, so I know exactly how this goes. Before, it was uncapped demon flames, so you'd allocate this, and then you would essentially just start killing yourself right away. And I'm guessing they want you to be able to start with the skill and then actually build into it. And then now the second ascendancy, which used to cap at 10 demon flame that let you actually play, now it opens up demon flame to be uncapped, so you can try to stack a billion stacks of the extra spell power. That's probably the right design choice, is to flip them. Okay. Okay. Chronomancer. Has anyone ever even made one of these? Uh-oh, Stormweaver. Uh-oh, I made like 10 of these. Wah! 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 I would way rather have 50% less shock duration, because I can just reapply the shock. Wah! And it's even less. It's a multiplicative loss of shock magnitude. Bro, I can just reapply the shock. You just made me do like way less damage. God damn it, dude. Wah! What the? Oh. Oh no, dude. It gets worse. Ah. All right. What is the original base bleeding duration? The forum already has 14 pages and Reddit is worse. Is anybody else like taking the temperature of multiple content creators? Like I am guessing, you tell me if I'm wrong. I'm guessing I'm actually having a calmer reaction than most. Am I more calm than others, or is everybody calm? How is everybody else feeling? Hey, what happened to my Aurora Borealis? Let me refill my water, guys, and let the executions continue. Okay. What the fuck, man? Oh, all right. Well, let the executions continue. All right. Wah! I mean, jewel sockets are jewels in Path of Exile 2 are insanely good. So instead of nerfing jewels themselves, they just took away opportunities for you to slot jewels in. So I would guess if you're hunting for jewels, I would guess if it's 12 jewel sockets in the 12 jewel sockets in the entire tree, I would guess that your build is going to lose maybe 2. So you lost 2 jewel sockets. Jewel sockets are kind of bad early game and godly in the end game when you actually get some currency to make a godly jewel. There's 24 on the tree at pre-patch. Yeah, so in the end game, how many jewel sockets do you get? Like 4 maybe? Maybe you lose 2 or 3 jewel sockets per end game character. You were using 8? 8? Jesus. So anyway, it's no matter what, it's a big nerf. Wow, they even nerfed acrobatics. God, they want us to die. God, was acrobatics even overpowered? Eldritch Battery now has the additional property of it doubles mana cost. What? So let's see. Mind over matter. Chaos inoculation is your life is one, and your life is one, and you can't take chaos damage. Mind over matter is you take damage from your mana before your life, right? And Eldritch Battery is that your energy shield is converted to mana or something? Is Eldritch Battery ES goes to mana? So let me just see if I have this right. Cult of PC Nality. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Technologics, thank you for the sub. Hexsun rated, thank you. Maestro Shumati Norad, thank you so much for the subs and the primes. So let me get this straight. So I want for this node, I need to remove my energy shield and add that to the mana pool to double my spell costs. Uh, uh, oof. Hmm. Wah, another nerf to a very popular, another nerf to a very popular notable Falcon technique. So not only is our elemental ailment threshold, not only is our elemental ailment threshold lowered dramatically, the way to solve it on the tree has also been cut in half. Because I remember, is this the notable in the top right corner that you would take like when you fight the pinnacle bosses for freeze to not get frozen? So not only do we have a mega problem that we have to try to fix, but now it's harder to fix it too. Jesus. Isn't the mana blessing notable now only has 5% reduced. It used to get 5% increased maximum mana. They changed it to mana regen, but weren't there very, very few sources of just straight increased max mana on the tree? And 5% is a very low number. Like, are they trying to just completely kill Archmage from every single source? Like, do you really want to path in any direction to pick up 20% more mana regen? Like, 20% mana regen is available right at the start of the tree, and everyone just walks past it for in a lot of cases. How are you going to path to it to go pick that up? So this is a big nerf. It's a big nerf to did they nerf Widow Hail? This is nerfing Widow Hail. This is nerfing this is really nerfing poison concoction. Dude, what did Peacock ever do to you guys? They already nerfed quivers in general, right? Because you couldn't get because bow increased skills didn't apply or whatever, and now they're nerfing the passes that you take to buff the quiver because you don't get to use your weapon. Jesus. Holy. Oh my. Holy. Okay. I mean, isn't this a huge nerf? Because the only thing you actually care about blocking is the heavy stuns. The heavy stuns are what's going to kill you. And light stuns, can't you not be light stunned already if you're blocking? Isn't this just way worse? Jesus. Goodbye, Heralds. This is good. We got a buff, boys. Woo! Wah! Oh God. They just not only did they nerf mana, they cut Archmage in half. And they cost more. And now quality, instead of giving you more damage, reduces the reservation. So what, does Archmage cost 100 spirit? 10% reduced reservation? Qualitying it gives us 10 spirit instead of 1% extra damage as lightning across our entire mana pool? What? Still okay, maybe, just not broken. Well, I don't know, man. They significantly reduced our damage. The mana costs went up. Our mana pool is lower. Our jewel slots are, we lost a couple of jewel slots minimum. And now Eldritch Battery doubles the cost of our spells on top of the increased cost from Archmage. I don't know, man. That's a huge nerf. Grim Feast is also gone. Everlasting Gaze doesn't work anymore. I mean, ooh. Hmm. I mean, lowered base attack time with attack speed. I guess without seeing the numbers, I don't even know which one's better. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe this is good. I don't know. Bleeding Concoction, though, forces you to play Pathfinder, right? Is this somehow a nerf? What was Blink before? Blink is a spell? Does this somehow negatively impact this? Is this like a nerf somehow? All travel skills share a cooldown, and now you've lost certain supports. Cast on minion death only gains energy when persistent minions are killed. Wah! Later SRS. This is an SRS nerf, right? Wah. And now you can't purposely summon shit minions to buff cast on minion death. I guess that's fine. Cast on shock gains 1 energy per power of enemies you shock with hits from skills. Previously 2. So cast on shock got another double nerf. Another one? Combat frenzy, isn't this what we needed? Isn't this what we used for Ice Strike Monk? So it's going to be much harder to generate your what's it called? The lightning bob. It's going to make it a lot harder to what's it called? Charge staff. Use combat frenzy to gain a frenzy charge to cast charge staff, right? Ugh. Bro. God damn it, man. Dude. It was already pretty challenging. Like when I fought the T4 when I fought the final version of the Chronomancer boss in Trial of Suck My Ass, when the boss would phase change on Peacock, I would purposely stand still to regen all of my mana flash charges because in one phase, I would use all of my mana flash charges. And now the cost has almost doubled. What the fuck? Why? I don't even understand. It wasn't even that easy. I had 0.25 mana flask charges on my flask, and I took the mana flask charge generation node, and I had a pretty good character. And I was doing millions of damage a second, like 2 million damage a second. And I still ran out of mana. And now it's double the cost. What the fuck? Boss got half health now, though? No, the boss has half health. Oh, you're saying in the trials? Well, that's one boss that has half health. What about my guy fighting the T4 Pinnacle boss? This. Okay. Well. Well. Hmm. So I don't really know if this matters, but so I does this mean that I also can't use an offhand? Or does this what does unarmed weapon set mean? Does it just mean no weapon or I can still use my offhand? So it means you literally can't have a weapon there. So it means Widow Hail actually doesn't work anymore, right? Oh my god. All right. So cannot use Widow Hail anymore. And Flask Sustain will be a real challenge because I think there's only two ways in the entire game. The only two ways I know of to gain mana flask charges are 0.25 charges per second and the flask charge nodes on the passive tree, and tough endgame encounters already challenged the existing charges before, and now the cost is nearly double. I played this build. I played it to the very, very end game in SSF hardcore. It's my second highest SSF hardcore character ever. I'm telling you, this mana flash thing is gonna feel bad because I was trying to solve it the entire time, and I took both solutions, and it was still kind of iffy. Damn. They also nerfed conductivity. Damn. I'm trying to see if there's anything about Spark that they didn't nerf. Bro. God. Now they halved the damage of the explosion with poison concoction. These are the boots that you use with poison concoction is dead. God damn it, man. I like this build. I was really looking forward to making a build guide for poison concoction for you guys. I thought you guys were going to love it. They nerfed like everything about it. Can't wear Widow Hail anymore. The mana cost going up is actually a big problem. The boots do half damage now. Man. And they crucified despair. 20 at level 9. Now they nerfed the shit out of despair too. This is also poison concoction dying. Goodbye, poison concoction. It gets worse for the boots. How? It's a big nerf, but I never played Detonate Dead. I don't get it. 10 from 10? What? 10 from 10? Isn't that the same? I'm confused. Oh, they're just showing. Oh, I see. Okay. So once again, they're just nerfing the shit out of shocking everywhere. They're really trying to get us to play anything except poison concoction with Pathfinder, huh? Wait a minute. So isn't this the skill that I played with the crossbow that I already hated? They more than doubled the grenade time. The explosion radius gets a slight buff at the early levels only, and the detonation time is also worse. Didn't this skill already feel horrible to play? I already played this and it was horrible. They thought it was too strong, huh? Nobody really used this. I guess it needed a buff. I guess maybe we try it now because everything else is dead. Okay. I mean, huh. Of adding a 15-second cooldown when it previously didn't have one, and outrageously nerfing its damage. Was this even OP? I don't know. Uh-oh, flame wall. I mean, flame wall is a leveling gem only now. What page? Oh my god, we're not even halfway done. Oh no. Yep. More nerfed curses that everybody uses. Uh-oh. Wow. They buffed Frost Bomb? All right, boys. Frost Bomb is still in there. They buffed Frost Bomb. Frost Wall now has a higher cooldown. Dude, that was one of the sorcerer's best skills. Terrible. Yep, they're trying to get us to not play Poison Concoction. I don't think that will matter too much. Wah. It was probably too strong. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my hammer of the god. They removed the cooldown, but now you need 20 glory and glory is built up by heavy stunning enemies. It's a big buff. How is this a big buff? Because it no longer has a cooldown. But Fireheart, did you read the rest of it? It's a buff if you only read the first part of the first sentence. Did you read the rest of it? Read the rest of it. Hex Blast cannot explode curses that have infinite duration. Are curses that are applied from blasphemy, do they have infinite duration? Okay, so I don't want to overreact here, but uh, am I understanding this correctly? Does this say Hex Blast? Does this say Hex Blast can only be used if you curse an enemy and then 50% of it has to expire and you can no longer use blasphemy to cast Hex Blast? Like, am I am I wrong? Like, is that like is that like the most like gut-wrenching unplayable nerf I've like ever in the history of video games? Like, that is like actually completely gone if that's how it works. What does blasphemy say? I literally have this build made. I just made it. I need to read what blasphemy says. Curses got buffed in general. Flammability, conductivity, despair, all of them got nerfed. What do you mean? Wait, I have this build. I just made it. I have so many damn characters. Wait, is this actually just killing Hex Blast? This one? I mean, what does blasphemy say? I don't know. Like I'm not sure. It doesn't say anything about the curses being infinite. Are we sure? Are we sure that? Are you sure that this doesn't work with blasphemy? It doesn't say that they last forever. It says that it makes them an aura, but the aura doesn't say anything about infinite either. I don't know. Like, I guess, like, if that's what it means, oh my god, dude. I don't know. Like, if unless I'm missing something, if Hex Blast doesn't work with Blasphemy, I will never I will never play this. Wow. And they also nerfed the living shit out of it. Okay. Here's another curse nerf. More curse nerfs coming in. This is actually a buff, but they already nerfed Frostwall in other ways. Does Rax read YouTube chat? Yes, but I'm too busy crying reading the patch notes. Hmm. Oh, you know, just a 5x nerf. Is Lightning Conduit, is that... What was the name of the skill that the stat stackers were using? Was it Lightning Conduit? Is this what they were using? Or was it a different skill? I only played that build for one day. Tempest Flurry, that's what it's called. This is my first time with Grinding Gear Games patch notes. This was widely expected. I've read Grinding Gear Games patch notes before, but my knowledge of POE1 is very low. I've only been playing POE1 for a year. I don't know anything compared to the people that have been playing it for like 10. But POE2 is a different story. I play this game religiously. That's why I have a Hex Blast character. I have a Poison Concoction character. I have 4 Spark characters. I played the stupid ass grenade shit that they nerfed. I played Frostwall with the ice crystals and lowering their life. I played this shit. I played Leap Slam, so it's completely different. When I actually read these patch notes, I know the builds. I made them all. Not all of them, but almost all of them. This is much worse than normal. Lightning Rod disappears after 6 chains. It used to be able to chain 14 times. So that's obviously a huge nerf. Okay. Okay, Pain Offering got buffed. Okay, so finally some good news for minions. We got more damage and we got more attack speed with Pain Offering. We use this, right? Okay. They buffed something. Okay. D4 bad. Not buffed, it's more time. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. This was multiplicative. Oh, it was multiplicative. Now it's additive. Oh. Oh, they nerfed the shit out of it. Oh. Well, wait. Well, wait. Actually, so this is much better, but this is much worse. So I actually don't know. So this part is much worse, but this part is much better, right? So I actually don't know. Looks like a colossal buff, but the damage portion changed from multiplicative to additive. So it's probably about the same. You get 30% attack speed and you change 44% multiplicative damage into 58 additive, where you're taking all additive everywhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into like a 14% increase. I don't know. I'd have to path of building it, which would be about the same as gaining 28 attack speed. Mark my words, if they had given us 100 more support, if they had given us 100 more support gems, then people would not cry. This got to be a troll, right? I don't even understand. This guy's gotta be troll. What? I can't scroll. Wah. Perfect strike no longer always ignites. I mean, I thought this was going to be nerfed way worse, but it might be nerfed way worse than this, right? Because they said the base damages could be different. I actually thought this would be nerfed more. I mean, this is a pretty big nerf, but you don't have it qualityed in the campaign. Wait. What deals physical damage? The concoction throw itself, like the hit? And then the poison has to be chaos damage, right? This is terrible. We don't want this because the entire time in the tree, you spend the whole time scaling chaos damage. So now we don't scale the hit? The base magnitude of poison is chaos damage per second equal to 20%. Of the physical. So it used to be 20% of the physical and chaos damage dealt by the hit. If it's the same amount, but it's only the physical damage, that's how much poison you will apply. But if you're scaling poison in your passive tree and the hit that applies the poison is physical, don't you lose a shitload of base damage that you are buffing with the passive tree? Let me log on my poison concoction guy. Let me go back. I have a peacock right here. It's one of my strongest characters. Yeah, so currently poison concoction does chaos damp. So we got to go to paint for this. I mean, maybe there's other values here that are changing, but let's just say everything is held constant. If everything is the same, right now I throw the vial. That's a vial. There it is. It's got green shit in it. Okay. The hit is chaos damage, and then it poisons and does chaos damage. Now it does physical damage on the hit and then poisons further. Now, assuming this could be wrong, assuming that these two numbers are the same, this is just worse. And the reason why it's worse is because in the passive tree, I take this cluster and this one, I'm buffing the chaos damage constantly, which would buff the hit, which applies the poison and then buffs the poison, right? But now all of this passive doesn't buff the hit, so I get a little baby poison and then I magnify it, but I'm magnifying a little baby hit. So I am praying to God that this magnitude went up, because the entire tree here is just chaos, poisony stuff. So I don't know. I really wish I could sit down with them and interview them. I was like, why did they change? Why does it do physical now? I wonder. That's not good. So now raging. Whoop. Man. So now raging spirits are going to be. Way, way tougher to keep up. Wow. That was the main way to level. Oof. These frost mages were pretty good. These got a nerf as well. This might actually buff early game witches, right? Because the initial rattling scepter gives you 2 skelly warriors and it gives you 100 spirit. Doesn't it? Don't you get 100 spirit? So I could see this as actually being the new way to level up. We're gonna get more skellies at least, I think. But skelly warriors kind of suck anyway. I don't think you can ever make skelly warriors strong anyway. So maybe actually, why? Maybe this isn't that interesting because skelly warriors kind of suck anyway. Now that I think about it. Spark fires 9 projectiles instead of 14. Does not have increased projectile speed. Now you get more. Wait. Wait. So we lost 9 projectiles, 9, and we gained 11% projectile speed. But we lost 9 projectiles. Stampede got nerfed. They nerfed warrior stuff. Damn, that was brave. Bells now require a 10 combo? It requires a 10 combo and gets destroyed after 10 hits? Wait, no, we lost. How many hits did we lose? It's 2.5 times harder to use. And we lost 13 hits. Wait, what? It takes 2.5x the combos to drop, and each one lost 13 hits. Okay. Lost 13 hits, right? We lost 9 here. And then we lost 4 here. And we lost 13 hits. Okay. Well, I feel like they went to my YouTube and said, all right, Spark Sorcerer, Ice Strike Monk, Minion Leveling Boy, Poison Concoction. And they said, not on my watch. Like, all of my videos are completely worthless. I'm trying to think, do I have a YouTube build guide? Do I have a single YouTube build guide? They nerfed Lightning Arrow. I guess the most playable one is Lightning Arrow. They nerfed that too, but not as much. Tempest Spell Shockwave no longer deals 30% more damage for Elemental Ailment, or I wonder which one's better. So the first one is just 30% more. That's obviously godly. If they take each individual element, so wait a minute. When you hit the bell, if you hit the bell with Ice Strike, does it only give you 30% of the physical damage portion of the strike that hit the bell? Oh, my heart can only take so much. So if I'm reading this correctly, this means, so if I understand this correctly, instead of it doing 30% more damage for each element, now it takes the physical portion of the hit, could be very low, and multiplies that by 30 as extra damage of that element. In a lot of cases, this should be a big nerf, and it does far less attack damage. Talkative try. Well, we're going through the 50 pages of patch notes. We're on page 27. I'm tying the noose and getting ready to end it all. How are we doing, Mr. Try? Try is the only happy one. He's happy. He's happy. Yeah, the problem with the 30% extra, it's only 30% extra of the physical portion, right? Keep reading, it isn't over. Tempest Bell can now only trigger a shockwave every 250 milliseconds. Can only trigger 4 times a second. I mean, I don't think that's that unreasonable. I don't mind that one so much. No one will play Last Epoch. That shit is garbage. Okay. Everybody, not to be a contrarian, just for once in our lives on the internet, give us an honest answer. Is anybody going to play Last Epoch for at least a bit on the 17th, or are you not playing? Yes or no? Are you going to play? Yes or no? That guy said no one's playing. I see there are some no's, but there's a lot of yeses. Hell nah, laughing my ass off. There's a lot of people who are going to say that, and you're going to be missing out. You're going to be watching us play Last Epoch. You're going to be like, wait a minute. All right, I got to go get that. I actually don't mind this one. You can hit it only 4 times a second. I mean, that's fine. I guess this is also reasonable. Wah! Oh, there it goes. We knew that one was coming. I don't understand, man. They're nerfing grenades even further? My God. I hated playing those. They nerfed Wind Dancer too? Wah! There's no trade in last epoch. It's boring. Not only do they have trade, not only do they have an entire progression system of a trading faction, they also have an in-game auction house. Excuse me? Does anybody have a giant spiky dildo to slap that guy across the face with? You have one just a minute? We know, Einstein, we know. Well, when there goes Wind Dancer crying. Wow. Rip the boots. I'm crying. What's up, XLL? I saw that, and it gets. I saw that. I should highlight that too. Here. Huh. Okay. Well, here we go. Path of Stunlock. I missed the shield bash change. Where? Oh, here. I don't get it. Where is shield bash? Oh. Oh, releasing rage. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Releasing Ray's shield immediately after blocking performs. Okay. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Okay, here we go. Okay, nerfed. It's just everything nerfed. Higher multiplier, less life recovered. Close combat, slight buff. Considered casting is now more expensive. I want to know what they say about heft. Wait, heft isn't here? Magnified effect got nerfed. Wah. Wow. Look at scattershot. Oh my god. Wah. Oh, goodbye, perfect strike. No, they pretty much just nerfed them all. Surprised heft isn't here, or maybe heft is on. Maybe it's on the bug fixes part. So again, trying to make sure that Archmage doesn't exist. I'm surprised they have such a massive range on such a rare amulet. Did they change this? Did they change this because of the node where damage bypassing your damage can't be hit as long as you have energy shield? Is this because of the lich? Jesus Christ. Dream Fragment now gives 10 mana instead of 20? It went from 30 to 6? From 30 to 6? And it also doesn't work from the earlier thing that they posted. It doesn't like double dip, and it's got divided by 5. And so, to compensate, they gave us 10 mana regen and 10 mana. Jesus. XLL gifted 5 subs. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate you. Yeah, it could also be minus 10 mana. What the fuck? Hi, Kenny. Hello. Ooh. Not only does it not work with the conversion, but now it got cut in half. Well, adios. Wow. Not only did they nerf the living shit out of ingenuity, they made it not even work with the ascendancy. Jesus. Wait, now it's 20 to 30? All right. They changed it to 20 to 30. They updated it. Okay. Was this the shield from Old Tomato? It used to give 666% effect. Now it gives 100. You know, just a 6x nerf or something. Wait, what? Hang it. Why does my thing keep auto scrolling? They got rid of this and they nerfed the shit out of all of this and then they added 7 new ones. The Oak Sworn unique shield no longer provides plus 50 spirit. Instead, it provides life regen. Oh my god. Was the only reason to use this. That's like taking away a stuffed crust pepperoni pizza and instead giving you a dick for dinner. What? Plus 50 to spirit swapped for life regen? Jeez. Looks like they just cut everything in half on Pillar of the Caged Gods. Okay, so I actually have a question. Like, this is an honest question. I genuinely don't know the answers. So any grinding gear games historians, let me know. It seems like with all of these builds from I'm confused because in the interview they said it was going to look like a nerf fest, but they said they were only going to nerf the part that they thought was overpowered. But when I look at the spark nerf and when I look at the stat stacking nerf, it seems like they nerfed they they nerfed everything. They nerfed the weapons, they nerfed the uniques, they nerfed the passives, they nerfed the ascendancy, they nerfed the tree, they nerfed the notables. So, does grinding gear games have they calculated through here and have they actually calculated that all of this stuff is insanely OP? Or what I'm asking is, do they, in general, have they historically over nerfed stuff into oblivion, or do they calculate it correctly? They nuke it. They nuke it into oblivion. Why did they send it to the Shadow Realm? Why did they say in the interview that they only targeted the very specific overpowered things to nerf? And then in the patch notes, it reads like they didn't do that. They nerfed everything about it. They just took every single thing and they said nerf every aspect of it. Because they're tired? Because they're tired? Oh, isn't this the thing that DM said he was looking forward to? Well, adios. Dude, they nerfed this unique mace with plus leveled all minion skills. This thing was a piece of shit before. Someone pointed this out to me earlier to take a look at it. I looked at it, it was like straight garbage. They even nerfed the trench timber. Jesus, shiver me trench timbers. Even trench timber got nerfed. Jesus. Yeah, get it, Callie. Get it. Truthful. Thank you so much for the sub, my dude. Someone just added Fubgun. Is Fubgun here, or do they just think I'm Fubgun? I don't see his message if he's here. He was here. He asked me a question, bro. What did he ask me? Is he still here? Oh, he's here. What's up, man? Thoughts on the patch? You do you want to talk real quick? Are you still stream? Is he streaming? I mean, it doesn't matter. You guys want me to call Fubgun real quick? You guys want to talk to Fubgun? All right. Are we not friends? Can I search for Fubgun? Is that a thing? Add a friend. Okay, is your name Fubgun? I sent a friend request to Fubgun. Can you message me on Discord, man? Or I thought we were friends. He probably removed me because he hates me. DM said he was taking a break. He might be sleeping. Here he is. Here he is. All right. Let's talk to Fubgun, guys.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, guys, can you hear Fubgun? Is he good?
Thank you for my chat. I think you're good though.
All right, man. Well, tell me what you think. I've been trying to go through the 50 pages. I'm on page 32.
Oh, you're not done yet? What do you have left?
Oh, I'm in them nerfing all the uniques. So I think I don't know what's net left, like bug fixes or something.
That's pretty much
okay.
That's like all the nerfs. The patch is kind of what I expected. Although they nerfed some things more than I thought they would.
What did you think that they nerfed more than they should have?
So I thought they would have at least left Stat Stacker at the very high end, like semi-viable, but I'm pretty sure Stat Stacker is completely dead. Like I don't think the build even functions anymore. It just doesn't even work.
So I had a I don't have like the history with grinding your games patches like you do. So I was asking my chat a little bit ago. So in the interview that they had before, they explicitly said they're not just going to go through and nerf everything. They're only going to nerf the parts that are like overpowered. But then when I look at Stat Stacker, when I look at Spark, they like nerf everything. They nerf the skill, the passives, the notables, the ascendancy. And I'm genuinely asking this a question. Like historically, do they just nuke everything, or did they actually go through and calculate? No, we must nerf every facet of how all of this functions. To nuke it from orbit.
I mean, there's definitely a meme where when GEG nerfs something, they triple nerf it, and that's pretty much what they did. And usually triple nerf it just kills it. So I didn't play Spark, so I'm not sure how quote unquote viable Spark is after the patch. But yeah, it's like the Archmage nerf plus the mana nerfs plus the percent mana nerfs plus the Spark nerfs. That's like, yeah, that's what GEG does. When they nerf something, it's not just one nerf; it's like a triple, quadruple tap.
So I was laughing, like I think you and I like make the complete opposite of videos, right? In YouTube, you make like all like the Giga Endgame 500 Divine builds, and I make like here's what you do. Here's the leveling guide if you have a stick. But I was saying, like looking at how they've changed like all the different skills and builds, I don't know if I have a viable video anymore on YouTube. Like I don't know if any of my builds work anymore.
Oh yeah, the only thing that I know that's gonna work is my leveling, and that's kind of it.
What about like
Endgame?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Endgame. Yeah, I don't really know anymore. So there's like some POBs I have that work, but I had to like the thing is all the nerfs aren't done yet. The quote unquote like adjusting skills, that's nerfs. They're gonna nerf how skills level. So like past level 20, most skills are probably just straight up nerfed as well.
So I was wondering if you had any insights into what that mean. Like that's pretty ambiguous, right? Are they like Should I just expect every skill gem to be nerfed, like the damage of it at all levels? Like, is that what that's telling me? Or you said like only above level 20? Or
I would say any meta thing is nerfed and not meta. So for example, grenades got a cooldown increase, and no one played grenades, right? But I think they're gonna cooldown increase because they're gonna buff the damage of grenades quite heavily. But I think most things, like they already give an example. For example, Spark is getting the damage nerfed. They already said that like 3 days ago on the podcast or whatever. I
that's
expect most meta skills have the damage nerfed.
So that's exactly what you just said is what I said as I was going over those patch notes. I was like, I played grenades, and I think grenades like get there in the end game, but just actually playing it felt so clunky and garbage on a crossbow. And then I was reading the patch
Mhm.
notes. I'm like, all they're doing is nerfing it. I'm like, certainly in the changing of the skills, they're gonna make it do more damage or something, right? Like, why would they nerf this? This was straight garbage.
Yeah, I assume it's because they're buffing the damage. They're like increasing the damage more than doubled. I would assume. I would be so surprised if they doubled the quit of grenades and the damage the same. That would be insane to me. That would be absurd. 'Cause no one at most you use grenades in campaign. At most.
I don't know. I really didn't like. There was one nerf that I actually couldn't believe that they did. I wrote some notes here. I got to go find it. Let me ask you a question though. Did you play any Ice Strike or any Tempest Bell stuff? Did you read what is it? The
Yep.
septuple nerf to the bell?
Yeah, Bell got nerfed like 5 times. And Bell is like it's still like good, but it's very yeah, I don't even know like how much it got nerfed by. Because they nerfed the hits, they nerfed how much combo you need, so it takes longer to get. They nerfed the damage on it. They nerfed how many you can place down. They nerfed more ailment on it. Like
They
it's
nerfed
like it's probably still
the number of times you can hit it per
good.
second.
Yeah. But it's not just broken. Like I don't know how good it is. Maybe people won't even bother with it. I don't know.
Did you play any poison concoction at all?
No, I did not.
Okay, so one interesting thing about poison concoction is okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the way that poison works is on the hit, it takes 20% of the physical damage that you've done and 20% of the chaos damage that you've done, and that turns into poison.
Yep,
Well,
that's correct.
okay, so poison concoction throws the vial, and the vial is chaos damage, and then obviously the poison that it does is chaos damage.
Yeah.
But now they changed poison concoction so that the base is physical damage. So
Yep.
I'm like, wait a minute. Like I made poison concoction. I played it to like the pinnacle bosses and stuff in hardcore. I was like, wait a minute. My entire tree, the whole thing is scaling chaos damage, but now if it's doing all physical damage and my whole tree is chaos, like I'm gonna have to completely reimagine it, right? Because the base damage of that poison magnitude is gonna be complete garbage with my current tree.
Yep. The and the big enough on top of that is no longer scale like negative chaos risk like the curse and wither. It won't get
Yeah.
affected by wither now as well, which is also really big. Wither was like 70% increased damage taken.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a good point. So when you had them cursed, now it's only going to apply to the dot and not to the magnitude of the hit that creates the dot of the poison.
Yep.
Nice. God, I hate life.
Yeah, the poison constants get pretty big nerf. Some people are saying bleed could be good, but I haven't looked at bleed numbers. They are buffing bleed quite a bit this patch as well, but I doubt it's gonna. I don't know about how good it's gonna be.
Are you surprised? Like, I didn't see too many nerfs. Like, there was a couple of them, but I didn't see anything that was really killing perfect strike. Are you surprised by that?
I thought maybe they would touch a little bit for leveling, but that's it, and they did. But it wasn't like OP in endgame, right? So it's probably why they didn't touch it anymore.
All right, I found the thing that completely does not make sense to me. Okay, have you played Hex Blast at all?
I have not, but I have heard Ventura talking a lot about Hex Blast. So it presumably was good whatever he was doing, but now it's probably just gone.
Okay, so here's the thing that I don't understand. I just made this character like yesterday. I just made Hex
Mm,
Blast. So it says now it can only detonate curses for which 50% of the duration has expired, and it means that it cannot explode curses that have an infinite duration. Okay, so
hmm
what I did is I logged into the game. I literally have it open right now, I think, my character, my Hex Blast guy. And what you do is you put a curse on blasphemy, and that allows you to run around and cast Hex Blast. But
Yeah.
blasphemy turns curses into an aura. And I looked up aura, and aura doesn't say anything about infinite. It just says like enemies are impacted by it if they're in your presence or something. So my question is will Hex Blast work with blasphemy?
I don't
Or
think so.
I, bro, if that doesn't work,
I'm pretty sure this won't work because it's talking about infant duration when it's on them.
okay,
Because it
so
needs, because it simply says it needs to be half duration expired, and it can never reach half duration expired if it's just an aura around you.
I mean that's true. Yeah. So that's the way that I interpret it as well. So it doesn't work. So actually, so I don't get it. So
Yeah,
in
it's just
order
that.
for me to cast Hex Blast, what they want me to do is cast a curse like somehow in an area on a bunch of monsters, wait for half of the duration and still hit it in the it's almost like perfect strike in the window between like half and when it actually falls off, and then I have to manually hit the Hex Blast in that middle to even use the skill.
And on top of that, curses have a longer delay, so it's 1.5 seconds now. So it's a 0.75 second wait time instead of 0.5.
Oh my god! And also a lot of the main curses had their magnitudes reduced. It seemed.
Okay, I asked Ventura real quick. He said that looks beyond playable, unplayable.
Okay, I just played Essence Drain Contagion until I got Hex Blast. Then people were saying, well, Hex Blast in the end game is godly, so just try it right now. When I switched to Hex Blast, when it works with Blasphemy, it does some decent damage, but I kept telling my chat, like, I honestly think it's better just to keep playing Essence Drain Contagion, like until you get really strong, because I was clearing way easier before I switched to Hex Blast. And now
Mhm.
I have to manually curse and like there's I don't even know, like I'm wondering how like I want to ask grinding your games like a simple question. How do you want me to play Hex Blast? Like show me how I should show me a way to play this. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't think it's playable.
I mean,
I think it's just
I don't understand.
unplayable.
Is this nuked like actually gone? Like what? What's the point? What? It's just gone? I don't get it.
Sometimes when GG does nerfs, it doesn't make sense to us, but they think it's like OP internally. But like for example, remember on launch when the nerf gas hour and gas grenade, despite that skill relatively actually being balanced compared to all the other broken shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it does nerf stuff and it doesn't make sense. And this is definitely one of those nerfs. I think it goes into a vision where Hex Blast was being played as a one button build when it's supposed to be a combo skill, and they didn't like that, so they nerfed it.
All right, you ready for another one?
Yeah.
All right, Hammer of the Gods. So Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but it now
hmm
requires 20 glory, which gets built up by heavy stunning enemies. Did you ever play Warrior to play Hammer of the Gods at all?
I asked Karn about this. He
Oh,
said it's actually a buff.
okay, how?
I I don't know. I didn't ask him. He just said it was a buff. I can ask him.
I mean, I I just don't understand how this like
He's
maybe there's
trolling.
maybe
Yeah,
he's
maybe
trolling.
he's
I
trolling.
probably not. I mean, Karn's a god, but just reading it on the
It
surface,
sounds
like
bad to me. It
yeah,
sounds bad to me.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, is there? He must know some tech to like build glory or something. Like, how are you gonna build glory on like a boss? Like, does it work? Can you have you son a boss or?
Yeah, I think it's a fucking nerf. I think Karn's coping.
Yeah, the only notes I wrote for it were "Holy Mother of God." It seems terrible, but if Karn says it's somehow above, he must know something that
I
I
think he's
don't.
trolling. I think he's trolling.
Okay.
It might be like a buff in future situations because you like heavy stone like normal mobs. So maybe for mapping, it's like a buff. You can use it more often because you can heavy stone like normal mobs with no issue.
Yeah, I mean, I was only using Hammer of the Gods on like bosses. Like, what are you
Yeah,
throwing?
but
Throw,
maybe
you
this
know.
change allows you to use Hammer of the Gods on like every single rare monster in the map because you just keep heavy stone on normal monsters.
What do you think about what do you think about the flame wall damage nerfs at high levels?
So Flame Wall definitely need adjusted, and it was the only way to actually add like flat to your spells, right? So it was like this weird position where you had to use Flame Wall like every single spell build, and they probably should just like actually just remove that function or add more ways to add flat damage because it's like, yeah, Flame Wall was the only way to do this, and you had to use on every single spell build, right? And it wasn't with an option. So it's like it needed adjustments, or they need to add more ways to add flat damage. So I guess it's lowered it instead.
All right, here's another one. I got another one for you. So again, okay, so here's what it says. Concoction skills now require an unarmed weapon set. Fine. They no longer means you can't use Widow Hail anymore. They no longer deal your base unarmed damage. Instead, they do attack damage specified from the skill. Okay, I don't know what that means. I'll just assume it's the same, but maybe it isn't. Whatever, up or down. Here's the part that really gets me. They now consume 5 mana flask charges per use, and it used to be 3, so it's almost double the cost. So
Yeah,
the only way I only know of 2 ways in the game to get more mana flask charges for concoction builds. I only know of 2 ways. The first way is on your mana flask itself, you get 0.25 charges per second. That's one way. And the other way is right in front of Pathfinder. There, I think, is like flask charges or gain like 0.2 per second or something. Other than those 2 ways, I don't know any other way to gain the charges. And when I, like, for example, when I would go fight the final boss of the Trial of the Sycamas, like with the hourglass, when they would do the phase change and you have to touch the hourglass to start the second phase, I would purposely stand still and not press any buttons and let my mana flask recharge because it would take that much time for me to drain all of my mana flasks like in just the first half of the fight with a perfect mana flask and with the passive points already allocated. But now that it's like almost double the cost, and they already said that they're gonna like get that phase out of there, unless you have like a really strong character, I don't know how you're gonna sustain throwing
the
your
flask.
concoction stuff.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
There's also like Alchemist Spoon, but it's pretty like weak, so it's not. I don't think it really changes much anyway.
Yeah.
Alchemist
So,
Spoon is like one flash charge every 4 seconds.
yeah. So
Yeah, you probably
that's
just don't. I don't. I have to ask Jung more in this because Jung has played a lot of concoction, but it does not look good. The flash charges if your damage is not super high. Like it might only function if you have really high damage.
yeah. I mean, you just murdered the boss, but like I had all the nodes in the tree, and I had the 0.25 mana flask, and like if obviously if you're just a god, you just nuke everything. It doesn't matter. But when you're actually sitting there like having a bit of a boss fight, which they're saying like that's the go forward direction of the game. What do you do when you run out of mana flask charges on your concoction build? You just run around until you can throw another one. I mean,
Yeah, like
uh,
yeah,
you
there's a quite a bit of nerfs.
yeah, Archmage is half of the damage, can't quality for the extra damage, and increased cost. Do you see Archmage viable anymore?
If that was the only nerf, yes, but that wasn't the only nerf. Then they also nerfed the mana percent, Stormweaver,
Yeah.
mana on other stuff too. The chest you can get anymore. Is there still a soul course for mana? Not even sure. The amulet also got nuked. Everlasting Gaze. I'm sure, like, I don't want to say it's completely a double cost as well. Oh, the flask also got nuked, so you can't use it to refill your mana. And it's more than likely dead. But maybe you could use it somewhere. It's probably dead.
And now Eldritch Battery, they added the little tiny doubles the mana cost as well.
Yeah, that's huge. It's so huge because you don't have Melted Maelstrom to carry you anymore.
And
It's
you
like
can't
you actually have to invest a lot into mana regen now.
and you also can't use like this might not have been like an end game thing, but a lot of people used Everlasting Gaze. That's dead.
Yep.
And then what do you think about the jewel socket change? You think that's a good change?
Oh, that's a massive nerf. That's mostly a massive nerf for the high end. I don't think for
Yeah.
the average player that really does anything. But for the high end, that's a massive nerf. Because high end builds were Adorn, and we're essentially losing like 4 to 6 Adorn jewels, maybe 8 Adorn jewels, depending on your tree. It's a
It,
massive nerf for high end.
that's exactly was my take. Like when you're leveling up in the campaign and you're starting out, you get your first jewel slot, you're like, this thing is worthless because my jewels are garbage. But in the end, like the jewel sockets were so accessible and so unbelievably strong, you start to like take as many of them as you possibly can.
Yeah, it's supposed to be more like an end game / high end nerf. When you start using like 4 prop jewels or you have Adorn, that's when it gets like really absurd.
Okay, I got another good one for you. I'm glad I took all these notes. All right, you ready for another one?
Yeah.
All right, so that did you play Minions at all?
No, I don't touch minions. I saw
Okay.
there was a lot of minion nerfs though.
No. This is my favorite one by far. All right, so check this one out. So the Loyal Hellhound Ascendancy passive no longer causes 20%
Oh
of the
yeah.
damage from hits to be taken from your Hellhound's life before you. Like I've leveled this multiple times, and that's like the main reason to take the Hellhound. Like the Hellhound doesn't do anything. He's kind of a dumbass. He doesn't do any damage. He like puts up an ignite. That's cool. I don't
Yeah, he does
really.
nothing.
It doesn't do anything. Like they literally. This might be more of a nerf than Hex Blast. Like Hex Blast literally is unusable, but like the Hellhound is 2 ascendancy points for what? Like now it doesn't. That literally doesn't do anything unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that thing's just dead. People won't use it for the DR.
Um,
It's just straight up dead.
I mean, I, I
If
mean,
they
I
should have kept like the DR was strong and there was like no DR in any other class, so they should have kept it in. But fully remove it, it's like too much, like 10% DR or something.
what do you think about? Okay, here's a high level philosophical question about ARPGs. Okay, let's see what you think about this. So they massively reduced our elemental ailment threshold, and like in like 100 different ways, it seems they nerfed like our ability to block against stuns and heavy stuns last 3 seconds instead of one, and you can't evade or block during a heavy stun. So it looks like they're trying to massively introduce crowd control against us, which they said was coming. Do you
hmm
are you how do you feel about that?
The thing is, it almost feels like it doesn't matter too much because endgame you're mostly using Thorn Charm anyway, so that means it's just ignites and shocks are gonna be more applied to you, but free should be the same because you're just gonna use Thorn Charm. Unless that changes in the patch, like the more unique charms are more useful. But yeah, I mean, I never like being frozen. I don't. It's weird because like this change doesn't change how threatening ignite and shark are to you. It's still the same. It just makes freeze more annoying.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know how strong of an ignite can monsters put up. I don't know. Like,
Usually Ignite's pretty weak. You don't ever really notice it in endgame.
okay, and then what about? I mean, getting shock kind of sucks, doesn't it? Isn't that just more
Yeah,
damage
yeah.
incoming to us?
You take 20% more damage.
I'm just, I think I'm gonna have to advance book. Like, I don't have a therapist, but I'm gonna need one for all the deaths that I'm gonna have from being heavy stunned. I don't know if I'm gonna.
So heavy stun, as far as I'm aware, it's only some boss mechanics, and if you get your shield up and you take too much like shield block. I
And
think that's all heavy stun is now.
well, isn't it also if you're riding on the Roa
Yes,
and get
yes.
knocked off? Okay.
Yep.
So the Roa blocking, can you be heavy stunned trying to parry for
Yes.
parrying too much?
Yes.
So it's parry, active block, Roa, boss mechanics. Can anything else heavy stun you?
I think that's it.
Okay, so
Row block, parry, and some boss mechanics.
are you saying that we cannot be heavy stunned in a map other than the boss?
Yes.
Unless we're riding your Roa around or something?
Yeah, that's correct.
Ugh, okay, that does make me feel better. I thought heavy stun could be applied like by rares or something.
No, as far as I'm aware, that's not possible.
Okay,
Is what they're making in the patch.
I got another one for you. I told you I took notes. I'm paying attention. I've test on Friday. So this says fully broken armor now causes enemies. It says enemies to take 20% increased physical damage from hits.
Mhm.
But I watched Kriparian's videos of him. I watched Kriparian's videos and I also watched Macro's video on breaking armor. I watched them all. And Kriparian said one thing about broken armor and armor is anytime they make a change, it also impacts players. So a lot of
Yep.
us don't really walk around with very much armor because armor sucks. So if they break our armor, do you think that's going to make us take 20% increased physical damage?
Yes.
But it says enemies. It doesn't say us. It says enemies.
Yeah. We're the enemy to the monster. If
Oh,
this if this
shit.
was a monster only change, it would say monster. Fully broken armor now causes monsters to take 20% increased physical damage, but they said enemies.
Oh my God, no.
So it's just 20% more damage taken
Yeah, I
when the
mean,
armor broke. That's a map mod too, by the way.
what, like your armor is broken or what? Or monsters
And
gain
enemies break your
armor break?
armor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you will take more damage.
Oh my God, dude.
Goes both ways. I mean, that is a big buff for melee, though. I'll say that. They get 20% increased biz damage.
Yeah, but is it a buff to melee? Because you're going to be getting hit and you're going to be taking 20% more damage, I guess, maybe. Let's see, do I have any other notes here? Freeze now builds up 48% slower on enemies. Like how many
Oh,
times?
that's a big nerf. That's a big nerf.
I mean, dude, Ice Strike was one of my favorite builds.
Yeah, that freeze nerf is massive. That is definitely one of the big nerfs for like, because freeze was a really good defense. A lot of builds that got cold damage to freeze. Now you need 40% more investment to do the same as before. It's quite big.
Okay, you are the perfect person to ask about this. Okay, change topics here for a little bit. The Atlas
Sure, sure,
passive
sure.
tree. Okay, so it says the deadly evolution Atlas Keystone has been replaced by a new one called Ecological Shift, and it causes your maps to have 40% more chance for random extra content and 20% less monster packs in your maps.
Yeah, it's
So,
a massive nerf.
so that's yeah.
So
Go ahead.
so with their base 8%, so 40% more in this situation would be like what 3%, 3.7%, 3.5 or something. So like a rogue exile goes from 8% to 11.5% chance to spawn. but losing 1 or 2 mods on rares and bosses is I I think this patch is gonna have a loot nerf, and it's not really mentioned here, but everyone's gonna have like less loot
Okay,
because
so
everyone took that keystone.
yeah, your explanation added a point of clarity that I think I'm missing. So obviously, losing the affix on the rares is devastating, but
Hmm.
okay, it's 40% more chance for random extra content. Okay, the only way that I could see this being valuable, and maybe I'm completely wrong, like I don't know what quote unquote extra content means, but I thought the only way this would be helpful is if you were trying to do, I don't know, ritual and you're trying to fight, you're really trying to like in POE1, you pick one thing that you're going for and you want to fight King of the Mists 100 times or something. I was wondering if the 40% more chance to have random extra content could give you more of those main things like ritual and breach. But your thing was kind of saying like it's like not. It's like the strong boxes and the rogue exiles or
Yes,
something.
that's correct. Yep. It should not affect breach. It should not affect ritual because those don't have a base spawn chance in maps. At least they don't as of right now, unless they're adding that in this patch. I didn't see that, but they don't have a base spawn chance. So it's only 4% more of like exiles, the wisp, essence, strong boxes, and shrines.
Okay, so okay, with that in mind, like so going from what deadly evolution was to this is not only like a colossal nerf in and of itself, but it's 40% more chance for like shrines or rogue exiles or whatever, but
Mhm.
at the cost of 20% less monster packs. Doesn't this node just straight up make maps worse? Is that even
Yeah,
worth it?
I'm pretty sure you don't take this node like ever. I'm pretty sure this node's always bad.
Like
It would be my assessment on it.
even if they would give you this node for free, no pathing, no points, I don't even know if I would take this.
Yeah,
If
it's
that's what it
the twenty
does.
percent less packs is interesting to say the least. Because negative 20% pack size can wait, is it less packs or pack size? Hold up, let me see it again.
It's 20% less number of monster packs.
Okay, yes, that means it's less rare monsters in your map.
The
If
only
it was
way
less pack size, it wouldn't be that bad, but less packs means it's less rare monsters as well.
the only way I could see this being helpful is not even for the extra content, is if you were trying to like rip through as many maps as possible, as fast as possible.
Yeah, maybe you could take it if you're like traveling through Dallas, I guess. But for general juice it should overall probably be a negative. Especially since you're already guaranteeing spawns with your tablets, right? So it's like if you're already guaranteeing like exiles and whips anyway, the more chances to do anything.
All right, here's another one. This is one that kind of made me scratch my head a little bit. So, in the when they had the interview, they said that they want people to do pinnacle bosses. And so they obviously nerfed the T0 health. What they said they were going to
Hmm.
do is pinnacle bosses no longer grant experience, but they're not going to take away experience so you can go fight them, right?
Yeah.
But then I read the patch notes, and this is what it says. It says players no longer lose experience from dying in Simulacrum, the Twisted Domain, Olros Arena, the Crooks of Nothingness, the Burning Monolith. Um, I thought, oh yeah, and it says that, inside logbooks as well. But players no longer gain experience from killing monsters in this area. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I read this wrong.
You read it wrong?
I
Okay,
read it.
okay.
I
It's
read
the
it wrong.
same.
I thought it said that you didn't get experience inside logbooks. I'm like, I thought people would want to do those for experience, but it doesn't say that. It says in the boss's arena
The
inside
arena. Yeah.
logbooks.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I'm stupid. Never mind. I misread that. I was gonna say I thought people would want to do the logbooks for XP.
Same with like breach.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's another one. So this is our favorite. This is our favorite topic. This is what we talked about last time. Recombinating.
Ooh. Ooh, yeah, recombinators.
So what do you think about So does it let you? It lets you select what mods you want to try to merge, and if you fail, then both of them disappear. Do you expect? I expect this to be like severely nerfed from POE1. No.
Oh yeah, 100%. They said it's like 30% chance for like 2 mods. It's but they said like you should be able to expect like if you combine enough to like a 4 mod item. New nerfs. People are saying new nerfs. Refresh page.
New nerfs for well, I don't even
I don't see
understand.
anything.
These patch notes are a living document for more nerfs. I don't even understand what's happening.
Yeah, I don't see any new nerfs. I think my chat's slow, dude. They're saying like ingenuity. That's been nerfed like 5 hours ago. We already saw that.
Yeah, it got nerfed like twice in the patch notes, right? It's now like 20 to
Yeah.
30%.
Yeah, it's 20 to 30%.
So to find a pinnacle like end game belt, you get 60% more rings, but you like lose a belt. I don't
Yeah,
is that
it's pretty bad outside of like charm. Like made a new unique charms can make it worth it. It really lives or dies by how charms are though. Because it does get 2 charm slots, which is like good, but
I mean,
it really
no.
depends on charm's power.
Yeah, I think that I guess my overall take here, if I could summarize it, I will probably take this patch better or more in stride than most people. Like, I understand
Mhm.
that we need to balance the game. Some of these things I think makes sense. It's not so obvious what builds to make anymore, so I guess that's good. Like when you're actually not sure what to make, I guess that's good for the theory crafting of the game. But um, I feel like some of these nerfs I don't want to say this in an insulting way, but some of these nerfs have me scratching my head a little bit. Like when I read Hex Blast or the changes to like specifically poison concoction, I'm like, just sitting here like, wait, how would I'm trying to think of a way to play these next patch in any like they also nerfed the unique boots that made poison concoction work, the decomposed boots. They
Yeah.
nerfed the shit out of those.
Those boots those boots did do a lot of damage when people started properly using them though.
Oh yeah, they're
That's what I
godly.
saw. Yeah. It's the 500k. If your build is more than 500k, it's nerfed.
You want to know what though? I will say something like not to draw comparisons here though. I would prefer patch
Hmm.
notes like this, like making the game very challenging than let's say patch notes for other games that let you do like 20 quadrillion damage on a boss that has 500 million health.
Yeah, those are some interesting games. I mean, this is I would say this patch is how GG wanted the game to launch. They never wanted 1 billion DPS auto bombers, right? They never wanted that 100 million DPS stat stackers. This is how they wanted the game to launch, and at least for now in early access, we should definitely expect like some more of these changes until it launches. They like we're still gonna have powerful builds end game, as far as I can see, unless they nerf every single Deadeye skill as well. My Deadeye build like end game is still like quite good, even with these
That
nerfs.
that's what I told my chat. I said I think out of every build guide that I have on my YouTube, I think the only one that survived was Lightning Arrow.
Yeah,
I
Lion
think
still looks good.
I think my lightning. I think you could play that. I like that's. I the other ones are questionable at best.
Yeah,
The only thing that survived was like the only build that was just directly carried over from POE1. The lightning arrow classic Deadeye.
yeah. I was talking to Pal the other day, and I was like, 0.1 is gonna be the strongest we're ever gonna be in like 5 years. Because 0.1 were just stupidly high power level, and they didn't want to nerf. 'Cause people complained about nerfs, so they waited for 0.2. The only downside is, since they waited so long, I feel like a lot of like average or like casual players might be like upset because they were used to the 0.1 gameplay, and now like they have to go back to this slower game that GG originally wanted, right?
Yeah, I mean along those same lines. I think the phenomenon that we're gonna see here from the masses, like not you and me, we'll just make new characters. Like who cares? Or we'll mess around with our existing characters. But I think the average person who has been involved with PoE2's early access, made a build, maybe two, played for 2 weeks, enjoyed it, took a huge break, waiting for the patch, and they say, I'm not going to go to the new league. I'm going to play my old character with the new stuff. And guess what? You made a Spark Stormweaver? Oh,
That's gone.
imagine when they log
I
in and they throw a Spark and does 2 damage, they die in 1 hit.
I would say though, besides like some of those builds, like if someone played like 1 to 80 or 1 to 90 on like the first 2 weeks, and they just played like regular LA Deadeye, or they played Warrior, or they played Crossbows, their experience is more or less still gonna be the same actually, because we weren't abusing any of the like really OP stuff back then. So someone who only played a week 1 of launch, and they log back in now, they actually probably have similar experience.
I guess that's
Assuming they
true.
weren't like Spark, Archmage. That's probably the one exception.
They were probably going, at that point, they were probably going cast on freeze comet.
Yeah. Because like
That,
for example, crossbows outside of grenades, which I do think probably got buffed with damage and the changes. Like all the crossbow skills are doing like more damage because of the two-handed crossbow change.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like honestly some of the builds got destroyed and nerfed, but like I do think overall the changes are really good. Some of them are kind of questionable, but I'd rather have the game be hard than us doing like Arbiter 4 like 1 week in and one-shotting him, you know? Like I don't want to do 200 trillion damage on my screen. You know what I'm saying?
I completely agree. All right. One more funny question for you
Okay,
before
okay.
we wrap up here. Here's one more. Can you think of a bigger loser in these patch notes than Hex Blast?
No, it's probably Hexblast. That or if you 1 to 1, actually, if you 1 to 1 stat stacker, if you have the stat stacker right now, put all these nerfs in. Stat stacker is almost there. It's stat stacker. You can maybe get work with some tweaks, but man, that shit's fucking destroyed. Stat stacker is so massively nerfed.
People are saying is the biggest loser is all of us.
Nah, lane arrow did I.
Lightning Arrow Deadeye seems to be there. God, they even took a shot at Stampede. I'm like, how dare they nerf anything Warrior? If they're gonna nerf anything, I thought it'd be Perfect Strike, but it just got little baby nerf.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm really curious if they're gonna release the skill changes by tomorrow. If not, it'll be data mined. But hopefully we see those. I'm curious what skills they actually buff. Because they did say they were gonna buff skills as well. And that's where the buffs are gonna be, is in the damage change.
I guess I have it in my mind that everything that is gonna be buffed, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, oh yeah, I played that for 5 seconds. It was the most garbage shit ever, and I threw it away. It's gonna be like all of those skills.
Yeah. And new supports as well. Like some of the uniques being nerfed, I'm fine with, because they said the 100 new uniques are supposed to be end game and mid game uniques. So hopefully these new uniques are like better chase items than what we currently had.
I mean they should be, well, yeah, they won't be like 1 to 1 better, but maybe like relative within the game better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that PoE1 does so well. They've got like, the headhunters and the mage bloods, and you're just salivating to acquire them in the early game and build up enough currency to finally buy them. That's one thing that PoE1 does just
Yep.
brilliantly.
Yeah, I expect them to always keep that. They love chase items in PoE. There'll always be chase items. I definitely expect some new broken stuff.
I can't wait to chase my new ingenuity and then get a 20% and salvage it because my rings suck.
Yep. All right, Rax. Thanks for talking, dude.
Yeah, man. I look
Hope you
forward
have
to all the godly builds you'll make, and I'm sure, despite all these patch notes, you'll come up with something godly.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to bows and spears. I hope spears are good. Spears look fun, but I'm not too sure about the whole parry mechanic. But bows look good. Yeah, if bows are good, I'm happy.
Yeah, I was agreeing with Jonathan in that interview where he's like, I don't really believe in parry. People aren't going to want to stop and put up a shield and parry. So I'm like, Jonathan, you're speaking straight from my heart. I don't want to do that in ARPGs. This isn't Elden Ring. But I'm going to go in with an open mind. I am going to put on
Yep.
I'm going to put on a spear and I'm going to put on a buckler and I am going to do the parry mechanics. I'm going to try them and I'll try to not hate it before I try it.
Yep. All right, Rax. See you, dude. Have a good one. What?
Last
What?
thing.
What?
That character that you helped me make in POE1 at the end of the Fracia League or whatever, I
Mm-hmm.
had never fought the Uber bosses. I had no clue what I'd never fought them, not even in one attempt. I took your character, I killed all 7 Uber bosses like easily with your build. So you made a godly build, man. The
Yeah, nice,
lightning
dude. Sick.
lightning strike, dude. It wasn't close. Like the build was so strong, it was insane.
Yeah, Landshak's sick. Yeah.
So thank you.
Nice.
You're the man.
No problem.
All
Yeah,
right.
I hope I can still make a good build in PoE2.
Yeah, my plan is to copy your build, and that way, if it sucks, then it's not my fault. I can just blame you.
True. All right, see you, dude.
Later, dude. Guys, that was Fub Gun. You guys like Fub Gun? Fub Gun makes all the super, super, super insane endgame builds that nobody can afford. No, I'm just kidding. He makes really good builds. Fub Gun's like, can I stop talking to this guy? All right, let's wrap this up here, guys. I've been streaming forever. All right, let's wrap this up here. Any other really crazy things here? He's a beast. Dylan gifted 20 subs. This guy's a god. Versakify gifted 5. Thank you, my friend. Turtle Force, thank you for the prime. Truthful gifted 5. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys. All right. Okay. Let's finish this here. I'm going to read these a little bit quicker than before. Time lost jewel modifier that grants notable passive skills. This got cut in half. So they're nerfing they not only nerfed our jewel slots, they nerfed our jewels. Okay. Item changes. Jeweler's orbs now set a skill. Oh yeah, this is a buff. That's good. Yeah, this is nice. This actually happened to me. I found a perfect jeweler's orb, but I didn't have the 5 one. Okay, this is good. Doubled the drops of runes. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know you could do this in the beginning. I never tried that. Okay. The base damage of all crossbows has been increased. Wow. Oh, okay. Wait, okay. I mean, I still hate using them, but that doesn't lower my hatred of them, but I mean, I still hate them. Malistran, thank you so much for the sub. All right, let's go up here. Up, 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 up. Here. Physical thorns damage. I don't care about that. They said that they were going to lower rarity. We knew that was going to happen. Okay. Notable passive skills in the starting areas of each class can no longer be instilled. Really? Why? Because the notable passives. Why? Because they're too strong? And what counts as the starting area? Huh. Why? What's the point here? Dang. Okay. The values of mana on gear is also lowered. Bosses. Okay, I've seen that. Armor on all monsters has been reduced by 30%. Okay, so armor provides 0 damage reduction. So they lowered it by 30%. So we see no changes. Okay. Okay, this is actually better. Soul Eater is not going to be as deadly. These are kind of interesting changes. This is huge. Okay. Is there a patch note here that Tornado Bird has been removed from the game? This one shot me. I got one shotted by the dodge roll, thank God. Thank God. Okay, maybe the King of the Mist is more possible. Megan is here. Hi, Megan. Thank you so much for the raid. Calls to Pusillanimity and Deathstroke. Thank you so much for the subs. Megan, are you feasting on these patch notes at all? Are you playing some POE2 or what were you up to? Oh, thank God. Guys, what was Megan playing tonight? She doing some POE or something else? You're gonna come back to POE. Have you seen the patch notes, Megan? They dropped the ultimate nuke on everything. They bombed everything. Minions got nerfed significantly. Oh, this is cool. I'm sad that they nerfed it, but this is cool. I've never played Schedule 1. What kind of a game is that? A drug dealer simulation? You're a drug dealer. So it's like Breaking Bad, the video game. You become Heisenberg. Okay, we don't need to read the micro. Just reading these really quickly here. Rax looks like he has 4 cell phones. I have 1 cell phone. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. I was looking for this. Here it is. They did fix it. Heft was replying twice to minions? Lit! Just reading these real quick. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing anything too crazy here. Well, unbelievable. Unbelievable day. Oh god. Okay. Well, that was a good million-hour stream. Thank you to Megat and Talkative Try and DM and all the lovely people who rated me. That was so nice. I'll make a video on these patch notes, and I will let the internet. We'll see what the comments look like tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a stream where we just read YouTube comments. There might be some very angry folk out there. Wait, quality on scepters now doesn't give you more spirit, and instead quality is this inherent skill? What? Okay, I'm glad you pointed that out. This is way worse. This is a bullshit. Wow, okay. You changed it from something useful to something completely worthless. Gassy is fuming. All right, I'm going to hang it up here, guys. I didn't exactly expect to stream for 11 hours, but that was it was worth it. That was interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, I would raid Gazzy, but I know Gazzy is about to end, and he's about to go play. Or not play anything. He's about to go take his daughter somewhere. So let's raid Fupgun, because we were just talking to him. All right, guys, I'll make a video about this, about the highlights, and yeah, well, what a day. I personally am going to go in with a good attitude on Friday. A lot of people are going to be really mad about this. I can understand why, but hopefully overall this is the vision, and it's making the game better. The low lights. Have a great night, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow for some more Path of Exile fun. Have a good night, guys.